Google wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. Good morning, traders out there. Who's ready for another day? And we are through with the Nvidia earning, and we got to talk about the software earnings that came in last night. And did Salesforce do enough to calm the seas in software? We'll talk all about that. We'll take a look at the playbook, which are trade ideas that you can be trading today, right? Take a look into it. Then, of course, we'll get the sunrise report. What stocks are moving and why? This is where you're at. It's Trade the Pool. Let's get right to the action and take a look at what we're seeing in the markets today. Let's go first with the SPY and talk about what's going on right now. And we'll take a look to see if we can continue the climb, as we are getting a little bit of a climb right now. Back to the 694 spot here. Let's take a look at the action. All right, you guys can see the SPY starting to climb right back. And the question is, will Nvidia get the run, right? And of course, Nvidia hadn't really run, and we're getting a little bit of a rally. But where are we getting the rally right now? And I think that's what you need to be asking yourself, right? We'll see what happens. Right now, a little bit of a mixed bag here. SPY is going higher now, of course. We can take a look at to see what's leading in the SPY. I see names that are starting to get some lift. I see even TTD getting a little bit of a lift. Looks like Smuckers, SMJ with some good earnings. But I'm really surprised to see this kind of rally. Google is getting the lift here. Microsoft getting the push. Those are the names that are kind of shooting up here. Amazon. So big boys starting to show right back up. Will we see a big boy rally today? Things that you need to be asking yourself. I could show you Microsoft starting to get a little bit of a lift there. Google starting to get a little bit of a lift. Will we see a mega cap day? It's important to look at. I'll be watching to see what happens also in the consumer space. Do we start to see a rotation go away from value and go into, let's say, mega cap, right? We will find out today. It's a big day for the markets. This is why I always say that there's going to be tells. The tell for me will be what happens to the IGV today, right? Will we be back up into the 82s, or will we just flush right back down into the 77 spot? That's what I'm going to be watching for, because of course the earnings came in with software last night, and yet they were okay on the earnings front, but the guidances really weren't anything to jump about, and overall they were going down on the price action, right? Off the earnings, they went down, right? Like a Salesforce, right? You could see it in Salesforce. We'll talk a little bit more about the earnings, but you can see how this went down on the earnings, right? So we'll look to see what happens to these stocks today. Can they shake the investors' concerns? Can they get right back up to the upside? We'll have to wait and find out. All right, we'll be taking a look at that action. We'll take a look at some trade ideas that you guys can be watching, of course. You guys can catch these, of course, where? On our Discord. If you're getting them a little late right here, well, you need to get to the Discord side of things to keep up with everything. One of the things that I'll be watching, of course, today, we'll see if Target can get going a little bit higher. This is a name that a lot of people are still wondering, oh, but I thought Target was dead. Well, it's not dead to me, and I definitely think this is really hanging in here, and we can really start to take a look to see, do we get a deeper move in Target? You see this 3-week sideways action right at the top end of the range, telling me more and more what? This stock doesn't want to pull back. It could easily go back to 100 if it wants to. It doesn't. It wants to keep driving. I think it has 120 real soon. I'll be watching to see what happens with Target today. All right, let's keep going. Looking at FLNC to try to play some more in the independent power producers. So this is a beaten down name, right? Off of earnings, it got destroyed from 33.45 back down to 16.30s. But what does that tell me? Well, that it's already had its 50% retracement, right? And in the independent power producing stocks, you guys know that I've been talking about CEG, which I sold yesterday. Maybe should have held on. That thing is just continuing to rip higher. VST, one of the stocks that was on the radar yesterday to look for. A nice little trend line break right back to the upside. As pretty as it gets. Can't get prettier here with VST. And then your TLN. And this is what I've been talking about, guys, the independent power producers and how the bring your own power game isn't going away. And if the data center trade isn't going away, these independent power producers, these IPPs are going to be doing better. So I think this is a really good look here as these names continue hot, hot, hot. Celsius coming in with some earnings today and continuing to the upside. We'll see what happens with this one. I was looking to actually dip by this one back by the 54 spot, and that was before 7:30 a.m. So it looks like I already got that opportunity, but we'll look to see if it gets right back up. Literally, like it literally says a dip towards 54. Right, like on my list here, but it's already back up there. Was looking for a rip back above towards the 60 and 61 spot, but you can see Celsius already kind of making that drive. Looks like that trade idea is probably just going to be already done, right? So we'll see what happens with that, but it was a good look, just didn't get the outlook that I was looking for, right? And maybe it just happened in the morning. All right, we'll talk about Nvidia. We'll talk about other reports coming up here. So stick around, guys. We got a lot to take a look into. We'll get to that action just coming up in about 2 minutes. We'll be joined by our traders. Let's keep taking a look to see what other action is going on right now. Of course, if you take a look into the Sunrise report, we'll see that the futures were kind of getting that push up. Nvidia delivering, but doubt lingering still as Nvidia posted another monster quarter overall, but not enough to shake that investor's outlook to see a real big rip, right? And like Michael and I were talking about yesterday, what we were expecting on Nvidia's earnings was a muted response. And then what did we get? Pretty much a muted response, right? Like we thought, the option winners and riders would win on this earnings, and they did. Nvidia posted another monster quarter, revenues at 68.13 versus a 66.21 billion expected. EPS at 162 versus 153. Data center revenues at 62.3 billion, ahead of the estimates. Q1 guidance 78 billion plus or minus 2% to 72.6 billion expected. So good outlook on the guidance there. Revenue climbing 73% year over year. Data center division accounting for a staggering 91% of total sales. And yet the enthusiasm is tempered. There's a big reason why, right? If the data center division is accounting for 91% of the total sales, that's big risk concentration. Another thing that you see in the contracts, you'll see that pretty much this money is coming, or at least it seems like 60% of the revenue is coming from about three actual suppliers in the contracts, right? I can give you the specific numbers. I'll bring that for you guys in a little bit here. I just need to look at my kind of overview of NVIDIA here. But that tells me more and more. At the end of the day, they do have high concentration risk to three major partnerships that they have. And if any of those start to turn away from their CapEx spending, will we see the turn in NVIDIA's revenue? I think it's right there, right? It's right there for the breaking. The question is, will those partnerships that have been giving them the money continue, right? All right, we'll see what happens out there. We can talk about the debate, of course. Has it shifted? Of course, can NVIDIA beat to can AI CapEx stay this torrid, right? And those are the kind of questions that you guys will be looking at. NVIDIA CEO did kind of fight back on the software disruption narrative, suggesting that the market may have overestimated AI's threats to incumbent like ServiceNow, and specifically mentioning ServiceNow. So I don't know what NVIDIA CEO has with ServiceNow CEO, but something tells me that ServiceNow CEO called Jensen Hung and was like, can you mention my name, please, when you talk about software disruption? But yeah, AI complex, of course, feeling less like a straight line up and more like a high wired act, just hanging on, right? We're all just walking on this high wire and hoping that we're not falling off here. Salesforce weighing on software, of course. NVIDIA impressed, CRM disappointed long-term outlook. Fiscal 27 revenue guidance at 45.8 billion to 46.2 billion. The consensus was 46.1, so just barely meeting that on the high-end outlook was Salesforce. Salesforce was down and now kind of came back up, pulled back immediately in the last kind of 30 minutes. We'll see what happens with this, if it's able to hold on. And I do got more information on Salesforce that we'll go through. They did mention some new terms that I think are very important. I always like to catch the small details. We'll talk about this a little later in the show. All right, of course, and the Netflix drama is still continuing out there with Warner Brothers and that action. So keep your eyes on that, and then we'll see what happens with the Warner Brothers. They also got earnings coming up. Earnings also out there for Dell and CoreWeave that are coming into play. So keep your eyes on that. And on deck, economically wise, we'll be taking a look to see what happens on Friday. We get PPI, which I think is actually very important, guys. That's going to affect the industrial rally, right? And we got to take a look to see what's going on with the PPI. Massive report comes in Friday. Of course, we could talk AI infrastructure and AI fatigue, but Stellantis in the morning, its first annual loss on record. Not good there for Stellantis, but you can see it's actually getting the push on this. This is how stock trading can be sometimes. It cited EV-related write-downs and shares dropped modestly in the pre-market, but look, it's right back up, right? So we'll see what happens there. Stellantis actually getting a pop, though, even though it gave its probably worst report on record there with its first annual loss. Copper rallying, we could take a look at COPX. COPX is a copper ETF, but I've been trading FCX. You guys saw me actually sell the rip on that, and it continued yesterday, but now starting to fade away. Of course, that's what happens. Media starts talking copper. Well, look what happens to the price action, right? All right, we'll see what happens there if Dr. Copper can hang on. Snowflake's down 2% after guidance roughly landed in line, but unspringing. Trade desk also out there available. All right, let's get out of that conversation. Let's go ahead. Let's bring on our traders getting out of the earnings reports. Let's bring them on here. We got Michael Noss in the house. We got Jane in the house. How we doing?
Good, thanks. Can you guys hear me?
I hear you. I hear you. I think you might be on a different mic, or you just maybe
Yeah, I am on
sounding
a different mic.
louder.
I'm in a remote.
Okay, perfect. But
I
we
just
hear
want to
you.
make sure that you could hear me because I couldn't see the input. Okay, perfect.
No, you're good. You're definitely clear, loud there, and so we got you in here. I like the watch there. Ooh, I saw that.
Oh, this is my hair tie. This is the watch.
Oh no, there you go. There you go. There's the watch. I see it. All right, what's going on, guys? How we doing? Of course, market's kind of a little bit of a climb here. What do you guys think is this climb here in at least the recent, let's say since 9 a.m. We're getting a little bit of a drift back up here. It's not Nvidia. I talked about it. Could be Google and Microsoft that's getting the lift as I take a look at the big boys. But what are you guys seeing out here?
Stocks going up. Market makers really won again on that Nvidia news, eh? We've been saying this. If you look at the last 5 or 6 earnings reports, well inside the market maker move. So
Yeah,
they're expecting. I think TAC was saying $12 was the expected move, and it's moved like 0. So a lot of option sellers made a ton of money last night. Everyone who bought options just got wiped out.
Yeah, that's the option game, right? Especially going into earnings majority of the times. Yeah, you can win sometimes, but a lot of the times it's the riders that win on earnings.
Yeah, and we talk about it all the time. It's a very known strategy, right? Is that you're basically selling insurance to other people. You sell the option earnings, the volatility gets crushed, and then you can look at the back test of doing it, and what you see is an insanely smooth equity curve most times. And then every now and then you get clapped. So you got to think of yourself like an insurance company if you're going to play that game, right? You are selling the insurance. Most of the time, the house doesn't burn down. Every now and then, the house burns down, and you gotta pay out. Over the long run, if you keep it small, it ends up being a great strategy.
It's something to think about also in the long term, right? How can you adjust this, and it's option strategies. So you got to learn elsewhere. No options here. But we'll talk a little bit about the market action. Of course, Nvidia's report coming in. I don't think there was anything surprising on that report. That's one thing that I will note. I did dive deep, even into the tinfoil hats out there on Twitter. So something that I do sometimes is instead of taking my bearish thesis, I'll look for the bearish thesis out there, right? And then I'll just try to poke holes in it, right? And take a look to see if what they're pointing at even makes sense, right? It could even be a real argument. So the argument that I brought in here, and I brought it up on Twitter, it's pretty much looking into their inventory on hand, because their inventory has doubled on hand But then you think about it, their cost of goods has also risen in a significant amount. 91% has their cost of risen. And so this is where I think what's holding back the business is now the input costs to make these chips are just so much more expensive than they were, let's say 3 or 4 years ago, right? And so I think this is what's really kind of holding back Nvidia today. If you're wondering why it's not just on takeoff mode, it's a lot of this outlook that the concentration of revenue is data center. It's 91%, but it's mainly 3 customers. And it's mainly a focus on the cost of goods now at being at 91%. So they're losing margins a lot on these chips as these cost of goods keep going higher.
Well, I just look at it as there's nothing Nvidia can do to surprise anyone at this point. We've talked about this before, right? As soon as you're the biggest stock in the market, you have every company in the world has like a team of analysts just watching your every move. You know, they know exactly what is going on, and they know when this guy goes to the bathroom. They know the meetings he has. They track his plane. They're following him. And the same thing happened with Apple, right? In the beginning, you know, they would come out with new and surprising products, but now they come out with like the iPhone 20 or whatever it is now, and they already know what the iPhone 21 is going to be because they have just spies all throughout the whole supply chain. So it's going to be the same thing with Nvidia. There's just nothing they can do to really shock people, and the fact that they decide to report after all of their customers. So all of their customers have told us what they're going to give them for money. So it doesn't really shock anyone. So I think this is one of those things with Nvidia. People just want it out of the way for the 1% chance that something bad has occurred. You know, they're just like, hey, I want it out of the way. And
I mean, I did the
now that
same
the
thing
reg-
yesterday. I went to 0 positions because I just didn't want to have the worry of, well, what if it's a bad report, right?
Well, and yeah, the 1% the dude, like, I don't know, has a heart attack on stage or like something crazy happens that
You just
you
don't
don't
know,
expect,
right?
right?
You just don't know, right?
Exactly.
And especially with the software names also reporting, that's what also gave me the fear, right? Don't want to be caught in a huge market downturn after hours and then not even know about it, right? Because that's how you really get wrecked. No stops in after hours. So if you're not paying attention, that's how you can get destroyed, right? And I think that's the one thing that I always try to remind myself in swing trading. Our job is to take opportunities, but also not to put ourselves at like takedown risk, right? There's no need for any trade at any point in time to be more takedown risk, right? You can always get out. You can always be in cash, which is a position. I think sometimes people forget about that, right? Like it's actually a position to just not be in the market, right? So I think today's a big day. I don't know about how you guys are feeling, but I think it's a big, massive day to see what happens with these software names and what happens with mega cap tech, right? Will we see a liftoff in that area? Will we see rotation go back to the big boys? Or will it just stay with value? Because yesterday defenses got hit a little bit, like the staples started pulling back a little bit. And I don't think that was rotation like completely started, but definitely traders taking bets, right? And so I think traders took bets yesterday. They took a lot of bets in software. They took a lot of bets in some mega cap tech because they were thinking Nvidia might rip higher. And then all of a sudden Google and Microsoft are to the moon. Well, this is what we got to be watching today. I think it's going to be a big tell to see what trends emerge today in the markets.
Yeah. Right. I just wonder what the next catalyst is, right? There's no FOMC event. There's no earnings we care about anymore, right? There's just really, we're kind of in this boring, you know, nothing's going on. So I just wonder if there's going to be, like, we almost are waiting for a tweet from Trump at this point, which is hilarious
That's
to me.
exactly what we're doing. We're waiting on Iran comments now that the State of the Union is done. That's what I think is going to happen. And I think it's just a matter of time now that we're through the State of the Union where we could hear that expands. That's another reason why I'm looking at drone stocks and was trying to grab them yesterday.
Don't they have the meeting in Germany to talk about nuclear partnership today? I think today and tomorrow are going to be huge with Trump because it's going to be the make it or break it of whether or not the US is going to be able to make a deal. And if they don't, then we could see a bigger move in the market. Right now, with all my inverse indicators and the big money moves of the market, seeing that, hey, we're green again, right? I did get red signals before on Monday. Now it's full on green. Let's go ahead. Now that we had Nvidia report, we're seeing that the dollar is stronger. The commodities are starting to drop a little bit, which should help Nvidia's cost of production. But right now, I think that is the big thing. March 17th and 18th are going to be the FOMC meeting. So we've got a good 2.5 weeks before we really have any major catalyst besides the regular numbers that we have coming out. So it can be an extreme if there's a big news story, but other than that, I think, Michael, you're correct that we're just waiting for the news story catalyst that might be the global projection of the market move. Otherwise, right now, showing bullish until FOMC.
Yeah, I think one thing not to forget is that Trump gave the deadline, right? I think that's so a lot of people are just, they're not even thinking about that he gave this. He gave you 10 or 15 days max to reach nuclear agreement. We're already, and this was given on February 16th or 19th. So we're already starting to approach kind of that 10-day spot, and then we got to continue to watch that as we develop, right? Going into next week, that 15 days would be up. So I think you got to stay on high alert and be careful to see what happens there, right? It tells me more and more. Maybe I want to take bets on defensive names going higher, but who knows? Maybe a peace deal comes in and then those names get wrecked, right? It's very binary now to see what happens in that situation. Also, maybe oil gets affected a little bit if there isn't a battle there. But I think overall oil still at a higher spot there. Maybe it comes down a little bit there, but bets to be had. And I think that's something that you guys can take a look at. That's the major catalyst that can definitely come and drive the market.
For
Yeah,
sure.
and right, all this just points to the fact that, we're range bound and traders have been making money inside this range. And
Oh yeah.
you generally need some sort of kind of catalyst when you have an established range like that to move you outside the range. Because, for 6 months now, if, I buy every dip and then a couple days later I sell it and I've been making a ton of money doing that, I need something to really prove to me that has now changed. So that's what I think we need to see some catalyst knock us out of this range, and then we hold here for a couple days. And the people who've been buying dips and selling rips go, oh man, no, it's actually going this time. Then that creates a little bit of a FOMO to catch up or whatever. But when the market's doing this, no one's feeling any FOMO, because if you had just turned off your computer in November and took a really long nap and came back right now, if you're looking at the major indices, nothing happened. Now, under the hood, most stocks are going up. We've talked about this like ad nauseum, right? The advanced decline line's been pointing straight up. The average large cap stocks like right at all-time highs. But, for the thing that everybody watches and gets covered on the news, we need it to like something to kick it in the ass at this point, just to get it moving, and then number go up. We'll start number to go up. And to me, I'm kind of looking at Bitcoin, right? It had an insane move yesterday. This is Ethereum, but same thing, right? Huge bounce off of these lows and didn't really give any of it back. If we stick the landing here, that could be kind of an early warning sign of maybe animal spirits starting to wake back up, right? Ethereum, February is normally a really bad month, and I think March is like the best month ever for some of these in terms of like actual performance. Now you only have a couple of years of data, so it's not that significant. But if we can get out of this range and we can start really getting going here, that to me starts to get interesting. That could kind of wake up a lot of the other, the junkier names that people have fun trading, and then maybe from there the animal spirits kind of switch back on.
Yeah, I'm also seeing on the crypto space that they did reposition all of their bigger money levels. And pretty much we are above them on everything that I track except for Bitcoin. Bitcoin is at 68,153 is what I'm showing for the Bitcoin big money level. And so we still have to sort of creep back up above. But for overall, seeing that we are up above the bigger money levels on Ethereum, XRP, XLM, Doge, Solana, and Zcash. So those are the ones that I track every day. And Bitcoin is the only laggard right now, which to me could mean that they are simply positioning. Because the longer they go sideways, the bigger the move. We're up above on Coinbase, MicroStrategy. We're hanging out there testing it. IBIT, we are up above as well. So starting to see the positive correlation between the move of the big money on the crypto stocks in relation to the crypto. So that could be a bigger move in positioning. UUP, let's see if we have any big moves there. Right now, that is up above us just barely at 27.09. So just 2 cents, really not that much. But we might see a bigger move on the dollar and a move in crypto as well and commodities.
Yeah, just to kind of support your conversation there, Michael, I did pull this chart up from TradingView. It gives you kind of more of the actual percentages for those March ones, right? And so you can see it there, up 4 times, down once in the last since 2021. But we'll see what happens, right? The first 2 months this year, not really coexisting with the seasonality, right? If anything, going against seasonality on those first 2 months.
Yeah, and in crypto, but the stock, and I'll continue to kind of come back to this throughout the year, because in stocks, we were talking about this in December, in midterm year. Midterm years are generally weak to choppy until we get very close to the midterms, where the market kind of has a good general idea of what's going to happen. And for politics people, it doesn't matter who it is. It's just as soon as they know it, we rip them.
And why can this be, right? It could be because there are shifts in fiscal policy, right? This is why I talk about, you got to understand fiscal policy and monetary policy. And a lot of times when you're going into these midterms, what happens is there's an adjustment of fiscal policy. And if you don't know what fiscal policy is going to be, how do you make bets on it, right? Not really can't make bets if you don't know where it's heading.
One of the big arguments that I heard too is that it's essentially dealing with increased mudslinging. So, you're going to get all of the dirt dug up on all of the political people around this time. So you get the most amount of, this guy's going to run, I don't know, California or some state or whatever. And then all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of dirt that they've had for years on them that comes out sometime. And then you also get a lot of promises, and you get a lot of people saying, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And so you get just so much ignoring and so much, just noise out there that it confuses the market. And the market likes, just some relative stability and certainty. So as soon as they go, okay, just like we talked about, right? We don't care what Nvidia's earnings are. We just want them out of the way. And it's kind of the same thing. They don't care who wins. They just want to know, okay, this is going to be the outcome of the election, and this is what's going to happen, and everyone's going to, this is what we can kind of place our bets, and we can expect to have, this sector go up and that sector go down. So I know where now to allocate my money, and then I can just kind of, ignore everything else and get back to work. And as soon as we get there, that's when I think things start to smooth out. And I'll be interested to see if that starts to speed up more and more, knowing that these prediction markets are so amazing at predicting these election results, like way more than any poll that ever existed out there. If people start to feel way more confident that, okay, we know what the future is going to look like now that we have these prediction markets, if things settle down and start to rally a little bit earlier than they're used to, that would be interesting.
I'm also checking out, we have a lot of those quantum stocks, qubits. We also have Rigetti that also had recently reported earnings. We have Joby Aviation. Those are looking like we've got a couple that are starting to curl up after the massive beating that they've had over the past quarter and getting ready to potentially to pop. So definitely watching those names as well today on the open to see if they are able to hold the moves to the upside or if they're just going to get pummeled. Silver's
IonQ said for earnings here.
Sorry?
Yeah, I think this is getting sparked by the IonQ earnings, which I have up here. they've been buying this thing. This is last night into this morning. They've just been buying it up.
And also, silver doing pretty much what I thought it would. Ran up yesterday into the delivery day. Didn't anticipate the halt. Was interesting to watch that while I was on the plane. And then seeing that it's starting to pull back today. We're going into the March contract. A lot of the hedging game, it seemed yesterday in hearing about the halt, I was on the plane, it seemed very reminiscent of the GameStop, let's turn off the buy button, right? It hit a major resistance area of bigger money on the contracts for the silver futures as well as on SLV, and they just halted it. So it seems like they were trying to prevent margin calls for the banks that were short on their contracts. So I think it should be very interesting to watch silver going forward. But it did pretty much exactly what it's been doing the past 3 contracts of a short squeeze the Wednesday before the Thursday delivery, transfer over, a little bit of a pullback. It's like that's the playbook right now on silver, is a run up into contract transitioning with people calling their contracts and rolling them and just, margin calls.
I just thought that this is Nautilus Research. They do great charts, and this is, I've talked about this as well. Showed this where we've seen this in silver before. So these are all the other kind of parabolic spikes that broke, and then zooms into kind of what happens after that, and it's this bounce back up into the crash and then roll back over, and it did that in both of the other times. So it looks like it's, following the same kind of framework here. And the beauty of things like this that have existed forever is you have so much history, right? It's not like silver is like this new crazy thing that we just discovered. These charts are going back to 1979, and you can just see the same playbook over again as a parabolic run-up, a bounce that fails after that, and then continuation and more normalization. So this is why I'm still kind of leaning to the short side of that, just because it's only 2, but this happened twice before, and the chart is starting to look very, very similar to what we're seeing here, which would just, if it follows through, would be this bounce into the crash, and then a second leg down after that, and then whatever it's going to do after that, I don't care. I'll be
Dead cats bouncing, man. Those dead cats, dude. Watch out.
I'm not sure about it this time because they have changed. There's so many industrials that are using it. It's being consumed more than it ever was in the past. They have changed the margin requirements. Shanghai is no longer allowing future contract hedging against shorter term selling. So I think that this could be different because of those changes that were not there in the past.
We will have to find out, and I think a lot of that will be also the effects on the U.S. dollar to see what happens there. I think you keep your eyes to see how the dollar kind of plays out also.
Right, and the main thing I always remember, I used to trade with this guy who was just a really, really pro commodity trader, and he always just used to quote, the solution for higher prices is higher prices, and the solution for lower prices, lower prices. Price goes up enough, it's going to incentivize companies just to pull more of it out of the ground, and then the price is normalized. And the price goes down enough, then companies aren't incentivized to pull it out of the ground. And that's what makes the rare earths a little bit different. Silver, they can find silver in the ground. They just have to look hard enough. Rare earths become a little bit more different because they're rarer in nature. So I think that's the catalyst. If you're really looking for news catalysts in silver, it's just that, right? Big companies, if they discover new mines or something like that, that's going to be your supply, because it's simply a supply and demand equation, right? If we can yank more out of the ground, the price goes down. If they can't yank more out of the ground, then kind of the price goes up.
And we will see what happens there. I think it's really interesting when you overlay, like, let's say the SLV over or the UUP, and then overlay the SLV, and you'll see it's the same pattern just flipped.
Yep.
It's literally the same
Inverse
pattern
indicator.
just flipped, right? And so it tells us more and more, yeah, the relationship is playing, right? And so I think that we'll see what happens with that relationships. Another big reason why I think the metals and minerals got started Those trades were starting to get a nice little lift. I sold LAC on the rip yesterday, but USAR starting to get a little bit of a bounce, and they think that is a sign to see if silver can hold on also, right? In the same metals, materials, we need to keep watching that. Aluminum, big pop yesterday, right? I sold the rip. Now I'll look to see if in the next 2 days I can buy the dip, right? Same thing in copper. A lot of people talking about Dr. Copper or CopX, right? And so copper going higher. And I played both of these this week. Played FCX early in the week on Monday, sold it into Tuesday. Tuesday played some aluminum, and then sold it into Wednesday, right? So then now today we kind of just watch to see if any of these trends can actually hold, right? So I think today's a telling day. And of course we can talk IGV because I think that's where the real focus should be, guys, because if you want to shore up the market, you need to shore up IGV first. So I think that's what you kind of keep an eye out to see what happens today. Big tell will be Salesforce. Can it get back through the earnings spike? It is doing it right now as we speak, and that's what you need to be watching, right? Look how CRM is ripping right now. Right as we speak, it is ripping towards the upside and rip, right? Like when you're getting $4, $5, $6 pushing and your earnings move was like it's moving more right now on the earnings than it was on the earnings last night, right? So
well, they announced, I don't know if it was with the earnings or if it was this morning, they're going to buy back like 30% of their float. It was
that was on the
buyback.
earnings. The
Just
earnings
nuts.
had been already announced. That was already a given. So it's not nothing new news here. That's not why the stock's ripping right now. The stock's ripping right now because they're trying to shore up the investors' concerns. Did
Because
they
the big
get
money's
that
at 185.50.
right? So one thing I would tell you guys is that I pulled from their earnings report. They brought in a new term that we all need to start focusing on. You know me, I always focus on the details. The details is what matters. It's not about all the fluff they give you in the numbers either. The numbers were just kind of their way of securing. They didn't do what Workday did and said, oh, I personally don't think that this is going to go down. No, they did a lot better than that, at least. They gave numbers, and then they gave this new term, which I think everyone needs to focus on, which is energetic work units, it's AWU, right? It's a new metric they're trying to bring into play. Why are they trying to do this? They're trying to show you that they're shifting the business model, that it's no longer about tokens, that it's about completed work, this energetic work units. And so they're trying to shift the business model. And what did I tell you guys that it was the major focus to look at? Was adjustments in the business model. That's what they told us yesterday. The question is today, and we're going to get the answer real quick to see if the market bought that shift, right? If they shored up the investors' concerns.
Yeah, so we can watch this right off the open. Right, we have RSP gapping up. So your average large cap stock is if it closed here, it'd be an all-time closing highs, but average stock quite near an all-time high. SPY is literally unchanged. But if you look at it, in kind of the overnight hours, it actually had a pretty decent kind of pullback, about 0.5%, but pretty much just flat here. So down 0.07%. IWM flat as well. A little bit of a sell here off the open, but most stocks here doing kind of absolutely nothing. So just stay tuned.
One of my billionaire friends out there put up a tweet here, and I think was interesting. Matt Higgins says that AI destroys all software companies, but you know what AI can't have? Can't have my banana pudding. It can't have my cup of coffee. It can't have my chicken sandwich. Going with rotation back to food and beverage. That came from a pretty prominent money. Let's just say that much. And I always listen to what Matt Higgins says. Why? He's talking to all the smart people, the real smart people. Not us here that don't get paid millions to talk. But yeah, he talks to all those guys out there that are in the know. So packaged foods on the radar today, and what's driving the boat in defensive? Right there, right? Like there's a reason why I know him, and I focus on a lot of the things he says. And he's a software kind of genius. Like he's huge into technology. There's one guy I'll trust that tells me that AI is disrupting it. Yeah, it's Matt Higgins.
Well, that's, you know, that's what we've been talking about the whole time is that, right, you're looking for hard things, right? Jim Rogers always said if you drop it on your foot and it hurts, it's, you know, that's the stuff that's doing just fine. If you're not going to wake up the next morning and Claude has done it for you, then that's where people are putting their money right now. And I think it's encouraging that people are, when they're selling software, they're not going to cash. They're rotating that into other parts of the market. It means they're feeling overall really good about the market as a whole, because if people are feeling bad about the market when a negative event happens, they go to cash. And in this case, instead of going to cash, they just went somewhere else. And, you know, that's kind of what creates bull markets out there.
Target ripping right out the gates here. I talked about that was one of my top watches. It's pushing right out the gates. All the discount stores up. Just tells me more and more. Guess what? Value is it, guys. I don't care what anyone tells me. Value is it. Forget tech. Throw it all in the trash. If it's on the table, throw it out.
All right, you can't. You're not gonna wake up tomorrow and they say, "Oh, Claude AI has created a target." Right? It's physical locations.
Throw it out.
Right? Physical movements, all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, you just can't. You can't replace that.
When Krispy Kreme donuts is ripping to the upside.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I forgot. I got to go get some.
Oh, yeah. You got them right close by. There's a ton of them right near you, Jane. Order up. And if you go online and you haven't had an account with them before, I think you can get a free dozen.
Ooh, I need to do that.
I always get their discounts too. Whenever they want to send me, they're like buy one get one free. Oh yeah, I'll go get one.
Nice rip there in software. Nice gap up. It's holding the gap pretty well.
Food distribution doing well. Unify is a name I'll give you there, and also SYY, Cisco Corp.
My financials are just awesome. This has been a great, you know, we talked about this on what, Monday or whatever this day was, that on this
SMR
close
alert.
of this day,
SMR alert.
Yep.
I bought a bunch from the financial space, and that's been just an amazing trade here. So financials continuing 3 days, huge kind of gap up in the world. How's my HIMS doing too? It's holding on there.
B-Fly is a small name that's getting the rip, guys. That's a name that I actually brought up to Michael a couple months back when this thing was at like $1. It's now trading in the 4s. B-Fly. This was a medical device company that I brought up to Michael when he was kind of digging deep into Owlet.
Yeah, I think it was, we were looking for it to break this base right here around like 250 or so.
Yep. And it's been a nice little fly. SYY, I'm trying to grab here on the pullback. It's just ripping towards the upside, so I'm looking for some pullback in there. I'm also watching SMR today and CEG, those types of names, and see what happens in the utility space. They are pulling back.
Yeah, ICC.
That's why you sell it. That's why you sell the rip right now. In this market, it's sell the rip, buy the dips, and holding on is kind of hard. Target, though, I think is a really nice breakout today. I'm just missing it.
God bless you.
And credit card companies are doing great here. AXP, Visa, they're just kind of bouncing with the whole financial sector and actually showing some relative strength versus financials. So,
financials now leading the upside action. You're getting this is an interesting one to see. Michael, I don't see this industry lead often in financials. Financial data and stock exchange.
Well, yeah, they were just killed for, I think, no reason. What's the Schwab stickers?
SCHW.
Yeah. Look at this Schwab chart. It was just, I bought a little bit of this because this was just dumb. Because because Schwab was classified with software, because they have this, they were like, oh no, you're not going to need Charles Schwab anymore. And so I think I was somewhere on this day, I bought some just saying this is just stupid. And it was very much a baby out with the bathwater scenario there. They're saying, oh, well, people might not use Thinkorswim anymore. It's like, yeah, but what are they going to do? Like fill their own trades? So,
yeah, they have to go through a broker.
You still need a broker. So these got absolutely woodshedded for seemingly no reason at all. So we're getting a pretty good bounce back there. I think I think we're getting to the point where the market's like leaving panic mode in software a little bit, and cooler heads are starting to say, well, what do we buy? Right? Some of this stuff is deservingly getting smoked, and some of this stuff isn't, right? Yeah, and Tax says it there, IAI. So this is the broker dealer, and it was absolutely just getting killed with software for some reason. So I think some people just said, well, that's dumb. Let's just buy some here, and when the market kind of figures that out, that's how you get these reversions. But IAI is a great ETF for all these broker dealers. And the chart looks great. You know, you had this little breakout, you came back into the base, and now it looks like you're breaking back out again.
All right, we'll see what leads the action today. Right now, leading the action on the upside, you got financial services, defensives, and cyclicals, followed by real estate, industrials, communication. What's in the red? Technology, energy, basic materials, healthcare. So it doesn't make me feel too confident about that tech in the red. What's leading the downside? The same thing that led the upside yesterday, which was solar right out the gates there, and the semiconductors on the down now and starting to get hit there. So AMD in the red. Nvidia in the red. There it is. There's your Nvidia right down to 190. Not a good sign, I think, for tech, but hey, to each his own. If you guys want to keep playing that game, I'm staying away from software right now. I feel like this is as good of a trap can be right out the gates.
So I'm short you, whatever you is, just YOU.
Software.
No,
No,
not
the
literally
full-
letter U, but
the
word
word.
U.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
That was
it's
fun. That was fun. Don't worry, Jane. I thought the same thing. I was like, oh, so you're shorting Unity.
Clear Secure. Clear Secure is the like the TSA pre-check. Clear is the one that people have to pay to travel. So
Okay.
if 89 million in the float, definitely had a crazy run off of earnings, and yeah, that's what it is.
One of these
I'm
days where
in some CRM and Joby Aviation here off of the bounce off of 1038 for Joby Aviation and in at 195 for CRM. Like the potential opportunity for CRM to move up to 199.21 there.
with Celsius doing so good, you can maybe look to see if PepsiCo can get the nice little lift off. Why? Because of course Celsius is being distributed by Pepsi. So if Celsius is doing good, that means the distribution for Pepsi by, for Celsius is doing well too, right? So a nice kind of backing for Pepsi today. We'll watch that.
So Pentagon demands full control of Anthropic's AI. Full unlimited. That's the Defense Secretary Pete something warned the company
What?
would lose.
Isn't it
Pentagon
Besant?
caught or be labeled a supply chain risk if it refuses to offer full and unrelenting control of its AI for defense. So they're
What
saying
is this?
Where
Apple,
are you getting
Amazon
this headline?
breached
Walter
2023
Bloomberg.
antitrust order.
Oh, Bloomberg.
Pentagon issued best and final offer to Anthropic seeking unrestricted military use of AIs ahead of Friday deadline. That's good. No one watched Terminator? No one? None of us? just me? Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't make me feel too confident.
Well, because there's been a back and forth with them for a couple of days where the CEO is basically saying, well, you need, right? There's that famous example in the Cold War with Russia where, there was this guy who, there was a glitch in their systems and he was supposed to hit the button to have Russia nuke the US and then decided against it, and it kind of saved the whole world. And now they're just saying, yeah, let's get rid of that guy and let's just do it entirely with AI that doesn't know how to add sometimes and just like makes
That
up
sounds like
stuff
safety.
randomly. So that's what they want now. I guess that's what the Trump admin's after, and they're trying to push back. But it seems like one of those that if Anthropic's not going to do it, you'll get one of them. Musk will do it. Musk will say, here you go. Have fun.
All right, SPY heading straight down out the open here. Wash out right back to the support. We'll see if it's able to hold 691, but definitely a fade right out the gates and pretty significant here. The only thing kind of holding up is financials. Even the defensive move is slightly higher, but pulling back quickly. So I'd be watching to see what happens if financials can stay strong, because if not, then we're really starting to leak down here. We'll see what happens in tech, see if there's some type of rally there.
Yeah, so just watching the SPYs, just, you know, again, it's if Nvidia just gives that up entirely, again, my fear isn't that the market's going to tank. My fear is that we are just back inside this range, this unrelenting range that seems to exist forever. But so far we're holding yesterday's low, and then if you look at the RSP, the average large cap stock, well, that pinged a new all-time high. So we're just seeing more of the same, where people just they want what they want, which is tapestry, like footwear. Look at this chart,
Crocs. They
TPR,
want Crocs.
TPR. This chart looks
The
amazing.
value trade continues. It's called the Halo trade. If you guys don't know the name of it yet.
We don't have this broke out today, and as I'm just on my screener here, just ripping from here, and it's just more of the same, right? Get out of the large cap tech stock isn't the move, but what is the move is just kind of more of everything else.
How else did
Joby here. Coming up to test the 1078 zone, 1079. Looks like it's got some legs above that. If it can get back up, maybe up to 11.
This retail chart's interesting.
Yeah,
XRT up 2% today.
The most beaten down one is really kind of getting a little lift there. I saw a mention in the chat. It is getting a little lift there. I just can't trade things that are just atrocious. But if you guys like it and the price action tells you you want it, take it. Take it for the ride.
See, I've never found a strategy that worked for me day one after a gap down. I just haven't. Not saying there isn't one, but I just haven't found one. It's usually there's so many emotions. There's way more emotions in a gap down than a gap up, because there's, you know, people are losing a ton of money. Now, if this thing like closes the gap and closes green or something today, that to me is interesting for a potential swing, right? If by the close we're in, you know, the 2450 area, that to me gets interesting. And same idea of why I took HIMS, right? Is because it had bad earnings, and I was talking about this the whole way down. Is give me some event that was bad, and the market shrugged off the news. So when it had bad earnings and it really sold off there off the open, and when it closed positive on the day and closed above the prior day's low anyway, that's where I bought some. So I bought some at 1544. I think I bought HIMZ instead, just because I'm a mega degen. Yeah, I think I need to check, but I'm pretty sure I got this one. And then the idea is, I'm not thinking that this is going back to what, $52 a share.
Take down an SMH today, guys. I feel like no one's paying attention to what's going on right now. SMH is just getting wrecked.
Good. Don't pay attention to it. Pay attention to the stuff going up. That's the beauty of trading, is that as soon as you're a broken stock or a broken sector, you're dead to me. If I can't make money off you, I don't care what you do. Just
there's plenty of more opportunities.
Yeah, that's just that holds the biggest names, right? So it will start to affect things. D-Nut getting the lift above $4 there. You guys, you're seeing the value names continue rip. I'm seeing rotation go away from tech right now. So unless this turns on the nail, I know that everyone's like watching software and thinking, oh, but software's bouncing, tech is coming strong. No, it's actually the opposite. Right now, the big boys are dropping fast. And I'm starting to see names like Micron dropping fast. The AVGO down fast. TSM down fast. Nvidia down fast. So
was there a news catalyst? Nvidia earnings?
This to me is just clear of the memory trade starting to fall off. Look at Micron. I'm still watching SNDK. I'm not trying to front run this, but I still think at some point we might get like a disaster day in SNDK where it's down, 100 points, 200 points or something like that. And that's really where you start to break the euphoria in those plays, right? Those plays.
Did you guys talk about Bury with SNDK yesterday? No, Citadel.
Wrong about
It took a large position in SNDK. Short.
Oh, fade it. Those guys, man, I love how people think that they're like the boogeyman that control the market, and then they posted their returns last year, and it was 4.5%. That was their 2025 returns. You would have made more money putting your money into a savings account than investing it with Citadel. And people are like, these are the guys, they control the market. I'm like, well, couldn't they do something? Like, if you can control the market, do you think you'd be making more money than I'm just gonna put my money into a checking account and just let it rip? So if they're short this thing with anything, that's just more interesting to me than anything else, because fade those guys. Looking here, I'm glad that, you know, even with Nvidia dropping, the market doesn't care, right? RSP is still holding up pretty okay. IWM is flat on the day. Even the SPY that has like Nvidia is like 7% or something of, is still above yesterday's low, only down 0.25%. And then we have financials just ripping. Like, this is just an insane opening range candle for financials. I don't know why biotechs are getting smoked that much, but biotech's down 1.75%.
People out here is starting to say that Perplexity Finance is starting to take money away from Bloomberg.
Yeah, okay.
That would be that would be a crazy thing there. I know Michael would jump on that one.
I saw the videos. I started looking at it, but you need Perplexity Max, and I'm already buying Claude Max. I'm not going to buy, you know, $300 a month is my limit for AI stuff. I'm not going to go deeper than that, but
Yeah, this is why it might make sense to raise money to build on AI, right? I know that you are pushing really hard the limits, Michael. I think that's why you're seeing a lot of people raising money to try to build, right? Not a bad way to think about it, especially for here in the United States, where you can get a lot of, let's say, write-offs the first year, right? Especially in the Trump administration. There's going to be a lot of businesses that open up based on this and start to try to use AI to create new businesses. This is why I think there's still jobs that are going to be created. It's new jobs that are going to be created in a different way, right? So just keep looking out there, guys. We'll see what happens in the market today. Definitely a mixed noise open here, I think. I'm not even loading into value names. You guys see me looking at value names, but not loading, right? Because I'm waiting for the first hour of the day to play out here. Is it really going to be a rotation away from mega cap tech? That's what I'm seeing right out the gates. That could mean big moves in value names. But the interesting part is we're still seeing some value down today, right? So I'm looking to see how much of a takeoff we get.
Apple here holding up really well. They put out, I'm just seeing some announcement of
It's a value name, right?
a new product coming out Monday or something. New laptop. So great. It's
I like your analogy too of Apple, of Nvidia turning into the Apple. I remember when it was like Apple and Tesla were the two names that everybody was trading, and so everybody was on it every day.
Yeah.
And then it turned into Nvidia, and then it's like they have their heyday, and then people move forward into the next one.
Yeah, well, once something's just so heavily covered, there's no informational edge over there. It's why a lot of people who trade news and information and stuff like that, they do so in small caps, is because you know, you take a tiny company and Goldman Sachs, you know, a $500 million company. Goldman Sachs doesn't have enough. There's not enough there for Goldman Sachs to make any money off of. So they're just ignore that company entirely because they can't invest that much in it. So, yeah.
I didn't see this until right now.
What do you say?
What is this?
Sandusk is ready to roll. This came out yesterday.
I mean, roll over? Or does that mean roll higher?
Well, it's Jim Cramer. You know what that means. The kiss of death is on. The kiss of death is on, man. That makes me want to go short SNDK like right now. Like, it's just falling right now, and I'm just like, what am I doing not getting after this? Wow. That makes me a little bit more excited about that trade. Yeah, I'm gonna look at it for sure. It's just a little too far gone, right? So the best thing is to always try to get closer to the resistance. I don't like shorting off of breakdowns, right? It's like longing off of the high.
Yeah, you like the top curl.
I like to short into the strength. I like to short into the green bars, right? Not short into the red bars, right? Just because I always try to look to see, can I risk on a point that we haven't touched in the intraday action, right? Somewhere where they haven't even brought the stock to. If I can risk off of that area, I'm doing it right? I'm being a bear, right? And that's the key. I don't want to be the pig shorting right here in the middle of the action of the range. When I do this, the only thing that happens is it goes down 10 points and then it comes back up 15 and stops me out, right? So I'll wait for it here, but I think this is really starting to be the decline that I think is the most important stock to look at today. You guys know how I call it sometimes, man. I think this is important to take a look at. Your software names are trying to show you the opposite, right? So if you look at Shopify, and I'll put shop on the right-hand side. So look at the opposite action, right? So big green bar, big down red bar. You need this big red side and memory to slow down and for some type of bounce to happen in the tech, big tech, if you want tech to ride up, right?
Yeah, you need that if you want the indices to ride up, right? And that's the thing to keep in mind. If you're okay with just buying the leader and selling the laggard, this has been the move, right? Who cares for... most people, it sucks because most people buy the S&P 500. For us, we shouldn't really give too much of a crap about what the S&P 500 does unless everything's correlated with it. And right now, there's nothing correlated with the SPY. So have at it, kind of make hay while the sun shines. Circle, they're talking about. Yeah, that's another.
Ripping. It stayed the hell away from crypto, but.
Yeah, Circle's been doing great. Nice. It's up like 6-7% here. A huge pop yesterday off of earnings, and it's holding that today, continuing. Yeah, up 5.5% there on Circle. So there are places all over the place that are ripping, and there's places that are selling off. And just find
I'm liking my 2 trades I'm in right now. Joby and CRM performing nicely so far.
Yeah, software has been doing amazing. IVG has been really, really strong today. So now we're back above, the panic lows where people were kind of shorting it into that move. That's interesting. So if those things are going to reverse, then it's like the panic, the thing that brought us down, that could go great. And software is going to be a larger component, I think, of the S&P 500 than SNDK and WDC.
Guessing or
I'm pretty sure. I can just look. But I'm pretty sure. SNDK and WDC.
What about ASML?
SPY weighting.
I have to say I traveled and I forgot my Wi-Fi mouse and it's bugging me.
Are you using your stuck trackpad the whole time?
Yeah, the trackpad.
Yeah, it's frustrating me.
that would frustrate the heck out of me.
Takes like 15 more seconds to do something.
I'm really not used to laptops, right? Like, so whenever I got to go anywhere, like I almost feel like I shouldn't trade because I just don't do well.
Okay, so SNDK is 0.16 SPY weight, and WDC is also 0.16. So together, if both of them went bankrupt today, the market would lose 0.3%. So yeah.
All right, I'm taking off 80% of the sales force here, up at 197. Where's my number? What do I want? Yes, taking off 80%, and I'll let the rest continue. On the buyback news, I really like that. I wanted 68, 197, 68.
You're seeing a little bit of a flippening in a lot of sectors, so mixed noise still. Mixed noise.
Yeah, so IGV is going to be around 28% of the S&P 500. So if all of software goes bankrupt, the SPY goes down 30%. If WDC, ASML, SNDK goes bankrupt, then the SPY loses less than 0.5%.
Yes, but it's also where the profits are lying, right? So I think that's one thing that we're not talking about there.
Yeah, I'm just saying market weighting wise, right? Because the market's going to just move based off the weighting of the securities that move, right? So overall market effect would be near zero. But obviously, if you're holding those names, that's going to be important. Yeah.
VIX spiking there, guys. That's another thing that I'm seeing out there. So
When I checked my inverse today earlier, UVIX was the only one that was green. We have VXX, hold on, that's on. UVXY and VXX that were red. UVIX was green. Gold was still showing green flags, and silver gave me a red. So I trimmed 80% of my silver position as well, looking to wait for that. After that ZSL split and seeing it go below, waiting on that one. We've got CRM coming up, likely going to test 200 here now.
Soft or healthcare is tanking, but yet UNH, like this, look at this candle on UNH this morning. This is nuts. So we have healthcare actually down today, and UNA opened and just ripped. So this was the State of the Union address, and from there UNH is up. How much here? From there, 8% rip in United Healthcare from the State of the Union address. So it must mean the only way that these guys are up, like same with MOH and OSCR, all these are having insane days. So it must be like Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, those guys that are kind of more biotech-y. Yeah, so Lilly is the anchor right now. 10% rip in UNH in 2 days is pretty wild. So that will be interesting because that's now up to the starting to break into the gap. So you gap fill nerds, our chart's not updating here. Right here. So it's right getting into the gap. So if this can kind of close and continue for those people who are gap fill people, I know you guys exist out there. Well, that would be kind of stage one of that. So keep an eye on that sector. But yeah, XLV as a whole is not really doing too much to down a little bit today.
all right, alert set there for me on IGV above 83s. If we start to hold above 83s, I'll start to shift a little bit of the thinking with software. But if we can't hold that 83, it could just be a rejection, and then we're coming back down 10 a.m., starting to get that reversal to start playing in. You see me no trades on in the day trade or the swing account. Big reason why. I don't feel there's any trend here that we can actually trust right now.
Had a beautiful trade on CRM.
Yeah.
Still moving.
Yeah, the software names just are continuing just to rip here. So that was a great trade in CRM. What are you looking at? Are you watching that top tick after earnings? What was that?
I was looking at that, but also the buyback news. And the big money before earnings was at 185.50, and from earnings was at 192.40. So I had confidence that big money's at my back, and they're not going to take this down lower, especially with the big buyback news. So just had confidence on a nice quick day trade before I go get my bib. Gonna actually head out here. Gonna go get my bib for the Disney 5K tomorrow morning at 3 a.m.
Good for you.
Why do they do that?
Because I was gonna say the market's open. The park is open. Their market for cha-ching is open at 7 a.m. So they have to get everybody there running and moving and in and out before
That
the
sounds
regular
pretty
market.
torturous. It was pretty torturous last year, I heard, when it was like 30 degrees
Yeah.
for it. But at least it won't be 30 degrees this time, Jane. You'll have a little bit
Hopefully no
warmer
rain. No
tonight.
rain.
Yeah, no, I think you're fine. I think Saturdays when we get rain over here, so you're fine right now.
See EOSE, look at this guy. $12 to $6, cut in half overnight on earnings.
Electronic component stock, I guess they really didn't like their earnings.
No, and yeah, so there's the earnings, and then it opened, and I probably Nvidia
VIX still
networking,
rising here,
so-
guys. VIX still rising. That's what's keeping me away from also just believing in that tech rally and that software is just turning things around because the VIX is shooting here. So we'll see what happens.
Smoke. I'm just looking. They have their conference calls going right now. So is NVAX.
That stock's been hot.
Yeah, that I was watching that just rip today. So whatever they're saying on, because they had earnings last night, but they have their call going on right now. So whatever they're saying in their conference call, people are digging.
It's already been making a really nice move. I've been seeing people loading this thing from a while back there. So they definitely been loading in this name. It's a momentum player. It has a tendency of when it comes into play, it makes big bars. You can see it also on January 21st, made a 20% run, $1.70 move. You're doing the same thing. You went back down to that support, you caught it, and now you're right back up. But this time you're on a $3 run, right? 35% there in MVAX. It's
Yeah,
definitely a
huge.
momentum player. It's a momentum player to like kind of note, especially for you guys that trade smaller cap names. I think especially if you're like a long and you're looking for names like that, you always look for names like this that are just a little bit better quality that can actually hold a run, right?
IonQ still strong from the open. This has been just getting bought up the entire time here.
Vic's still spiking out there, guys. That's what just keeps me on the sideline here. So I'm staying on the sideline.
IonQ, T-Doc having a real good day. Yeah, such a bifurcated market. T-Doc just ripping from the open here. Teladoc. That's an interesting kind of low base that it's breaking out of really strongly here on earnings. I'm just going through the top mentioned StockTwit names.
Yeah, it's a lot of their software kind of rips right back to the upside. The question is, will it be able to hold with the big boys kind of continuing to come down here? That's my question. I don't think I think at some point that trade can just turn around and these big green bars could just be kind of the biggest trap that was just set up there for you. Now, if you're trying to ride it and you're thinking that this is the opposite, then go for it, right? I mean, I can't blame you, but I just can't trust it right now, especially because really, there really wasn't much said yesterday that made things turn, right?
Well, I just look at it as like we're in this bifurcated market, so I got to trade it, right? I got to be buying the stuff that's working and selling the stuff that's not.
But is it really working? I mean, well, intraday, I think it is working. You could say intraday it is.
Well, and things like, my UNH buy and my HIMS buy, right? That's UNH is up now over 10% since the State of the Union, right? HIMS is continuing there as well. That's right. The market didn't need to go down for these to go down, so I don't think the market needs to go up for these to go up. And, as long as this lack of correlation remains, I'm just trying to shut out the market as much as I can. Just ignore it all entirely. Eventually, things will return into some sort of correlation, but until then, it's
You
just
see
not.
now financials are starting to pull back. The things that were leading are starting to pull back now. So
We've got UNH hit new highs. We've got HIMS holding up real strong here. XRT is holding up nicely, so our retail sector is still doing great. RSP up 0.3%. It's wild to see silver just kind of falling apart here, but gold up today, so we got a little bit of a split going on there. I got a trade here on Canva, a little dip buy here on, or not Canva, Kava. They do like
Mediterranean
stuff, don't they?
Chipotle.
Oh, well, there you go. I've never had Chipotle.
It's just like let's call it buffet. No, I wouldn't even say buffet style. Like you like kind of walk through the line, order what you want, and grab it and go kind of thing. But you're not really waiting for it. Everything's like already cooked. Everything's just like laid out there, and then they just give it to you, right? That kind of thing. That's the same thing you do in Chipotle, right? You walk in, you run through the line, and you get out. But Kava, the thing what I noticed was it was a very it was more expensive, higher premium, right? Kind of customer, and more of your health conscious customer in that Kava.
Nerds, health conscious nerds.
Yeah, it's definitely that type of store, Michael. Where it's like, oh, you don't go to Chipotle, dude. I go to Kava.
Yeah.
Dude, I just
Could not be bothered.
I just want meat, rice, and beans.
Yeah.
I don't need anything special. I don't need no quinoa or your couscous. But yeah, that's kind of the Kava move.
XLF, this is holding on crazy strong. like just right up near the top end of the range. So this might be a sector to keep an eye on. Just no give back here in financials at all. So maybe take a look, right? We've been talking about credit card companies doing big bounces, right? Visa, MasterCard.
The regional banks pulling back a significant amount. I would just say your credit services, I think, are the ones to watch here. Your Visa, your MasterCard. Those are the names that were really kind of the scare in financials, right? And then, of course, the private X, the asset management.
Yeah. The
That's where this you got to be like looking where the pockets of worry is in the money in the market. If you can just either stabilize them or raise them, that's how you get this market to come back, right? So
well, and I think that's what people are seeing often with the now that the IVG is bouncing, right? They're, I don't think anyone's crazy enough to think that software is going right back to where it was, but that crash looks to be over, so we can start to kind of take a deep breath there and say, okay, well, we can hold up now. And the rest of the market, as long as it doesn't crash with it, then fine. So yeah, Nvidia is down a bunch today, but it's down to like prices not seen since 2 days ago. So it's these things are just back inside this range. So if the stuff that has been strong can continue to be strong, and the stuff that's crashing is not going down, then if everything else that's range bound, Nvidia hasn't gone anywhere in 6 months. So if it doesn't go anywhere today either, I don't think that really matters that much.
we will see. I think it's all about getting through the first hour today. I think the first hour is just going to be a big trick of the market today. I think I'm trying to avoid doing anything early today. I think early is going to be the way to get trapped and chop later today.
We got 23 minutes in. Most markets are down. So if that's the trick, you mean we're ripping after that? And yeah, we got nothing for news today.
It's just like I think you're seeing the flipping, right? Where it was defensives leading the market at first, then you're seeing now cyclical and real estate up there with financials. The one area that hasn't turned from the top is finance, but all the other sectors have flip-flopped today. Like they're going up and down, up and down, up and down. So that tells me more and more. Chop. Wait for the clearing. Wait for the clearing. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people are front running every single move right now. This is the bottom. This is the bottom. This is the bottom. This is the bottom. I hate playing that game, guys. I don't need to play the bottom. I need to get the meat of the move. So if software is this is the bottom for software, I'll let it really play out, and then I can catch names on pullbacks versus trying to play the guesswork. Is this the bottom? I don't like to play guesswork. I want to actually see trends hold. Just like the industrials, the trends are going away from them right now in the action today. Don't want to be jumping into that either. Just want to wait until the trend comes back into play. Same thing for defensives. We got a warning sign yesterday. I want to be careful today in jumping into the open just buys, right? Like that's why I'm not long target right now. Even though the chart looks perfect, not just going to jump in it just because the chart. I also need to make sure that the trends are kind of confirming.
Yeah, this AEHL you guys are talking about, they're nuts. What Crow's talking about, ALBTT. Probably also another crazy dude. Yeah, this one's trying to dig in here after a huge move higher. Trying to dig in that $1, that all-important $1 area.
Mm-hmm. There you go, Talk. Ride that Visa, MasterCard wave right back up. Get that money, guys.
Yeah, I've been hanging out in financials, loving life here. My UNH buy as well. Yeah, Visa continuing to pop up. Again, I did FAS. The older I get, the more I just go right into the ETF, especially if there's a triple leverage one. Just make my life simpler. Let me just buy the FAS. And again, the close of this day right here, and that was 131-ish, and then just kind of letting that one ride.
What a day, man.
Financials hit 1.5% up, just broke out to new highs there. Now it's above this kind of flush out candle that it had where everyone was scared. So now we're above that. If we can hold above that candle, that's awesome. RSP, average large cap stock, still all-time closing highs if we closed right
Look at
here.
the Qs, man. This is interesting. This is interesting because
Yeah.
either we're
Well,
gonna about to just start seeing a quick move from everything that's up down, but it's really getting hit the SPY and the Qs, right?
but yeah, like we don't have to, you know. So like look at the Qs on the daily chart and then look at RSP. This break has been forever. The Qs have been selling off for ages. The average large cap stock's been hitting new all-time highs after all-time highs. Just because they were correlated doesn't, right? We don't need to think they always need to be correlated.
And Nvidia's down now 4%, man. I
Yeah.
just can't take
Let it
bets
go.
when I'm seeing those big companies go down like that. So personally, I can't take that type of a bet. And what am I seeing really dragging down? It's the semiconductor equipment stocks. Now you have ASML down almost 5%, LRCX 5%, AMAT 5%, KLAC 3%, TER 3%. We're talking the winners are starting to give up, right? And when winners give up, I don't go looking to dip by losers. I'm just gonna stay off on the sidelines. So that's what I
Yeah,
see.
I just don't classify Nvidia as a winner because it hasn't gone anywhere in 6 months. So it's like, right?
It's
It's
not,
if
it's
it's a winner.
ASML, the semiconductor equipment stocks and the memory trade that I would say is your winner is starting to turn. Now, what I would say with Nvidia, of course, and that's now your outlook for the AI space, right? And if we're worried about CapEx spend, I think it's important to take a look at these names, right? So I think
Yeah,
if
I just right
Microsoft goes red, that's going to be a big sign, right?
the
That's
whole
your
AI
software
thing,
name.
right? There hasn't been an advancer in the AI space since like November. And then the average stock just continues to crack. I think today I was just
Well,
looking.
are you talking AI tech or AI infrastructure? Because that's where the money's at, right? It's AI infrastructure. It hasn't gone away from the
Well,
AI trade.
I just mean like the holdings. Like so Microsoft, right, is in like a 20 something percent drawdown. Meta's getting killed. The Mag 7s have just been destroyed. And then every day for like almost every day for the last couple months, the average stock just quietly makes a new all-time high. And it's just I just don't think for me I'm not focused on them. They don't add value. They don't They don't spark happiness to my life to look at those things. So I'm just going to focus on the ones going up, which is, you know, healthcare, right? UNH just making a new high there. Financials making another new high there. These things are just kind of ripping. And then if, right, the bad stuff stops going down, well, then maybe I'll take a look at it. But until Nvidia gets out of a range, the 6 month range that it's in, it's like you do whatever you want. No one cares about you anymore. We've moved on. Now we care about banks and credit card companies.
The one area I would say that I've been looking at to see if maybe some rotation would go to, and it's not a real sexy area, but it's the REIT area, and I'm seeing pretty much all green lights go there. So
Well, they'd be part of that, right? The Claude isn't coming to take your stuff,
yeah,
right? You know, Claude's not coming to take that's XLRE, I think. Yeah, the real estate. Right, Claude, you're not going to wake up one day and Claude's made you a house. So this is a good place to look at.
yeah, it's a trend that's actually holding, right? That's why I like to focus on the trends, right? And that's what I want to focus on. I want to try to go ride a trend. To me, that's the key on today. And I think it's just a day to look at closing prices a lot because where we are right now doesn't mean we're going to close there, right? So I think it's a day that I think, even for myself, it's like maybe not the day for me to just try to load up a bunch of positions. Might be the day for me to really look into the market, to really feel the rotation. And a lot of times I feel like when you trade too much, you start to get biased real quick.
Amen.
What up?
Amen. Amen. Hey, Mr. Noss, good to see you. It's been a minute. How have you been?
Yes.
Well, I think today is going to be this day where we could get a flipping to the downside here, and we're already kind of fading away. So, Kevin, where are some short opportunities in the market?
Dude, I'm so aggravated with today right now, but we'll be optimistic here. I am short, just tiny on a couple plays. A scale, we'll get into this, but let me share the chart. A scaled an account, and this very important, traders, that you start very small when you scale an account, because any loss you take thereafter goes against the credits you roll over. If you have any questions there, ask. Be happy to discuss that. I'm in a short CDIO and small LRMR right now. Real small shorts here. Just just sleepy fades, really. It's kind of what I was trying to identify today. Yesterday, oh my gosh, IBRX was nuts. I misplayed it so well. I did take a short on it, but that was a beautiful hangover last year. And oh man, the insiders were dumping shares on this thing.
Yeah, I got that one.
Did you take? Yes, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, good work on IBRX. Today, though, LRMR CDIO was the chart of the day. Actually, that was posted yesterday in Discord. It was a really gorgeous uptrend to it. What's sketch with this ticker is it does have 18% short interest on a tinier float name, but it's overbought off the trend. It has respected it. Every time it buys up, it comes right back down to that line. And so that's what I'm trying to build a little bit of a position. If we can get another pop, a couple more pops on it, can start sizing a little bit, but light on volume. Just looking for this to come back down to its bottom trend, which is going to be even in the 3.5s, 4s. If this reclaims, now it's important. If this, like for example, LRMR yesterday, which is in play today. I do have a tiny short here. 5.2 is an important level. LRMR, if we can crack under that. LRMR was a hangover yesterday and ended up invalidating off of volume coming into it. And actually very similar to XWell today. XWell is a small name this morning that's pulling back in a little bit. But you just get volume is such, it's the creme brulee of any strategy. Is obviously the price action is king. You got to pay attention to volume. What strategy are you trading? Are you looking for fades or momentum? Man, speaking of momentum, it's just been light. It's been light this week. It's been kind of a frustrating week, and in the small caps at least. But it is what it is. You cannot go 75 in a school zone if that's what you're trading. ALBT was our leading gapper this morning. This has kind of been the, let's say, thematic, guys, of the week is these 52-week low names. It's been funny because Crow called in last week and he's been doing really well on these names. He was in this at 90 cents this morning, ALBT. But essentially, we've had these 52-week low names pop up, and they've had these partnerships like RXT partnered with Palantir. That's what these small caps are looking for, the collab, which RXT's got a great pattern to it as well this morning. If we take a look at that chart. But essentially, small caps want those big partnerships. And that's what happened with that leading percent gainer this morning, ALBT. They had a partnership with AMD. Now, to what extent? I don't know. That's why we have a producer now. He can chat GPT this and look up these partnerships in regards to AMD. Are they just now partaking in the product?
Yeah, I was about to say they bought a computer with an AMD processor in it for like the secretary, and they're saying we have a partnership with AMD.
Yeah, no, exactly. Here's the chart RXT on the daily. I like this chart. This was the part of the collaboration with Palantir. It was my chart of the day. I mean, we have our lines, guys. That we're not getting the momentum today, but we have the 142.3 level to respect RXT. Outside of this, man, we had NDRA pop up, and it has round tripped entirely. And I know for nearly a fact that this was a chat room out there, because this halted up on like 10,000 shares randomly, and it's already given up round trip the entirety of the move in DRA. So try to scalp a couple pieces out of it. But outside of that, it's been real sleepy. ALBT's climbing back up to the 20s, guys. Magic 20s has been working here. Steve the other day said, hey, when I mentioned the Magic 20, now he sees it all the time. So you guys will as well. If you see the 20, take that and apply it to, and just look the rest of this week. Just look, you'll see it. The 20s were holding up real well here in past chart history as well. Let's see what ALBT is going to do. Rounding the outside crow. Yeah, she could have round up some short accumulation there. It's a tricky name. It's a tricky name with the AMD partnership as well.
Man, this is scary takedown.
Is SPY tanking?
It's like
What's
I don't think anybody's paid attention to it,
Whoa.
dude. Everyone keeps telling me this is all good under the hood. Keep thinking that, guys. Keep thinking that. It doesn't look good under the hood.
Your average large cap stock's flat.
Dude, look at the Qs, man. Like
10% Nvidia.
I guess close your eyes. Guys, close your eyes.
No, just don't look at.
Don't look.
Don't look at the stuff going down. Look at the stuff going up. Right? Just go look. Say, hey, what's
going down now, though?
Oh, well, let's see.
But zoom out on SPY. I mean, look at this.
More
micro pullback
than new lows today.
So what's leading the downside? Is it always the most important thing, right? I think semiconductors, electronic components, semiconductor equipment material names. The best names in the market are starting to get wrecked.
I just look at it as just don't own those things. Don't own the things getting killed.
That's important. I think I don't think that would be the look to mention. It's more, is this going to cause more systematic breakdown, right?
47% of stocks advancing today, 48% declining, and then the rest, obviously the difference is unchanged. 68% of stocks made a new high today, and only 31% made new lows today. So overall, right, if you just look at the numbers, most things are just fine. Just stay away from the stuff that ain't. I'm not going to buy any Nvidia. Give it a couple days. I'm not buying any Nvidia until it ever gets out of this range it's been in for 6 months. This is everyone talks about it. The stock just doesn't move.
Who heard me on CDIO? We just started seeing a little selling pressures. But here's the thing, guys. If you're working this, be careful. It's a tiny float. The last few days she has just randomly, had random spikes. I'm going to play it most of the day back down to the trend. See if she sells off towards that level. I had a little date yesterday with ChatGPT, asking it some questions, guys. It's actually very useful. Anything you feel like you need some assistance with in your trading, or just ask, because Chat, it almost knows me better than myself. I'm just sitting there asking it questions like, no, actually, it's probably better you don't. I was asking about sizing and where sometimes if I size a position emotionally, I don't let them, if I scale into a position, I don't let them see the play out to fruition, if you will, like IBRX. I take them off early based on emotions, and it was breaking it down real well. Like, maybe you should stick more to single entries because of that, or
I think I've seen a couple companies kind of pop up with like AI trading coaches. I think it's awesome. I think it's so cool that you can just upload your trades to it. And it not only like a lot of the trading journals I use that are just kind of raw math, like here's the math and you interpret it, but it's like a little helper to say, hey, I've looked at your numbers and I've noticed this, and maybe think about that. The only thing is you got to be careful with how agreeable these things are. Like, you can ask it the stupidest thing in the world and go, oh, that's a great idea. Good for you. And you're like, no, that was an incredibly stupid idea. What are you talking about? But yeah, I think they're great. It's because you just give it the data and it just interprets the data. I think the problem is most people don't have the data. They don't upload their trades in anything. But I think ChatGPT would be a great thing to take an export from Trade the Pool every day and just paste it in there. And just say, listen, you're my trading journal now. Every day I'm going to paste this in. You're gonna take, because it will save it all. It will say, listen, I'm going to just keep a running tally of all your trades. And then just as you go, it just start asking it questions. Just start saying, like, listen, well, what do you think of this? And what do you think of that? And I think it's a great idea. All right, RSP just turned positive on the day. XLF, we have financials still up 1%, IVG up 1.5%, USO up as well. It's really XLK that's just pulling us down. So if we get a little bounce there, that'll be interesting. XLV is a little bit weak, so we talked about that earlier. The UNH and Oscar and MOH, all these things are doing great, but the more biotechy side of healthcare is suffering a bit with Eli Lilly and Johnson & Johnson, names like that.
B-Fly is an interesting name, traders. B-Fly. She's on earnings in a symmetrical triangle right as we speak.
Yeah, Mitch was
Be
talking about that
mindful
one.
of the
B-Fly there.
Yeah.
Holding up really well.
Yeah, that's a interesting device. I interviewed this company when it first came out. This was a SPAC, just to mention.
Are you bullish?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned
this
that
device.
back at like 250, right? So it's kind of hard to say bullish here at 470, right? So, but did I think this was one to buy at like when it was down at $1? Yeah, I definitely think it was one to buy at $1, just because what it does, right? It's on the go. How medical devices in the future are going to be like. Let's say like for like an athlete, right? When you go and you break your leg, right? A lot of times you got to do what? What happens even in the sports leagues? You see them run to the back of the locker room, right? Right? They go into the locker room. Well, this technology could essentially scan them right on the field.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, and that could be a little bit different technology that we see in the future, right? It's not saying that everyone's going to get a scan like that on the go, but let's say if you're let's say a paramedic, right? Paramedics could eventually probably use this to diagnose you if you got injured and they came to take a look at you. They can say, hey, your ankle's broken here. So we have to take you in, like you need to go get a cast, right? Things like that, right? So interesting technology. I also asked the doctor about it, how like accurate it was, like acts like a doctor that I know. And she said that it's really interesting and it could get picked up in a lot of hospitals in the long run. Because a lot of times what happens is like, let's say like to do these examinations, a lot of times you have to go and then run like MRIs, right? And MRIs are big, expensive price compared to like something like this. That's interesting.
Interesting. Well, let's monitor the price action on it here as it's getting squeezed. It's about to do one of two things, guys. When they squeeze lower highs, higher lows, we're going to see likely an increase of volume soon on the up or down side. So I'm just monitoring that price action here. Are the twins playing a piano?
No, that one's mine. Still homesick.
Okay. God dang. No bueno.
XRT is actually holding up pretty well here. I'm watching. So that's retail. So that's an interesting place to take a look at. Your Targets, your Walmarts, your Costco's.
They're not doing well either. That's why I was a little bit careful. Now defensive is break
So
even.
what's doing? That's interesting. So what's doing well in
Nothing.
XRT? Holding up 1%. No, it like mathematically has to be. It's up 1%. It's well above today's low. So
XRT, I'll tell you, it's the insurance brokers and the data that's kind of keeping that up. So
in retail, insurance
hold on.
brokers?
XRT, they grabbed it wrong.
Yeah.
Let's see here. What's up in the XRT? Exactly. I can look. Warby Parker holding that thing up.
Wow.
I don't even know what that is.
There's some names up. I'll go through the names that are up in retail. Warby Parker, Revron Group, Chewy, Urban Outfitters, Stitch Fix, eBay, American Eagle, Carvana, one of the big ones, right? That's like, I think it's like a huge percentage, Michael.
eBay still exists? People still use eBay?
eBay just bought a big purchase from, what company was it? They made a purchase in the space. I think it was in, was it Pinterest or something like that?
Stripe buying PayPal is interesting. I don't know if we've talked about that, but that rumor has been going around.
Yeah,
what I
we
think is
saw
gonna happen
PayPal
there-
live. That was nuts, that move.
Yeah, what I think is going to happen there is they're going to buy a part of the business. That's what people don't really read into the small details, right? The small details says that that they're looking to buy the business, but they're also looking at specific segments in the business. So what I think is this is okay. This is Stripe going to them and being like, "Hey, this area is profitable. I'll take that."
That's why I think
You know what I
Dak
mean?
wrapped it up perfectly, just like why. But if for PayPal's point of
Oh,
view,
there's some areas that are
take anyone,
profitable.
you know,
Just
like
like everything. Like no one wanted to buy GE, but would you have wanted GEV?
yeah.
Right? Like, you know what I mean? There's sometimes good parts of the business and a huge part of the business that is just the anchor. So if you
Well,
can
and
come and give
it's
them pennies on the dollars and say, "Hey, I'll give you, 50 cents for the dollar." Well, that's the approach they're taking.
well, and it might just be Stripe looking at it too and saying, this our competitor here is on the back foot. So if we can get them further, then great.
Customers. It's customer acquisition. How much is it
Yeah.
going to cost
Yeah.
us to get these customers, right?
Yeah.
Customer acquisition.
LRMR on important line traders. 5.2s, we need to crack under 5.2s if we want to see lower. Some profit taking there. B fly did get the volume to sweep up through the symmetrical triangle. Fives obviously that next target in mind. And
Yeah,
SPY has
so
put
right
in
there.
one green 5-minute candlestick so far since open. AEHL, it looks like that's still fighting the dollar. I know Mr. Moss mentioned that.
Energy starting to lift. That's the only sector that I see actually pushing here. Even financials have pulled back all the way back here. They have a chance to bounce right around this level. But this is what I was worried about. Even the things that were strong now just getting driven down because the big tech names
Yeah.
are driving the market. Like the market can only drive another way until enough of the big boys lead in one direction. That's why I focus on the big boys. That's where the rotation's going to be. And when the rotation starts to switch away from defensives, that's when you got to be careful because now you're telling me that the value isn't the place to hide. If there's nowhere to hide, that's when we got to be careful. That's what I'm seeing right now. That's why I'm not buying right now.
AHL follows this theme, traders. The same theme that we looked at with ALBT. What is it? We just hit 52-week lows, and then breaking news comes out. I mean, these guys are smart with these when they come out with these PRs. This has been whatever the cycle that's been in here lately. But they launched AEHL, a genius plan. Traders, how genius do you think this plan is for the inevitable 13G that may be looming here in the near future? But the structural digital asset management strategy amid BTC market. 220 is very tough. Of course, the dollar is as well. So AHL's at highs and small cap lane will monitor that. B-Fly still holding its trend and breaking out a symmetrical triangle.
Yeah, this B-Fly chart's interesting. I'm looking here at oil, just flipped positive on the day. So some good strength out of oil there.
Yeah, it was the leading downside sector yesterday, so kind of a little relief rally there in XLE.
Yeah, USO gap down.
Valero with a nice little rip. Looks exactly like the XLE. I'd take a look at that one. That's a 9 EMA recovery. Nice little rip higher there on Valero. So
Retail breaking out. Financials doing a really good job. Found a bottom there. Not even close to the day's lows. So that financial space is still looking great. And then looking at IWM down 0.5%. Bitcoin, yeah, Bitcoin's been really weak there.
all right, guys. I think this might be the first show ever where I don't take a trade at all.
That's not bad, man. I mean, really,
Very
I'm
few times I have done.
there with you.
You know,
Or you do this. You see, if you're out there and you're not seeing your edge very present as well. I mean, what you do is just either A, size down, or B, yeah, just sit there. Because I'm in the
just
same
sit,
boat.
man. Just sit,
I'm,
right?
I'm aggravated because as traders, trading is our oxygen. We want to breathe. We want to trade, but it is what it is. I mean, look, in large caps, you got the SPY, selling off. There's certainly
Yeah.
opportunity there.
I think what I look at
Where's
is
your edge? Right.
just look at the deeper time frame, right? And like Michael's been saying this too. Just take some of what Michael said and what I've been saying too. There's no particular trend we're seeing in the market right now.
Yeah, market's done nothing
That's
since
the
November.
biggest and most important thing. It's done nothing. And when it's doing nothing, if you keep throwing money, sometimes rotation can come back against you, which I think is happening in the defensive and value trade today. So even if you were in what was the right area, now you're getting rotation against you because of the chop, right? Because of the way that the market's going choppy. So what I think we really need to do is do we see an all clear sign anywhere, right? Do we see like complete ramping back into tech, or do we see a complete sweep back into the value trade? Right now, we're seeing a mix. Every other day, like we get like, oh, well, it's value up. Now it's back to value trade. Oh, now it's software. Oh, now it's, so we got to just hang out, guys.
Yeah, and like when I went through my trading for the time for the year so far, it's I've got some trend continuation strategies. They're not doing well. Buying dips, selling rips has been doing great. That's what's been keeping my head
100%.
above water. You just wait for everyone to go, holy smokes, it's finally breaking down this time, and then you buy it. And then 2 days later, when it's higher, you sell it. You just kind of move on from there. And then eventually it will stop working, but then hopefully some trend continuation will kind of pick up the pace after that. Because, yeah, it's just been a repeat for about the years. We get to the low end of the range, and it seems like everyone's like, all right, we're doomed this time. And then it bounces. And it's like, so the people who've been buying those dips have been doing great. And the people who've been selling the rips after, it's the people who've been waiting for it to bounce and then trying to get in after it's bounced. You're just not going to win in this environment doing that.
Right. Yeah, I saw your short on as far as just waiting. That waiting, it's essentially a good friend Jesse Livermore said, and a lot of the money's made in that sitting, in the waiting. So yeah, I know you're just kind of waiting for that pullback opportunity for the next run up, but
it's hard for a lot of people because there's always going to be a narrative about why we're selling off this time, right? So it's always going to be it's going to look the worst in the moment that if you're doing mean reversion, that you have to pull the trigger, and it's always going to be the absolute worst then.
Yeah. Well, I hear there's a March Madness approaching, and this team called the Rug Pullers is apparently they're the favorite to be winning that March Madness tournament.
Yeah, Kevin, we're gonna have to talk about these names that you keep coming up with, man. You're gonna get me canceled over here, man. The Rug Pullers. Yeah, that sounds like
it was either that or Bull Slayers.
That sounds like the good old days where Playboy was at its height. We'll see what happens on that one.
We'll take a vote if that's where people's if that's where people's mind goes. We can go to Bull Slayers, the Bull Slayers,
the Bull Slayers.
Yeah,
it's better than Lunch Lady, my friend.
Oh, is that your team name?
The Rug Pullers. I gotta bring the Dip 'em Rip 'em or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Dip 'em Rip 'em. We'll figure out a name. Still got to figure out a name for that. But hey, guys, we'll see what happens. You know what the interesting part is?
They're gonna get canceled. Too funny.
Everyone's taking a look around out there to see what's been going on. At least in the streets, I'm just seeing a whole bunch of like back and forth action, right? Checking the streets.
Yeah, well, that's right. And I think it's fine. You know, you got to remember that we're at prices not seen since yesterday, right? So or 2 days ago, right? We're just back inside the range. So people are going to be a little bit bummed about that. But we are at the close that we were 2 days ago with the exact same price for that and for a lot of these companies, which just means more range bound nonsense.
Yeah, Battle's holding, or B-Fly rather, holding up fairly well. Crow stop raiders. Okay, maybe we'll take a look. When I'm here alone in a few minutes, we'll take a poll because my team's gonna be the crowd favorite. I want all the votes. I want all the votes over on my team, Money Mitch and Nos, because we're gonna be winning over here.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't. I'm just gonna be guessing, so I don't know what's going on. I don't have a system for it. I'm just not gonna be good at trading it. So I'm just gonna pick probably just the stocks that are the most hammered, and just put my portfolio into those and see what happens.
Let her rip, tater chip. Yeah, it's they're gonna have to do some homework because we're picking 5, either long or short, and $1 million. $1 million.
Yeah, so I'm probably gonna find like the most beaten up 5 names that I can and just YOLO it all into that and see what happens.
Well,
if you're short, you can only make 100%, right? If I could, in theory, make more than 100%.
That's true. That's true. But I mean, it's a week. We got the Friday, Monday to Friday. So it'll be interesting. I mean, honestly, if you just follow this theme, Nos, just find the 5 like lowest float tickers that are hitting essentially lows on their daily chart.
Yeah, give me like 5-cent stocks that have just been down 17 days in a row, and I'm in.
Yeah.
Seeing a lot of volume trying to pile into the service now. I think that's going to be one of the charts I'll be watching here to see if it lifts above the 110. That could be your software kind of trying to continue on the breakout if you're trying to play a play on the pullback software now, right on the support. We'll see if it plays in or not. If I did that, it would be on the day trade. Definitely not taking anything else there outside of the evals today.
Yeah, we're getting a nice bounce, nice sizable bounce here on the SPY. We got the XLF still over 1%. XRT continuing to kind of push up there, 1.2% up on that. Healthcare is doing well as long as you're not in the Eli Lillies, things like that, like the UNH still looking great.
Yep, guys, just trying to afford my kids Happy Meals today.
Can't blame you.
But you're right on that approach. I honestly love the trade the pull. You trade the pull for that. As far as is it the days either? Hey, move to an eval. Just move to a demo. Move to size down. I mean, that's the correct approach. I say that these are the days that define the traders. I over the years, guys, that's what I've seen. Traders, they just don't know what to do with themselves. They equate more trades to more money.
Dude, just sometimes just shut it down. Like,
yeah,
stop staying here, dude. Just shut it down, dude. Like, realize that I think that one of the things that is a misconception in finance, it's a big one that I see, is that more work brings more returns.
Yeah.
I'm sure you see it a lot too, Michael, where there's a limit to how much you really want to put in your time to there. There is actual burnout if you go just insane on that, right? I'm not saying that you don't do homework, especially when you're a beginner. That's when you're really pushing, right? Because you got to get a lot of knowledge underneath your belt first. But then once you get to a point, it's kind of more kind of maintaining than I think that endless search, right? So
Yeah.
Well, and it's about people define work wrong. I think is this thing with trading is that they will look at the act of trading as work, and I've always compared it to like a professional fighter who will spend a very tiny amount of their time fighting or sparring, right? If you grabbed a boxer and you just did like a pie chart of their day, most of it is watching tape and conditioning and practice and these type of things. Then the things that are actually hard on your body take a very tiny amount of time. And it should be the same thing with trading. Things that are potentially hard on your trading account are a very small fraction of your day, and the rest should be journaling. Like the amount of traders, I've never met a failing trader who journaled in my life. I've met a lot of failing traders who didn't. But like if you're not recording your trades, if you're not coming up with new ideas, if you're not back testing, if you're not doing those things, and you're spending all of that time actually hitting the button trading, then yeah, you are doing not only too much work, but the wrong time, the wrong amount of work, right? Most of the work should be done outside of your trading platform. That should be like 90% of your work. For someone like me, it's nearly 100% of my work. Other than just watching the trades come through, I don't look for things. I don't hit a button. I don't do whatever. So my work is, reading studies and running back tests and journaling my trades, which again doesn't mean, this is, if my wife was nice to me this morning, it's just about, here's me recording my data and tagging them and things like that. And that's what I think a lot of traders need to do is they just need to completely redefine work. And work shouldn't be trading. The problem is the trading's the fun part. So that's what everybody wants to do.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
I love the fighting analogy though, because it's so true. I mean, they prep like 3, 4, 5 months in their camps, and the and the fun, if you will, if you compare that to trading,
Yeah.
is just it's like it's the there's no work essentially that they say. There was no work involved really. That's the fun part, the fighting, but the dreaded work is the weight cut, the
Yeah.
conditioning, all that. But so that that's a great analogy as far as trading goes.
Yeah, spending hours watching tape, spending like all this kind of stuff, and it's just it's people just they want to do. It's the same thing I always just tell anyone if they want to open a business or something, is like just envision the most annoying part of it, and if you're okay with doing that, then probably you should give it a shot. It's the same thing with trading. So people go, "Oh, I want to be a trader." It's like, great. Well, does that mean you want to sit and record every single trade that you do and then put that into a spreadsheet and have the spreadsheet tell you what's working and, run through back tests and read other people's studies and watch hundreds of
all that
hours of podcasts? Like, if you don't like that stuff, then you don't like trading. You just like the dopamine rush of hitting a button and potentially making you're gambling. You're not trading, and you don't like trading. You like hitting a button and possibly making money. And that's where I think that's why most people, and personally, I think fail in this game is because they don't look at it as, right, 90% of my time should be back testing a new idea. And they just want to, I'm going to come in tomorrow, I'm going to hit some buttons and hopefully make some money.
well, we'll see what happens in the trading today. Definitely one of those days where I think it's important not to watch the open, but to watch the close.
Yeah, the SPY bouncing pretty good here.
Still can't get back above the VWAP. That's what I'm going to be watching for. It needs a
RS
clear VWAP to even get close.
RSP is up 0.5% here. We have XRT up 1.5% and looking to break out. We have XLF up 1.7%. It might be looking for a second leg higher here.
Silver ripping.
Oh yeah, nice
Defensive's
pop
coming
there in
back.
silver.
I'm starting to see the defensive trades start to come and take back over. That's a sign that maybe value comes back into play. So now I can take a look to maybe taking a shot on target now that the value is starting to hold in here. But that's if I want to take a shot on defensive names. But that's what's coming up right now and leading in the last 5, 10, 15 minutes. But it's just more, do you want to take bets, right? The only one that I might take a bet on would be like a target, just because I love the chart. Absolutely love the chart. And so sometimes you got to just take a shot just based on the chart. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, nice reversal there in SLV.
Yeah, all new lows to fresh highs real quick.
ALBT at that 109 is at a fade now. It's hit the 120, just rejected that 120. Why can't I trade this? Why is it blocked? Why do I get blocked tickers all the time, man? They don't like me to short these things, man. Yo, what is going on? Why can't I short ALBT?
ALBT.
Can you guys short it?
Yeah.
Dude, they just locked me out, dude. They just locked me out of it, dude.
They said no.
Look.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, man. Like, I can't even.
Huh. You're on the 200K. Are there different restrictions there?
I don't know what it is, dude. But like, I sometimes post it and everyone's like, "Yo, this guy Mitch, he's insane or something." Because I got access. I don't know what it is. Mine just likes to block me from some names. Especially if it's a penny name. For some reason, it just had the tendency of not liking me. But hey, that's how it is, guys. We'll see what happens. B-Fly is trying to push towards the 5. I see that. Well, D-Nut, go back through 4. So if you're looking for another penny one, Kevin, D-Nut.
This was one of those memes back in the day because it was so heavily shorted.
Oh, man. We got B-Fly and D-Nut.
Just get your icing today, man. Get your icing ready.
Yeah, I mean, look, D-Nut is if you're grabbing D-Nuts from Krispy Kreme, you gotta be nuts because they're like $25 a dozen or so. Like, I got some mom and pop donut stores that are 3 times the thickness of Krispy Kreme donuts and 3 times better and half the price. That's called buying a dip.
You always got to know your donut shops. That's like a number one thing, right? Like, if you don't know where your good donut shops are, you're struggling in life.
Yeah, ALBT. I see you guys. That's I mean, look, it looks like a little inverse head and shoulders to me. I think it's the market maker madness, if you want to call it, since we got March Madness coming up. Yesterday, you guys know it was XWell, and they toyed with that most of the day. So in 120, the Magic's there holding up on XWell right now, but I was looking at it for a potential fade today. It looks heavy. XWell could snap this one too. It might be decent. She's up a lot. I mean, XWell started its run on Tuesday from 33 cents. It went up nearly like 500%, up to 160. Like large cap guys, think about that in the large cap space. I mean, you can't think of it. It's not really, it's unfathomable thinking about that. Well, XWell did just that. So she's got room down. 1-2s here. It actually looks like a decent short. I'm going to keep everything probably fairly tight, smaller today, but I'm thinking about it. XWell in the 120 short. Call-in show today at 12, which we may get started early on. Steve's going to be joining for that, and I'll let Steve picked the topic today. Yeah, he picked the topic. It's going to be on. He's been doing real well with the earnings. He's been killing the earnings. That's his home. It's his bread and butter. So it's been fun learning from him on those streams. But we'll be there today, and then the call-in show. He's going to be we're going to be going over how to trade like post earnings. Essentially, the trades post earnings. So yesterday, I know Nvidia was a big one. He's going to be discussing some of that too. So if traders out there that want to tune in or join in on the call, or if you trade earnings plays, let us know, or post earnings.
Wow, how the market just went like, well, their first hour of the day is done. Well, here you go. That's what I'm seeing right now. First hour of the day is done. Q's is not bouncing much. SPY is not bouncing much. VIX right there. But then when I look in the sectors, there's barely anything that's actually pushing. That's why I'm not just jumping in defensive. It is literally like a very small bounces.
IWM doing great. It's went from down 1% to now up. RSP is now up 0.5%. Average large cap stock. I think we flipped. We now have 55% of all stocks in the US advancing, only 40% declining, with 70% stocks hit a new high today, only 30% hit a new low. So it's you gotta just, I don't know, find where it's going to be mostly finance, I guess. Because I'm looking at it, I see the same thing, Mitch. There's not many of these sectors that are up. Finance, oil, I guess oil has just been, this is the oil chart today, been on a tear. And then software up 2.5%.
I think we would both say, yeah, energy, finance, and then you can say software as an industry, right? And technology overall is not up, right? It's actually down over 1%. Why the big boys just leading the downside.
Well, yeah, Nvidia is just so much. This is the problem with market cap weighted indexes, right? Is that Nvidia just skews
Thank you.
so much of it.
Go out there and
right?
rant about that, Michael. I know I'll be a big fan of that one because that's what I think is the worst thing of these weighted
As a
outlooks.
long-term investment strategy, it's proven to be the best, right?
Yes.
You allocate in the bigger, but yeah, when it comes to trying to figure out what's happening in the market, looking at this is why you see me guys just hammer so much on the RSP.
And
is
any
because-
RSPs, right? There's tons of them, right?
Yeah.
You just go to the overall one, but I think this is something for traders to learn from. Equally weighted baskets will tell you way more of what's going on underneath the hood than the spiders. So that's why I always get so frustrated when like money managers bring up the spiders, right? Because you're telling me about like pretty much 3 or 4 stocks. You're not really giving me a basket.
Yeah, no, you're just saying like the media will run with the, the SPY down 1% today. It won't say, well, the average large cap stock was up. 60% of all stocks are up. But it's because the SPY is 8% or something, Nvidia. It's, so if Nvidia has a bad day, that's going to bring down the market, even though it's not a good representation at all of what's happening out there. And I get it. This is the reason they report on the SPY is because that's where most people have their money, is in some sort of S&P 500 basket or index product. And that's where they've got their cash at. So that's the only thing they care about. But, like the Dow, even DIA, right? That's now turning positive on the day. So you could even look at that and say, well, the Dow's doing just fine. It's very hard just because the market to everyone is completely different. There's people out there that the only thing that they have is crypto. So for them, they're in like a 50% drawdown. They think everything's awful. And then the RSP hit a new all-time high. The average large cap stock hit a new all-time high today. But they're looking at it and saying, oh, well, this is right. It's awful because I don't have that, right? It's like they say a bubble is an asset going up that you don't own. And a crash is an asset going down that you do own. And then the rest of the time, you're just kind of hanging out in the middle.
Yeah, I think what we're also seeing is people like this, right? So like I look on my like the streets, right? And then there's like this guy out here like, hey, you may have to hold your nose, but my bet is that the basket of current perceived AI losers like Workday, Toast, and Hubs are nicely outperforming the AI winners of MU, Sandusk, Bloom Energy.
Yeah, for one day.
Moving forward for the next 18 months.
Okay.
That's what people are betting on right now. This is where I think the buy the dip mentality is just at an all-time high.
I have a social media idea.
Downside.
So here's my social media idea. Call it a social credit system. I don't care. But like every bold take you ever make gets pinned to your profile. So if you're someone's like, the vaccines were going to kill us all, that is forever. I want to know that you had that take. If you're someone that, like that guy, that should be forced as his pinned comment on the top of his thing for the next 18 months. So if we look at it and he's just dead wrong, then it should just be very easy to say, okay, this guy is saying this bold thing, and here is a list of all the other bold things that this person said.
Some people make their entire living out of making bold claims every day, though. Is the problem.
Especially on Twitter,
we need like
right?
we'll have a
Well, that's
on Twitter,
right.
like, the impression followers, right? They're just trying to create impressions.
And that's why I think that'd be a great tool for like AI. Is like, okay, every time the guy says something, there's like an AI generated community note of, yeah, this guy talks shit all the time and he's usually wrong. Like,
I want there to be, I know that there's no like financial advice on Twitter, but can there be like a point where like you could actually like say like, hey, like this is where I like this stock. You click on it and then it measure that, and then you could have like something like that, Michael, where it's like this guy's performing this much, right? There's so many of these financial social platforms. Why isn't X doing this, right?
Well, yeah, just use AI and just go through the
Yeah.
guy's posts
Yeah.
and say, okay, he's making a bold claim on this, and these are his last 10 bold claims, and one of them was the earth was flat. And like, you just go, okay, so I can ignore this person's opinion entirely. And then, it'll come into someone, it'll say, man, yeah, this guy gets some right, some wrong. And you go, okay, that's fine. And right, it's just people just go and like Kevin's saying is you just go, you make the most crazy bold claims you can out there, then you just hope that everyone forgets about them, and then you just retweet the ones that were right, and then you get this following of people who just kind of forget all the times you were wrong and remember all the times you were right. Like that guy, he said a easily testable thing. Right. That's why the people who
Gotta
will
go,
like,
guys. Gotta go. It's
yeah,
11:02. I gotta get out of here. You guys
smoke.
keep wrapping up here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I
Oh
was
yeah,
just,
we got crazy action we're gonna be diving into for the next hour. Keep
all
going
right.
though.
But you got Steve coming in to hang out, Kevin? You got
Yeah, in
okay,
in an
cool.
hour. So
Okay,
I'll have
well,
fun with
whatever.
the team here for the next hour. We'll f-
Sure.
we'll have some fun. We'll have some fun. But
All right.
yeah,
Well,
absolutely. That's how they operate on X land, right? I mean, you see that all nonstop. It's just left and right. Make the boldest claims and then keep the ones that work.
I can't remove him. He's there forever.
Maybe
There's
I
the
maybe I
Mitch
can do it.
offline guy. I don't have the power, but all right, man. Well, you have a good one. I'll talk to you next
Yeah.
week. Try to come up with a name that I guess doesn't make Mitch think about Playboy, and we'll see where you come with that.
Yeah. I mean, look, traders. Is that where your mind goes as well? The rug pullers. If
To be
so,
honest, I didn't think of that. So I think that might just be one of the, we might have found something that really interests Mitch and Mitch alone. But it would be funny to hear the
okay.
results of the poll.
I'm curious. Thank you. I hope you get to feeling better here soon. And
Yes,
kids and
someday.
all. Sorry about
Someday
that.
we'll get this sickness out of the house. I'll talk to you soon, bud.
Later, man.
Later.
All right, traders. Let's have some fun. Hey, we'll make fun out of this, right? Lemonade out of lemons, right? Let's see what I know some of you guys are watching like silver and whatnot as well. It's holding some of these levels 78 real well. What's some trappy action at the bell? This is what we were seeing this morning. This trappy action. There we go. So is that where you guys your minds went as well? The rug pullers, because it's either that or bull slayers. Look, they're all going to be bullish for this March Madness tournament coming up. I gotta be the perma bear, if you will. I told Nos that's what I'm his perma bear. I'm gonna go short on 5 names for this March Madness. We're gonna get this team together. We're gonna pick 5. I'm gonna pick 5, probably the most maybe overbought like penny land stocks. Because again, in small caps, there's a significant edge when you have A, FOMO present, and B, look, and B, you have these companies that are in dire need of capital. So that combination alone, I mean, the challenging thing is we got to find plays that are way overbought, even from like not just intraday, right? They got to be multi-day runners, which is kind of like the CDIO. I mean, that thing's up a lot. These are such the 5% rule can't play a part because I'm gonna have to be smacking this thing for like like 300,000 exposure kind of position on that. Looks like LRMR is headed higher. 5.2s holding up there. The Magic 2s. I just got to take it easy today. We'll see. We'll see what presents itself here in the lunch hours. You never know. That's why you just wait and see. ALBT Albert. I know some of you guys are watching that. There's good range off the close. I mean, it's up still right now, 100%. She's a little inverse head and shouldery. Looks like to me. We got the 1-2s, which is really the clear risk level there. And again, are you guys seeing that? The Magic 2s, because ALBT, we got the Magic 2s, and then LRMR, the Magic 2s held up there. So we just see that time and time again. I think I think RXT is a nice looking chart. I'm not confident in, of course, the long on it that I'm going to get 10 cents out of it today. Maybe with a swing account, this isn't a bad looking chart at all. Chart of the day again over on the Discord that Mr. Joe posted, and it's bounced nearly right off this bottom trend line and gave a decent pop. B Fly, let's see. She's really holding up. Look, this is a sign of health. Sign of health on B Fly. Meaning what? When we start really going sideways, we did have a little just panic snap, but it got bought up immediately. Still going sideways, respecting its bottom trend very well here. And it's starting to get tighter together. It looks like it wants the 5. That's likely where the liquidity is at. It hasn't gotten over it yet. So 5 may be incoming. Smoked tuna, if you're in 97 cents, you need 10 cents. So on the long side, you'll need it at $1.07. Short, you'll need it at 87 for it to validate for trade the pool. Now, what I would do is give it an extra penny. So that would be $1.08 or 96, because sometimes when you're under $1, how trade the pool system calculates it, like you might have let's say you might have a 0.9768 position. So I would just give it an extra penny, because sometimes you get to the four digits in penny land. And then I've heard of guys who get it, they might get invalidated based off of that because they got 9.89%. Something along those lines. Yeah, right now Albert's interesting. SLV, if you're trading the silver with that reversal there, I mean, it had a steep move. Just monitor the 78.5 level on it. B-Fly interests me because I do see this thing. I do see it testing the $5 area. It's respecting this trend real well. John Smith, yeah, good notes there. Good alerts, guys. Let's take a look at the scan, see if anything's moving, anything's going on. And in Pennyland, we do have one I'm seeing, SBEV, Splash Beverage. If you guys had a Splash Beverage, the other day we were covering earnings, and Kava. Steve and I were covering Kava, and I looked it up because I've never eaten at Kava. There is one nearby. Apparently, it's pretty good Mediterranean food. I don't know if you guys have tried it. SBev, Splash Beverage. So many beverage companies. Let's take a look left of the chart here. All right, that's what we do, guys. 3 types of analysis. We really start with trader analysis because you need volume. Volume, again, key ingredient. Then you'll take a look fundamentally and then technically. So why is she moving? Maybe there's no good reason at all in small cap lands. Oftentimes that's the case. For example, NCI. NCI is a joke. That's honestly probably a ticker I'm going to go heavy on for this March Madness. If NCI holds up, I mean, she can, of course, in small caps, they can indefinitely run. They diluted at 50 cents, guys. 50 cents, and she's sitting at like $6 or $7 right now. Of course, this is just a massive short squeeze. But if I got a whole week, on this tournament, guys, look, you guys are going to be a part of the rug pullers. So help me come up with some of these tickers. I think NCI is a good candidate for maybe a small $150,000 short or so. All right, SBev, we do have $1.20. This may be worth a short. I may scale a position here. Let me take a look at see if it came out with any news. Come to France to eat kava. So it's a worldwide thing, huh? RXT still higher, 177.8. Yeah, she's really it's a beautiful chart. The collaboration there with Palantir on RXT is worth noting. I'm just nervous buying up here. 10 cents is going to be challenging for me to get. SBev, I'm not really seeing any news. It's just following that 52-week low. This is nuts. This is ridiculous. Joe, are you seeing this action? 52-week lows. We just hit SBEV as well. I mean, it's the same exact thing as ALBT and AEHL. Just find top 5 plays and short them. Anyway, guys, I'm a little sick. I gotta get a tissue real quick. Yeah, so we had AHL, ALBT, and now SBEV trying to follow suit here. The market can be irrational longer than we can be solvent, goes the quote, right? So that means, look, I was going to mention this earlier. Me and my homegirl ChatGPT had that conversation earlier. One thing I pointed out was, look, if you're staying in front of the PC computer from this analysis, and this is why Nost says we need to really backtest often, actually does me more harm. Does more harm than good in the winners. In the winners, let me explain. So when you take a trade, and my number one issue has always been taking profits too early. So that's why I'm pretty much alluding to that. If you take, I know the edge. The edge I know well. Be rigid with the stop, but on the winner side, that's when I need to shut the computer down. So often on winning trades, I take them too early. That's why I take profits, adjust, and I preach this all the time. Leave leftovers. Take profits, leave leftovers. Maybe that's a third. Take a third off. Set another profit target for a third. Let the other third run. But it's really important. I think even the journaling there. When I take a trade, I know the edge. Again, set the stop, shut the computer down. I can't do that. I'm a small cap analyst, but essentially do that. Don't look at it anymore. On losing trades, Tuna, yeah, you have to pay attention. But what do we do oftentimes, traders? What do we do oftentimes? Again, I'm flipping through charts as well. I know you guys want to find some things. It's just I'm flipping through on TOS right now while I have B-Fly up. B-Fly is a decent ticker. So just know I'm kind of multitasking here. I'm trying to find setups as well. But we have that trend line on B-Fly. So just be mindful of that. And SBEV is the random midday pump right now. But what do we often do? What do we do when we're in a red trade, as Tuna's pointing out? We get hopeful. We get hopeful. What do we do when we're in a green trade? We get nervous. We get concerned. And so what does that evolve into? It evolves into taking the winner early, being hopeful, maybe adding into a loser. It's the absolute wrong approach. So watch the loser. If you're in 2 different trades, think about this. I'll give you a little test real quick because I'm passionate about this because I have failed this test many times. When you're in 2 trades, one's working out really well and one's very red, where do you tend to focus on, the green trade or the red trade? Probably the red. Probably you're going to focus on maybe taking profits early on the green trade, and then maybe on the red trade, you're like, oh, I gotta fight this. You go into that fight or flight mode. Let's see what B-Fly is going to do on this bottom trend. B-Fly on this bottom trend. If in large caps, I know some of you guys are working those. Let us know. Oh my God. Missed opportunity here. QH. What had happened? Is she just offering out? I see a resumption at 23 cents on QH. Let me take a look. It's a Quho. Okay. Quho Holdings. Yeah, Chinese pump and dump. I don't see any news. It looked to me like this is an offering, but I don't see it. God dang it, dude. These are some of my biggest trades. When I see these halts like this and then they offering lower, oh man, they almost always just gravitate right towards that offering price. It's the resumption's 23 cents on this thing. $1 straight down. I figured it was an offering, but I'm not seeing that. Freaking QHO. All right, so QH, we'll monitor that resumption. 11/17/04 is the resumption. Man, a little disappointed I missed that. That would have been the trade of the day. You know, this is why you sit here and wait. Look at all these shares that went through here. 150,000 on the ask, 44 cents. This is where I hit. It was something. Another Chinese play that offering out. I hit it pretty decent and heavy, and it just made the day. That's where sitting and just waiting, for opportunities like this can factor in when there's nothing else really worth taking. These are screamers, if you will. You have the screamers that pop up, and it's like, okay, just random offering midday. That's what those are those plays that really can make the day and week. Midday offerings, they just halt down, and they're only down a little bit. And when they open up, it's just going to be met with disaster. QH going to open up in a few seconds. 24 cents resumption. It's not. I don't even think it's worth a. Okay, it's going into a 10-minute halt. I can't chase this thing down unless I saw an offering price of we're going OTC. There is no offering price. We're going OTC market. All right, B-Fly, look. We near crack. It's still trying to hold. Balled up off of that bottom trend. Still trying to hold that. Yeah, those are the ones I go heavy on. Outside of that, there's nothing worth going heavy on right now. It's just not worth it. You got to know your A plus. You got to know pocket aces versus set 7-2 offsuit or even pocket twos. For newer traders, that's where it gets. That's the challenge. That is a huge challenge for newer traders because they see everything as pocket aces. You don't necessarily know yet what's a good hand versus bad hand. That's developed via experience. Experience is the best teacher. Of course, I want to be your mentor. I mean, you need to have traders out there who've been doing this for years and can help guide you. But at the end of the day, the gut combined experience over the years is going to be your best teacher. Axon, body cams and tasers. Axon up another 25 today. Yeah, we covered that the other day. They did came out with earnings the other day, Axon. Oh yeah, big gap. Good trade, Tack. Tack, maybe you have I don't know. I know you work these weeks prior to the earnings and do real well, but post earnings too. That's what Steve wanted to discuss today on the call-in show. So anybody has some who trades post earnings, that'll be interesting. Okay, random pump here. SLGB, not much though. AHL still in it. AHL still respecting VWAP. AHL still respecting VWAP and the 90-cent level. It's already hit the $1, so it's a little. It feels like a coin flip to me, just because we've already, if it hadn't hit the $1 yet, it would. To me, it would be like, yeah, it's likely going to gravitate there. We just hit it though. I don't know. It may be challenging to retest that level. 120 is what I'm seeing on the past chart history. AHL as the main resistance. QH is actually the resumption price is coming up, guys. It's up to 38 cents right now. I'm going to monitor that out of the halt. Yeah, 1-2 is really good here on the AHL. Xwell still hanging out. Okay. Xwell is getting a little rando popo. SBev been grinding. Splash beverage. Yep. She may want the $1 too. I think that, in my opinion, maybe a better candidate than AHL. This one's a fresh 52-week low play. I can't. what I'll be looking for is that, is that dollar pop to short into for SBEV. I'll throw it down here on the watch list because yeah, good alert, Joe. She's still grinding. Sideways action again, sign of health. You don't want to short into that. If anything long, because this thing's kind of flaggish, curling up towards. Let's try this 75. Trying a high day break here. Yeah. Yep. If you're patient, I think today I'm pretty much flat on the day and probably just a baby red. I haven't really sized anything. There's nothing to me worth. Edge hasn't been screaming yet. I think B fly is interesting. If it looks a little heavy, it's on earnings, and typically I'm not going to short these kind of plays, but B fly looks a little heavy on this bottom trend line. So it may want this crack and maybe even just retesting these 4-6 lows. But again, it's like, is it a screamer? No, not really. But it does look a little heavy, maybe to make a few bucks on. All right, ALBT did look a little inverse head and shoulder-ish. I still think they may toy with this one. I mean, I'm not entirely convinced ALBT's done. Likely a lot of the liquidity is going to be at the 1-2s, which maybe they gravitate that towards. U.S. trading tools. All right, we got a ticker that might be a candidate for this March Madness. U.S. trading tools. You joining the rug pools? The rug pull team. Apparently Money Mitch was the only one with his mind in the gutter. You guys weren't. No, y'all weren't thinking about Playboys back in the 90s. ISCC. Let's zoom out a little bit here. I like it. TAC, yeah, this is the best team. Love you guys. It's a great community here. Oh, dude, this was like a straight up move. Trading tools. Yep. I'm gonna write her down. She's definitely, I'm gonna do some analysis a little bit later. Maybe she's one of them. Again, we're the perma bears for this event. So if you guys are team rug pullers, let's find a couple plays. All right, let's see what B-Fly is doing. Yeah, B-Fly is cracking a little bit, guys. I don't know if that's just 5-8. This might be worth a trade, B-Fly on this crack. Let me look at the 5-minute time frame. To me, it looks like we're cracking. Little descending triangle. Never quite got the 5 push. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a trade on an eval for it. I'm going to wait for some screamers on the funded. I'm going to take a short on an eval here against 4. I'm going to ladder it to 4.9. Place a couple stops out. Like I said, if you guys have questions regarding scaling on the funded, I know that they're fixing some things in the background too for some of the funded accounts, but when you scale, there's a couple things it can be a little confusing, but you got to start small. Essentially, you need to start small when you scale. You don't want to lose your 70%. So I'm kind of just waiting for on the Fundito for better setups. SBEV, that thing's whole. It's still flaggish, Joe. Still flaggish here. 75, giving it a little bit of trouble. And B-Fly looking like she's cracking. Okay, let me take a look at QH, see where she's at. Okay. QH. QH did come out of its halt. It opened little, it had a little sell off and pop up. Now it's halted up. Again, I don't see any news with QH. Just Chinese manipulation. RXT, the char of the day, still looking good. Tuna, you working that one? Nos's spread is cold. Virtually. Virtual. Apparently, colds can be contagious virtually. Because I got it. Emmanuel just grabbed 100K eval. It's not a good day to start on it. Yeah, it hasn't. What have you been looking? Emmanuel, you trade a lot of the Tesla, don't you? I mean, what did she do? Start of the day, she probably dropped with the overall market. And yeah, a little bear flag, Tesla. Cracked that. I mean, if you trade that opening bell weakness, yeah, you had something, but she reclaimed a lot of that. But yeah, good work. I mean, look, it's if I want to look into somebody's future, the trajectory of their trading future, it's on the slower days. I need to see you. I need to see you essentially on the bad days. And I really will get a good sense of how your equity curve is going to look. Because look, the green days are going to take care of themselves. If you know your edge and you let your winners run, those days will take care of themselves. I'm not so worried about that. It's the red days, red trades, slow days. Those are the defining ones. Oh man, is QH going lower? QH might be halting down again. What is going on with this ticker? I'm getting the old FOMO over here. It's halting. It's halting right now. If I knew they were offering it like 15 cents or something, I would take a piece of this, but I don't see anything. Yep, halted down. It's going to resume at 30 cents. Yeah, that was probably the better trade-ish of it's decent. Again, if they offering. B-Fly still holding up on that trend crack. Again, that's earnings. Took it on the eval. RXT holding its levels as well. RXT is a decent chart. Again, that one I wouldn't mind on a swing just based off its multi-day pattern is developing. It is up a decent chunk. SBEV cracking down, guys. SBEV cracking down. 75 was giving it a lot of trouble. She started her move, around 50 cents this morning? Not a lot of meat here. And again, with TTP, you need 10 cents. So SBEV, you now have 70 cents. The VWAP and 75-ish, to risk off of. It looks okay. It looks all right. I'm concerned about the 10 cents on it. I'm gonna avoid it. AEHL still really respecting the VWAP. I know Tuna's working that. 90 cents is respecting. I mean, you have tight risk there. That's what I like about it. So Charlie, yeah, no, you're good. Good question. I'm not trading it. I would only trade it if it came out with an offering. This was one of my bigger trades a couple weeks ago. I had a 2,500 shares on the funded and killed it with a play like this where I called it maybe at 70, wrote it down to 40 or so. But there was an offering. Right now, I'm not taking it because there's nothing. Again, we need like the stars to align. We need the fundamentals, technicals, and trader. Clearly, it's panicking, Charlie. Technicals were at near all-time lows. It's a junk company, probably Chinese. So those are other stars that are aligning. But third, I just don't see anything. So I'm not going to take the trade. You're right. It is close to zero. So it's not worth it. It's not worth it right now unless we saw an offering price at like 10 cents, then maybe. But again, it's so close to that. I would really size down if I was even trading it. But I wish I could remember the ticker, but see if I can find it real quick. JD. Yeah, here it is. JDZG. Literally Chinese ticker. Hilarious. JDZG. So, okay, JDZG is at 18 cents right now. This was one of my big trades, Charlie. Look at this thing. From last week, this thing was snapped from $1 and just straight down. I mean, there was no bounce at all. Straight down to 25 cents, which is exactly where they offering at. Again, there was news on it right in that time period. So we had Chinese. We had a recent pump on this name. Chinese low flow tickers. These things we know traditionally pump and dump. Yeah. So the offering is really what I was looking for there. Didn't see it. Avoid. B-Fly. Not caring about this trend crack at the moment. Earnings. SBEV still heavy. Still heavy is the SBEV. Splash beverage. Hopefully that answered your question. And any more you guys have, let me know because really, I'm definitely going to be covering any tickers that pop off. Eyes are glued to the scanners and screen, but we're just kind of kicking back right now. If you guys are interested in a dead cat bounce, EOSU, that thing sold off from $10 to $2. It's up about a point off the lows. Yeah, she just opened up here, Charlie. I'm just watching it. I'm not going to... No trade here unless we had confirmation of the offering at like 20 cents and then we got a pop here up towards 50. Yeah, I'll take it. but then we get the NCIs. All right, so US trading tools. We got to put this ticker NCI probably in our strategic package. March Madness strategic package. This junk ticker, this thing offering, look, it started as run at 80 cents. Now this one offering and got a nasty short squeeze on it. Nasty short squeeze. Look at the pattern this thing's developing too. in an ascending triangle on this junk. Yeah, she's likely going to go in the portfolio. I'll put it down. Let me know if there's any other junk tickers that are overbought that you guys think are worthy of our rug puller portfolio for the March Madness tournament. Good job, Tuna on RXT. Guys, what have you traded? I mean, I want to hear some trades. LRMR, that was a good stop. It looks like 5.2's held up. And let's see how everybody's doing. I mean, more than half are green. 30% are flat or no trades. I'm in the flat category. AHL halt up? No way. Yes way. Yes way. Okay. Tuna, congrats. Congrats on that. You've been calling it. 90 cents has been holding real well. I'm seeing a 113 resumption, 1141.27. I pray that can they just lower this PDT already? We need some volatility. A few weeks ago it was madness with TCGL, ELPW. In the last week or two, it's just been AHL. Wake up, this market. Come on. I'd love to see this thing up towards $10. Let's wake her up. All right, AHL. Thank God. So let's look left. One, two, it's critical. Critical on AHL. Now, we just squeezed up through the highs, which that's why we're halted up. That's why we're halted up. Yeah, Tuna, I'd love to understand your thoughts on it. I mean, I could see it was holding up well. The 90 cents is with the compression, right? Compression is something you look for. It's just personally, look, there's great money. That's your edge, and you trade it real well. I look for more reactionary shorts. You guys know that. There's no secret there. Anytime I take a long on a ticker on a junk name that's up 100%, it just immediately sells off. So over the years, that's where I developed the hangover strategy. Overbought plays with low volume. Now these day one runners, there's edge here, but you gotta size appropriately. A lot of shorts will try to predict and anticipate the top, and so they'll be sizing front side and end up on backside just trying to make what they lost on the front side. So a lot of shorts can get caught trying to time tops on these. I'd say size down, size up on hangovers, size down on day one moves like this, especially when a ticker's partnership with what was this one the partnership or no that was Albert. Good old Albert. AHL, what did they do? The launch of a digital asset management strategy to establish, okay, they have Bitcoin in their name. That's essentially it. Producer, where you at? Big me to fit me. I can't wait. He's going to be producing, and I can't wait to get him on here. It's going to be fun. 1 second, guys. Need a tissue. Yeah, Charlie. So it's really, I'm glad you mentioned that. It's so important to know how other people are trading. That's part of the trader analysis, and it's huge. I mean, that's honestly, I would say where I find most edge is knowing who's in this ticker and where. That's why oftentimes I'll wait for really big liquidity events and just not try to time tops, but just step in and take a predictable piece of the move. Not look for the entirety of a move, but just look for predictable pieces and avoid the FOMO of getting in front side. That's why it pays oftentimes a lot to just kick back and watch. 94 was a key level. Yeah, it consolidated off of it real well. Real well there. 90 cents. And Tuna, what keeps me away from the longs most of the time is I have to predict this volume. Like when I've been a part of nearly every chat room out there, and we saw it even with NDRA this morning. That was an absolute pump. You guys are going to see recaps later. It was NDRA was an absolute pump. Okay, AHL just opened up. We'll see what she does. 1-2 is going to be a level of resistance. Mindful of that. But yeah, NDRA nearly guarantee it. I'll do a little analysis later and see if anybody out there traded it. And it round tripped the whole move. You'll see these guys making tons of money unloading on their chat room and whatnot. It's ridiculous. But where was I going with that? Yeah, okay, that's where I was going. Predicting. It was so in these chat rooms, clearly when you have somebody that's like, oh, this NDRA is like clear, easy buy, and then you have thousands of people jump in on it. Like, okay, now volume's a little easier to anticipate. But outside of that, yeah, I recognize the good setup, but it's hard to know, is the volume going to come in for it outside of being privy to it, insider knowledge. So that's why I mainly like to react to those pumpy chat rooms. I just like to react to them. There's more edge in that, in my opinion. So you don't need to be a part of all of them. You can, but you can just react based off the price action. Reactive. But hey, Tuna's you got a great edge here. Good trade on AEHL. And higher we go. 1-2 is going to be key. Took a third off. Yeah, Tuna, always play your own edge. You certainly have a great edge here. And it's wise, like Charlie's saying, just to understand how everybody thinks. I think it's so important. Why is Tuna buying this? Why is somebody else shorting this? What are they? Yeah, understand where the masses are. But this is certainly where all the volume's gone right now. So it's a day one move. Just going to kick back. I am interested what the 20 is going to do on it. Good job taking some profits off of that one too. Taking predictable pieces. And really, guys, now here's the mob shift that we've discussed. I know Josh brings it up too. This is important to note because now that we have AHL running, what's in the pretty much the same sector price range as that? Albert. I mean, they're literally the same thing. Same theme. 52-week lows popping up, different news, same story. Now, Albert's selling off, and this likely is that 120 is probably going to hold here now because volume's fading off of this one, heading over to AHL. So this would be more reactionary where I'd take the edge and trade on a play like Albert's. Like, okay, now I know, we have our risk levels and the volume's leaving. And look at what Albert's doing, reacting based off of that. Yeah, yep, Joe nailed it. Taking the money flow. So it's maybe worth a short here on ALBT. My problem is 120 would be my risk guide, and I'd want to size it a few different times. Let me think about that. But Albert is pulling back off of 110 right now. A pop up towards like 105, maybe I stab. Maybe I stab into it. Yeah, Joe, it's been that kind of a day. It's just been that day. B-fly, nice. Nice. Okay. I am up just a little bit in eval off of the B-fly trend crack. Not sure if anybody caught that. It tried to reclaim this crack and then failed it. And now it actually does look pretty heavy. B-fly on every pop here looking pretty heavy. So we might get some continuation downward on the B-fly. It's a higher flow. This is like what, 180 million or something. It trades slower. Trades a little slower, but B-fly looking good right now. Albert a pop towards 105-ish will probably involve myself. AHL fighting to hold on and 120 is about to test here. Look, Tuna's got his edge. If I was in this, I'd probably be taking something off at the 1-2s and letting a piece just ride. This could be that market maker madness today that I kind of predicted it on Albert at least, but then AEHL kind of popped up out of left field. Yeah, yeah, Jeff. Like trying to turn a semi truck around. That's funny. I know that's what we're seeing with the B fly. There's orders on the bid trying to hold it up like a semi truck. So far, so good. I got a 4.75 average. AHL really testing still that one too. I think it's a profit target area, but I do think there's going to be likely some max pain involved here for the shorts at least. AHL. Let me pull up the short interest on this ticker. Pull up the short interest, see what we're working with. And then we got 10 minutes till the call-in show. Guys, if you want me to review anything, let me know. Any tickers. But it's been a good hour. Good conversations. We haven't missed anything. Tuna definitely hasn't missed anything. Catching the AEHL, calling it beforehand. Good work. All right. If you need to know, by the way, to continue the education, I go to finviz.com, type in AEHL to finviz, scroll down, and I can get the short numbers. So, short float I'm seeing. Why anybody is short on this? 5%. Oh, no. Whoa. It said 5%. I clicked on it. As of January 30th, smoked tuna, I'm seeing 30.89% short float. Short interest, nearly 200,000 shares out of a 630,000 float. But it looks like that dropped down from 30. I don't know. We'll see. I clicked on it. That's the last update I have, January 30th, about 30%. If it's up towards 30%, this thing could see a significant squeeze on it. But let me know if you guys have a different number. That's certainly important. 1-2 holding up there currently. Yeah, there's a lot of flat and no trades today. 30% now of the voters. Flat. Good. I love to see that. That's discipline. Derek, you shorted Amazon this morning. Very nice. Very, very nice. All right, so we got B-Fly continue to trickle out. Trend crack, we caught that. RXT keeps being a buy on dips. Chart of the day keeps being a buy on dips. RXT off their Palantir News. AEHL. Let's see if $1 holds now. Of course, the previous high a day technically turns into what? Now that level of resistance will turn into support. So $1, of course, $1 Bob is that. It's that magic price is right number. It's a bid price rule. Got to stay over it, or you are at risk of getting delisted. Going to the OTCs, never fun, never fun. So AHL $1. See if we can hold above that. I saw a pretty high short interest on this as of January 30th. I don't know if they're all covered out. So if you guys have a different number, let me know. That's a pretty high number, though. I've formulated a little rule for myself. You guys will, the longer you trade for the newer ones, especially if I'm a primarily short sell, if a ticker's at like 20% or over their float, I sit on my hands. That is the magic number for me. That's funny because the magic 20. I guess it's magic 20 for shorts too for me. Over 20, it can get sketch. It can get sketch city on those tickers. 20%. Hope Josh's AKNR is going well. Miss him in here, although he probably what are they trading? They're probably just out of the pool today. Thinking about, let me ask him, what in the world are you guys trading over there? See what Josh is doing. Probably on large caps. See what they're probably hanging out at the pool. But miss having Josh in here. Have him next week. Maybe we need to have a rug pull in our the rug pull. Guys and gals, rug pull in our we gotta run with it now that Money Mitch just has flashbacks of his Playboys in the 90s from it. We gotta run with it. B-Fly, let's go. Anybody catch B-Fly trend crack? Clearly should have been on the funded. Oh well. Down she goes. SBEV 70 did hold up. And AEHL 110 trying to hold right now. Tuna, you're out. Did you liquidate? You take AEHL off, or are you going to leave a piece, set a stop? Yeah, Tag. Josh is like he hosts these webinars, I think once or twice a year, and they're out hanging out, trading together. It's such a fun time getting traders together. We got to do a trade the pool themed get together at some point this year. We did it at Florida for the money show, of course, but we got to get the fam. We got to get the traders all together. I don't know what kind of mansion we're renting for hundreds of trade the pool traders, but we'll figure something out. It's such a good time. B-Fly, money in the bank. Shawty, what you think? 4 5s. Let's go. Sweet. There was the entry on it right here. B-Fly. Gave it a little wiggle room. First stop was 4 9s. Nearly took me out on that one. Scaled the stops. So that's why we ladder stops, and I teach that. Imagine, dude, those days, it tilts me to no end. I'm an introvert by nature. With trading, I'm extroverted though. This is my love and passion and helping traders out. But I will internalize that suffering all day long. I'll be so aggravated. top taking something, and I've there have been plays, hardly anything I haven't gone through. There have been plays I've absolutely hit to the penny on the top, and then it fades all day, many times. So that's why I ladder stops. Learn from, like Kat's newsletter said, wise people learn from mistakes of others. So learn from my mistakes. AHL trying to hold the 110s now. Looks like it wants to retest highs there. A couple minutes till the call-in show starts. Get Mr. Steve in here, and then it's been a earnings week, hot earnings week. So we're gonna. Steve wanted to discuss post earnings plays, how you guys trade them. Oh, that would have been a blast, Joe. That would have been a blast. Next time. We'll get it next time for sure. Yeah, Josh said. I asked Josh, I'm like, dude, what are you guys trading over there? This is webinar. He just said LMAO, dude, this is terrible. He's doing a little large cap trading. Yeah. It's been a rough small cap week. It's all good though. All good. We live and learn. It's the ones who take those TCGLs, LWs, and then they start the next week just pedal to the metal. They're like, this market's hot, and they're not trading like the price action that is. They're trading the price action that was, in which case not too great. All right, SBEV down. Let's. I'm on the funded. I'm only working this CDIO. I see this thing like under $4. I may size it, but there's no volume here. It's going to be just a small day here. Yeah, Steve can probably talk on Dell, Larry Boyd. I'm sure Steve can talk on that here in just a couple minutes. Steve's the expert with a lot of these plays. You guys know from Power Hour earnings, he does real well covering those. He does very well with those. I'm the dumpster guy. I take the trash out with these small caps. But there's an edge here. You guys have seen it. We've traded. We've gotten trade. The traders have been funded off of these junkers. There's edge, significant edge, because you have a lot of FOMO. All right, we're gonna get to the. Let's get to the call-in show. So we'll see if Steve is about to join. If you're listening, Steve, jump on in here. We'll get you going. Send the email over. AEHL, of course, and small caps. Yeah, small caps add up. Yeah, they do. I mean, you just gotta. They can be feast or famine, but you just like the NCIs. I'm telling you, like the NCIs, when you're wrong, do not stay wrong. And then oftentimes when you're right, like this is where I struggle, but oftentimes when you're right, like lean into those positions. IBRX, great example of this yesterday. I'm still kicking myself. I just cannot believe sometimes I just don't do this. Like I hit it yesterday. Look, this ticker is pretty much like the same kind of ticker, U.S. trading tools that you brought up the other day. It was just way overbought. It had a high short interest. It was hangover. I took the short yesterday, took baby profits, and then you see what it does, and it just irritates me to no end. Even when You guys can tell from hearing me talk so long. Nothing to hide here. I'm pretty much irritated at all points. Even if I'm green, there's something to be pissy about. IBRX is just, why can I not lean these names? That's where I struggle. That's the struggle. It's like, man, instead of being so eager to take profits off, size in, and look at this thing dumping all day. You had some insider selling too. So it was beautiful. Charlie, I know you were asking, like, what am I looking for? You have a ticker A over B. Insiders are selling shares. They have to file that. It's like a 13D, I think, or G. And so you get all that put together, and it creates a great short. It cracks this trend. Got to be able to size these things to maximize those winners. And then, cut losses quickly. Let these bad boys run. Some of them for sure. They will stack up. We do have a guest in the background. You guys might know him. He's here often for Power Hour and been covering earnings. The man, myth, legend, Steve the Achieve. Oh, how are we doing, Mr. Steve?
Howdy. Hey, how's it going? Going all right. Here. Thanks for having me on, Kevin. How you doing?
We're doing well. I mean, we've made the most of it the last couple hours. I'm flat. I mean, it's been a odd kind of morning in small caps. Large caps, I saw the opening move. Were you able to have you taken any trades, capitalize on any of that price action?
I kind of cleaned house yesterday. I was selling a lot of things into the earnings, just unsure about what would happen. I thought it would be bullish, to be completely honest, but I've done this long enough to know you never trust yourself completely into a big print. So honestly, I'm waiting for things to settle. I have not taken a single trade today. I haven't closed anything either, so my positions are down pretty bad today. But they're all shares, and I'm kind of hanging out, weathering the storm here, and waiting to see when it's time to wade back in there.
Yeah, a lot of the money's made in that waiting. So yeah, I mean, Mr. Steve picked the theme today, guys. I'm excited for you to go over it. We actually had a question regarding Dell. I didn't know. I said you probably were the best person to ask in regards to Dell. Let me find the question again. Larry Boyd, what is Dell going to do in the next few hours? Steve, Rob, your crystal balls. What's Dell going to do? What are your thoughts on Dell?
I'll reach into the future here. I'm pulling up the chart. What am I seeing on Dell? So let me see. I can get my.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'll get an email out to you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Show. Yeah.
So yeah, looking like we're in a wait and see period on Dell here for me, at least. Let me get to the daily chart. There we go. It's not the worst base. I'll say that. It's holding pretty decently. For me, this is kind of pinching between really long-term, like monthly support. And that's kind of sitting at that 110 to 112-ish kind of area. So it did double bottom off of that. It's trying to retain shorter term moving averages now, but it's now over its 9, its 21, and the daily trigger. Oh, and as well as the 50 as of today. So there's some reasons to be looking at this one for a long. I think it's trying to carve out that base. And these names have been so beaten down, but this is actually like relatively constructive for a base compared to a lot of the moves in tech that we've seen. So I don't hate Dell, Larry. I think I got to keep this on my watch list here. Good luck.
All right. Let me get this email out to you.
Hey, Joe. Good to see you, man.
All right. Send you an email. Let me know if you get it. We'll head on over. I think the only thing you'll have to do once you join that Google Meet is just mute your voice on EV Mux. I believe that's what Josh does.
Cool. Sounds good. I think it might be sending you to spam. I'll look around. Yeah, I'm gonna resend you my email because oh, there it is. It's just a little slow, just like me. All right, I'm in.
You're good. Yeah, yep, an EV Mux. Okay, let me know when you've done that, and then we'll test it out.
I'm getting an echo, so I'm going to mute you in EVMux here.
Perfect. All right, traders, test 1, 2, 3. Make sure we're good on my end, and then Steve run a test, and then go ahead and call in, guys.
All right, testing 1, 2, and 3. I'm hearing no echo on your part, so I think we're good on my side here.
Perfect. Let us know if you guys can hear Steve, and then we'll get to it. How to read post-earnings moves, traders. If you guys can hear Mr. Steve A-OK, I'd like to start with you, Steve, and because you've been really, you've been dialed into these earning plays every single day. It's been so many, lots to look at. What are your thoughts on A, just the moves in general that we've been seeing lately, and then B, the action thereafter? And what are you looking for, and how do you identify setups post earnings?
Well, it's a broad question, so I'm really curious to see what other kind of tips and tricks people have to call in with. For me, there were a few things that I wanted to talk about. The first being, like, how do you know when it's time to take a breakout trade? Because they're kind of similar. When you look at the Nvidia chart into earnings, it was breaking out of a base. Now here we are post earnings. In my book, the earnings seemed good, yet here we are at the bottom of the range. Is this time to take the trade, or do we need more information? Like, has the setup been broken, invalidated, or did we just kind of clear house of those breakout traders? So that's how I'm kind of looking at Nvidia as it's trading into this 185 to 190 zone that I had mentioned being the kind of deep resting support that we need to hold. Otherwise, I think this gets aired out a little bit more here. So that's the way I'm looking at it here. Is this a retest of a base that's been well developed, or is this a look above and fail, and now we need to go all the way down and sweep out the bottom of this bigger range down to 180, 170-ish?
They call it. What do you think about with the Nvidia's move yesterday based off of its earnings? I know you were covering that live, and there was a great audience there listening in. What were your thoughts on that move?
I thought it was good results. I thought they gave the people what they thought they wanted. They gave the 6% move, right? They never said it had to stick. And then afterwards, we did get a 6% move. Yeah, just about to the penny. Would you look at that, to the downside? So, in all things considered, this wasn't an outsized move. This wasn't anything that should be really scaring people too much, as long as the actual results are fine. I think this is more a case of the market is having trouble still. It's not going to just turn around in V shape when a big component in a lot of tech is struggling this much. So in the path towards kind of reclaiming our upwards trajectory there, it might take some jagged ups and downs, and it might take some digestion. So what I see for Nvidia here, whether or not it's good in the short term for tech, I think it's healthy for the market, and it's kind of speed running some of these jitters that the market needs to have to kind of work itself out of this knot by kind of, just shooting in all of this liquidity, shooting up, shooting down, kind of clearing out the books. So I'm looking at it as a good thing, but I as a bull, I want to see this 185 hold. I'd like to see this bottom be a bottom today, because it's trying to basically sweep and reclaim a very important level for me at 187.50.
Yeah, I see that level looking left there. Yeah, real key, that 185. But interesting, analysis there. So it's a sign of health. You're seeing just a healthy pullback on this ticker. And for the traders out there that maybe you traded Nvidia and you want to call in and just discuss your trade there, or of course, I know Tuna and Tack are great earnings traders, and we've heard from them. If you want to just discuss, even we can generalize it a little bit, how you've been trading in this earnings season and some of these earnings plays. We'd love to hear from you. So go ahead and call in whenever you get a second.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be great. So I'm seeing I'm also seeing some other earnings reactions that we can weave into this conversation as needed. Nvidia is definitely the belle of the ball here, but we also just have some pukers here. This Zoom is just down 12%. So I got stopped out of this one right at open on the little piece I did have left, and that was on a loss of my monthly support at 83. So 83 was the level that we needed to hold, and we just kind of reached up
Mhm.
into it pre-market, puked off of it. So I got out pretty quick on the market open there. I think that this is like the this is like the ghost of Christmas past for this is like the haunting image for Nvidia. It's like, this could happen to you. You better find support soon. So I'm not trying to say don't worry at all on Nvidia, because if it's good earnings and the results or the price action is very poor, I mean, that guy has to tell us something, right? So far, I think we were in this holding pattern where we're in the middle of the range again. The earnings seemed good, but the market didn't like it. We saw how that happens with software as a service. It can continue that trend. So I need to see the technicals start to support. I'm just not ready to throw in the towel and panic yet. I gotta assume things can resolve bullish if the overall market still seems quite healthy to me.
I'm going to send over the link, guys, for those that do not want to call in. You can utilize this link too. Not everybody at once, though. Not everybody at once on this call-in show link, but just earnings in general. Like, so, Steve, you've been covering earnings every single day. What all have you learned? Break it down for some of us. What all have you learned that you've been able to digest just covering these earnings plays day after day, and just basing it on? I know we have Mushroom saying the macro environment is affecting a lot of this charting as well.
Yeah.
So do you think like a lot of it, for example, might be expectations versus just even the reality of the earnings, whether they're good or bad?
I mean, Kevin, you hit the nail on the head. It's so contingent on a few things I've found. One is the overall positioning in the sector. So the overall, I consider that kind of expectations, right? You position based on your expectations. If you're bearish, you position with hedging, and that comes out in the wash, so to speak, when, market makers have to hedge that kind of thing into these prints. And so that's really important. You got to be able to kind of see, kind of not miss the forest for the trees when you're inferring these data points that you're getting on the earnings, because often you just have to read it through the lens of, okay, so this might be bullish news, but if everybody is just at the edge of their seat, like, they're looking for any reason to sell, it's got to be really convincing news. Otherwise, they're sitting there going, is this enough? Is this enough? I don't know. You don't know? I don't know. Okay, well, I guess we got to bail. I guess we got to de-risk because it's not what we're looking for. So honestly, for me, that's a big component. And then just the overall, kind of like what Mushroom's saying here, the overall macro environment can be so much more important than any one earnings report, especially for these smaller cap stuff. So you can just, luck of the draw, you're reporting on a day when something bad happens and the market is just fearful, you're going to get punished for that. And you might never recover from that for a quarter until you post some amazing numbers, and then you get the opposite effect.
That brings up a great question that I have then. So market sentiment almost seems like the umbrella almost of these like, for example, today today might be a very bearish day in the market, so good earnings might not react the same that it would on a strong bullish day. Is that what I'm gathering, what you're saying?
That's what I've gathered for sure. And it's more of a reflection of market, of risk on appetite at the moment of the print, filtered through this the lens, the narrative of this one specific company. So it's not that the news that you get on the earnings report doesn't matter. It's just, it's not going to be the defining factor, because investors aren't going, oh well, Zoom beat bot. I don't know, what did they do? Actually, it looks like they double missed. Okay, Zoom beat revenue by 1%. Earnings was only 3% out of line there. The sentiment is so bad. Zoom very well off that earnings report, fair value might be 85 or something, according to the previous rules, where the market wasn't in panic mode because Nvidia isn't responding well to their earnings. So, or maybe the macro environment is more just like software as a service is so toxic that meeting expectations, it's no longer good enough, because expectations have now drastically changed, and you need to do much better than you had to a couple months ago as a software as a service company, because everybody's anticipating moats shrinking so much. So it's really just it's this big old mind game that you're playing with the market. And this is why, as a technical trader, I have to kind of just let things settle, because I'm not going to pretend like I can analyze the semiconductor market as well as Stacy Raskin or something. He's been doing this for 30 years. You know, I'm just a guy looking at charts, so that's my edge. We get to wait and see this aggregated data of how informed, intelligent, big-sized, you know, institutional traders are responding to this, and that's the real tell for me. Because who knows what's bullish and what's bearish when it's all relative.
Well, the big institutions. Yeah, you mentioned the institutions, and somebody else did as well, John Smith Doe, saying corrections always occur when retail traders are doing record buys and institutions are top sellers. Yeah, I would say too, like you were saying, as far as just overall, if you're on the side of the majority, be cautious, be very cautious. Do you want to be on... Do you want to, as the old adage goes, you know, buy the rumor, sell the news, or do you want to be among the 10%, like the tax of the world in chat, that are selling into this great news? Or you want to be among the 90 that see the news circulating on, you know, social media or news, and then you're buying it? That's a telltale sign for me, Steve. When I see, and we've seen it across the board, we saw it with silver, we saw it with GameStop, we saw it with all these. Of course, those are two completely different entities, but the whole point is when you have grandma who you never heard from before start mentioning, like, is this a good time to buy silver? Okay, maybe not, right? Because now we've circulated. Now they're trying to get their reach to everybody. Money Mitch pointed out that fixed trade. You remember we went over that the other day, FIX, and he was like, and he said that exactly. He said the reason this keeps going, keeps breaking out to new highs, to new highs, to new highs, is essentially because it's not getting circulated. FIX is not getting circulated to the masses out there. It's just the big boys are making their big bucks, and they continue to do so. I guess when they're ready to unload, the correction will occur. Guys, we're going to have to put a 5K on the line. Call in, join in, 5K eval, the credits giveaway for whoever jumps in here. We want to hear from you. We know you're not trading anything out there. There's nothing going. This market's flat right now. There's nothing to trade. You got jump in here. If you're not trading or you have your orders in, go ahead. 5K on the line for whoever wants to jump in here and join the conversation on earnings.
You know, I love what you were talking about too, about trading. When is it time to trade with the crowd? And honestly, so I'll be a little devil's advocate, but I'm going to link it back and agree with you in the end. So sometimes it's great to trade with the crowd, right? Sometimes I'd rather be with the money than right or smart. You know, a lot of people try to outsmart the crowd. And if the crowd has still got the juice, you got to trade with the pack. But when can the crowd be wrong? Well, often they are at these inflection points where, as I think, John Smith Doe was saying, you know, retail has been pouring money in, and there's been a lot of sellers and institutions. So all that it can take is a binary catalyst like an earnings report to kind of trigger this waterfall and change the pack mentality from a good thing to a situation where, oh, wow, well, the pack is now getting cooked and the pack is going to start selling and the pack is going to be this albatross on your neck. Yeah. Whereas before, the pack was buying every dip and supporting your play. So that's Kevin, it's kind of like watching VWAP on a high flyer of the day, right? If you lose that, then everybody's going to start jumping over each other to sell. But as long as it's working, it's working.
It can be a complex topic for a few reasons. I think you nailed it on the head, though. You being able to ride the wave, there's an edge certainly there. But of course, then we have to add time frame, right? Time frame plays a part of that. Like, are you taking a predictable piece like Steve's saying, or are you just saying, you know, HODL, hold on for dear life? You know, there's two different time frames that we got to point out. We got somebody who just called in. Who do we have?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm getting an echo.
So mute the YouTube, and you should be good to go on the Google Meet side. YouTube. Yeah, mute the YouTube, and then the Google Meet. There should be no delay on the Google Meet side that you joined.
Okay. All right. What's up, Kev? How you doing, man? And Steve that achieve. How you guys doing, man? I saw.
Welcome.
Yeah, man. This is Coach TV, man.
Oh yeah,
Coach, man. Listen, I saw you guys sitting there. I said, man, we can't waste that talent, man. We got to talk to these guys. Somebody got to call in and get some knowledge from these brothers, man. What's going on?
Big chillin' here, you know. It's one of those days where you sit on your hands in my system and look at the carnage and say, "Hey, when's it time to pick through the wreckage?" Maybe not quite yet. I know I sound dramatic because some of my names are down pretty big, so I'm like, time to add, time to cut. These starters are getting cooked.
Oh, you talk about your long term, Steve?
Yes, sir. I'm primarily a swing trader, so you know I scalp to kind of give me the cushion to take some of these swing trades, which now I'm gonna have to reevaluate one or two of them, I think.
Okay, no worries, man. You know the market is a seesaw, so what goes up must come down, and what goes down goes up. So don't worry, don't trip off of that. But you know, mainly we day trade. Ain't that right, Kev?
Oh, amen. Coach TB, always good to hear from you. I love hearing you got words of wisdom always. So thank you for calling in. So how's you're like the physician of the Tesla, right? Am I getting that right? Physician of the Tesla.
Well, I kind of trade it often. Let's just say that.
Trade it often.
It's good to have the go-tos, right? You know Tesla by now. You know its ins and outs.
Yeah, pretty much. For looking at it for so long, I kind of watch what it does. And the only issue with Tesla is because I know it, it causes me to put on too many shares, if you will. So it's always a problem in trading.
Highly convicted.
You can know something. Yeah. Then you do something wrong that you shouldn't be doing because you think you know. If I drop down the share size, then I'll be golden corral, but it's no fun in that, right? That's boring.
Well, you're among a like-minded individual. I won't speak for Kev, but I feel that in my soul.
So how do you, Coach TB? How are you trading the earnings with Tesla? You like your normal pattern versus, let's say, since this is an earnings call-in show today, how do you address the earnings with your strategy?
Well, the earnings was back in January, the mid month on Tesla, and I'm just kind of waiting to see what the numbers are going to be, whether or not they're going to hit their mark or miss their mark. And lately Tesla has been missing the mark due to some political stuff that's been going on, and the sentiment has shifted away from climate and wanting to have electric cars and all that good stuff. But you got to match that with Tesla being involved with Starlink and SpaceX and AI and all that stuff. So it's like a mixture. You can't really go on, oh, they missed, so it's going to go down. That doesn't work with Tesla.
Right.
Pretty much just got to watch the price action with that. And but again, if I drop my share size, I traded 90 shares today, right? Usually I'm trading 500 or 600 shares, which is crazy because now my risk has risen, and that's when you fall into the drawdowns. But if I keep it at a lower amount of shares, then I could do well with that. But I see you guys are talking about the earnings today, and I just was surprised how Nvidia didn't hold. It's the seesaw. That's what I've been seeing for the past year with earnings. It'll take that initial pop if they hit, but then it'll pull right back on down. So I'm playing it that way. I'm playing it as a seesaw. I try to ride it up and ride it back down.
I like that. So we have like this established range, right? That's been formed by the earnings pop up and then the drop down. So assuming we can put a bottom in here, we can trade this box until it breaks, and we don't really have to have some grand overarching scheme of where it might end up in a year. So I like you bringing it back to price action, even for earnings, because like you said, Tesla's a great example of one. You could double beat, be down 10%. You could double miss, be up 20. It's really the Wild West out there, because it's not about the multiples. It's not about any one sales factor or statistic so much as it is about the narrative, right? Like are we going to space? Is Elon building robots? What's coming next? And that does make for a really fun stock to be a regular trader on. I love the Tesla.
Yeah, absolutely, Steve. I mean, we mainly have to lean more to sentiment, and everybody's been talking about that lately. The sentiment is more important than becoming more important than the technicals lately.
I'm with you. I mean, how I always look at Tesla in particular is like, if I'm an institutional fund, and I have, say 1% of my port dedicated to Tesla, that is my moonshot percentage. I'm not selling that if it's down 10%. I'm not selling if it's down 20%. I think it's going to 5x, or at least that's what that allocation is for, you know? So a lot of institutions, this is their version of ARK K, you know, this is their Kathy Woods allocation for, if we go crazy, you know, this is what's going to double, triple. And it's that rocket fuel that also can lead to, if the climate isn't right, it can get punished unfairly. But like you said, as a trader, this seesaw is where we can get so much opportunity, as long as we don't get too caught in our bias and end up you know, full porting any one thing just because it keeps going down and I love it, you know. So I think you're touching on a lot of good stuff.
Hey man, you have to be somewhat of a superhero the way you're doing it, Steve. You know, you got your long term, and then you day trading it as well. So in your long term, you're thinking about, hey man, it's dropping, but then you want to short it. It's like that mental strain is beautiful. I mean, to be able to do that is amazing. But yeah, man, we just ride the seesaw and ride the sentiment, I think, lately with earnings, because like Kev said, I mean, you could be down 10 and still go up 20, you know, so that's the way we plan it these days. How you guys doing with the small caps though, Kev? I haven't heard too much from you on the.
Well, I'm not worthy to speak on Tesla. I'm worthy to speak on maybe Lucid. The Chinese, yeah, small caps. I mean, today's AEHL is kind of waking them up a little bit, but just sitting and waiting. I mean, I like what you said, Coach TB, in relation to just trading the price action. I mean, that's ultimately what it comes down to. I think we the three of us know where traders get in trouble, and that is trying to predict where something's going to be in the future versus just trading like the action that is. And you found so much success, TB, and trading intraday, you know, just your precision on Tesla. And you're probably saying to yourself, correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't really know or care where it's going to be a week from now, but you know how to really cut a predictable piece out of it in the day. And that's all we look for. That's intraday day traders, not on the swing side, but as day traders, I don't care where this is going to be tomorrow. You know, I'm looking for predictable pieces today.
Yeah.
Yeah. With day trading, that's the attitude. With day trading, that's the attitude. But I'm like Steve with Google. You know, I will hold that long term and doesn't care where it's going to be, you know, next month or next 6 months, because I know it's going to 5x, you know. And I wish I could do that with Tesla, but I'm making, you know, enough in and out with it. I don't need to be holding it right now. But something like Nvidia is a great pullback. This is a great area to get in. So I may take a little bit of it here, because it's at 183 right now or something like that, Steve?
Let me pull it up again. It was sitting around 187. Yeah, it's finding a little bit of that 187.50. That's the level I need to see reclaim. So I'm waiting for an hourly close over that. Going to get that in about half an hour, and then that's probably going to be where I start nibbling.
Yeah, man, this is a great area for, you know, a long-term hold. It's looked like it went as low as 185. So I'm glad that it pulled back for now, because now I can get in here on the long-term account and hold it until it get to $500. How about that?
I'm in. And I love that. You were saying it's a superpower. I think it makes it easier for me. I don't think it's an extra strain on me to have like the long and the short term. Because for me, when the short term isn't working, it's usually because I try to be biased short on my short term because I'm so biased long in general. And I look at it as a hedge. And if I'm wrong, well, then maybe I'm sad in my short-term account, but my long-term account is paying dividends. And, you know, if it's one of those days where the long-term account isn't fun to look at, like this day, you know, well, then maybe I can just, you know, get my fingers a little wet, getting short, you know, just kind of making sure I'm establishing, you know, I'm not going to have the bottom fall out of my port here. I can still hedge effectively and entertain myself, so to speak, while I wait for the dust to settle. So for me, it keeps me kind of on both sides of the tape, not too biased bearish, not too biased bullish, and just thinking in two different time frames at once. So I think it's actually helpful to have that that kind of separate allocation that you're just it allows you to slow your mind down a little bit, because I'm so eager to be watching every 1 minute candle, but I'm like, why do I care? Why do I care what it does intra-week? I really don't, if I actually think about it. It's just that pull to watch every candle, I think.
Absolutely. A superpower, like I said.
All right, I'll take it. Thank you very much. From the coach himself, that means a lot.
So Coach DB, how's the trading been, and what you got going on here next that you're working on, maybe that you can share with the traders, some things you've been improving upon and want to continue to improve upon?
Yeah. Again, choosing the right share size is very, very important.
Yes.
So I've been working on that. I'm also continuously working on cutting my losses very, quicker than normal, right? And getting that mindset together. But with that, the market has kind of sort of changed a little bit. And I wanted to find out if you guys noticed that change in the market here in the last, I don't know, year to 6 months. It's moving different now. For example, there was a time when earnings, if the company hits their earnings, they hit their mark. We know that stock is going to go up and it may hold and continue, to go up. But now we don't know which way it's going to go. You guys notice that big change?
Well, let me speak real quick on just the small caps in terms of what you're saying. And there is a direct correlation, Coach TB, between what you just said and sizing, manipulation and sizing. I will say this real quick in small caps. In the last year, you nailed it. There has been a substantial change in that if you don't size correctly, you're going to over leverage and get completely wiped out, because the choppiness has been substantial, and you got to size small and give these plays some wiggle room, because they're coming for you. They're coming for those stops. That's what I've seen over the last year. If you size too heavy, you're going to get wicked out. You're absolutely going to wicked out. So you're onto something, sizing down, allowing for some chop on the plays. But what have you seen, Steve, and the larger caps in relation to that?
I mean, I was going to say the same thing. Size down and just make sure that, like, whatever is comfortable to you, it won't feel as comfortable after one of these results. And you should be trying to figure out that balance where, at least for me, like on these swings, if I don't want to get scared out of a long-term position, I need to make sure that the initial buy, if that comes down on me like a significant amount, but it still is holding the higher time frame levels, I want to be able to add without being scared, and even if that's we can take this to a scalp too. Like, say a trade just starts going against you a little bit, but you know what, you had a couple tiers of entry, you had a couple places where you think, oh, it might catch here, might catch here, might catch here. As long as it's holding that key level, you need to be able to be sizing where you can build into something if it's not giving you reasons to get out. If it's giving you extra looks, which is still fitting your system, that's opportunity, and you need to be sized so that opportunity doesn't scare you. That's kind of where my head's at.
Yeah, absolutely, Steve. I mean, I had a problem with sizing in TTP because my trading outside of TTP. So if I'm trading in my normal account, I may get stuck there and I'm inside of TTP with drawdowns and things like that. And that is a battle to switch it off and be like, hey man, you can't take 500 shares of Tesla right now, even though it's going your way. So you got to come down to 50 shares, 90 shares, 70 shares, or something like that. Go ahead, make your profit, call it a day, and come back tomorrow. That is, what I'm working on right as we speak with regards to that. But
yeah, it's hard to make that adjustment. That's a problem that a lot of people don't have, right? Because you're saying the emotion doesn't get to you, but it's just the pragmatics of the account size that can get you, So that's a problem that I look forward to having when it's not about the sizing that stresses me out, and just oh, my account, this prop account isn't big enough, So it's I'd say that's a good problem to have, but it definitely relevant,
No, man, no. Yeah, so but it's a work in progress, man. And the thing I love about TDP is that if you can do it, it's definitely going to sharpen your skills.
Oh yeah.
If you can make it happen, you know, look to the future as being brighter. That's what I'm thinking.
That's so great. Yeah, and we're just building on this this catalog of you know, trades, of things that we've seen, of ways to react to what we you know, to patterns that we're observing, and it's just it just gets better, you know, as long as you can just, I always say it's about surviving, right? If you can survive long enough to see these patterns, you will find these niches where you can just make the quick and easy money. And yeah, that's what it's all about in my book. Just getting long enough, you know, surviving long enough to get to that point.
There you go. I'm looking for 500x, 500 for my return of all the challenges that has been flushed and the challenges that has been lost. 5x of my return. So that's what I'm going for. And it's going to require constant study and concentration and discipline. So,
and it's going to require that positive outlook. Good job on that. That's a big part of it too. Your mind's got to be stronger than the emotions, and you got that, Coach TB. Probably because you're a coach. So we thank you for that advice. You're always welcome. Your family, always welcome. Thank you so much for calling in. Last words over to you, Coach.
Hey, man, I just want to say I appreciate you guys taking the time the way you guys do when you come online and give that information and that knowledge, that study that you guys have went over the years, and you sharing it with people. That's an awesome thing. And I wanted to just check in with you guys because I saw nobody was calling in, and we cannot have that. So I just want to give a chance for somebody else to call in, but I want to say keep up the great work, man.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks. That's why you're the GOAT, Coach. Appreciate you, man.
Peace, man.
Appreciate you.
Good
Man,
thought.
Yeah, always words of wisdom. I hear there's another caller about to jump in here. Who do we have calling into the call-in show? Is that?
Oh,
we got two of them. Oh boy.
Oh, it's a party.
Is that Mr. Tuna?
It's a party here.
Let's go. How you doing, bro?
AK. He's on mute.
I am, but hopefully not anymore.
Yay!
There you go.
Hey,
What's
we
up, baby?
got the legend himself, Mr. AK. Poolside.
Yeah, baby.
I was wondering, Josh,
Right.
been missing you over here. I'm excited to get you back, but I'm sure you guys are having a blast. I was wondering this morning. I'm like, what in the world is Josh even trading over there? So I was like, I gotta send.
Well, luckily, it was, I guess, a day we can go over stuff, and you know, when it's a slower day, you can start going over material, more lessons, and yeah, you want to always get a good trade in and look for, of course, myself, a good bounce play, maybe even a good short. Yeah, not a lot going on until finally AEHL. Got to, looking for some movement from it. B-Fly earlier this morning. There just hasn't been a lot out there the last couple of days, really, even yesterday. So not a lot, my man. Now, we went to PLTR. We looked at some large cap plays, and that's the thing. You got to flip the channel around. You can't just stay. And it's fine at first, early on. I know you don't want to do the squirrel game, and sitting on a ticker is good all day when you're early on. You just wait for a trade to come to you if you can build that discipline in. But once you get to our stage and you've been doing it for 3, 4, 5, plus years, 10 years, whatever, you're flipping through the channels. You're waiting. You're trying to find that chart set up that looks sexy. That you can go trade. And that's what we have to do on days like today. You got to flip the channel around and try to find a chart that looks good that you want to trade. And then there's no trade days. Which I love that. What you do on the poll. Like, hey, you don't always have to trade, peeps. There are no trade days. It's better to stay even than watch your money leaving.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, 34% haven't either flat or haven't taken a trade, which I love that. I mean, that's showing so much discipline in the chat room. Love to see the growth. I mean, that's showing trader maturity, Mr. Josh. So let us know. We want to hear how the AKNR is going. Come on.
Oh, it's going good. Let's go. Well, I wish they could see on the stream. I kind of showed it off yesterday, but you guys can see on the Google Meet here. If you can maybe pull that up to show off. But here we are. I got the pool right here. It's not a big guy. Of course, you're in New Orleans. You're not going to get many big yards, but got the doggos with us. They're on the balcony here. The wife's in the pool down there enjoying life. So give you a little tour of the house and see what we got going on in here.
Oh, we got an MTV Cribs tour. All right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we got the master room where we're all the dog beds. We brought 5 dogs. We got a bedroom there. We got a bathroom coming on up here. Big long hallways, as you can see. Then hallway down this way here into the more bedrooms. So into the kitchen area here where some of the traders are living it up. Yeah, what's up? What's up? Yeah, what's up? Yeah. Little Darla down there. What you doing, Darla? What you doing, Darla? Doing some street tacos for lunch coming up in a bit. Earlier did some eggs and some bacon in between the cooking. Last night had Ma's meatloaf, some mashed potatoes, black-eyed peas, some of that cheesy cornbread. Tonight, Avery already made some of her legendary pasta sauce. So, man, it is a time to be in New Orleans, my friend. But it's going good. The traders love to come, and especially when you get that one-on-one action, being able to talk to them in person. Like this afternoon, I always do kind of a sit-down on the second day. And just sit down with the trader, so I go from, it's almost, I feel like it's school now that I've done this long enough, and I feel like a teacher where I'll go to one student, sit down with them for a little bit and go over stuff for 30 minutes, do it with the next student. It's Kevin, you're up next. Hey, Smoke Tuna, you're up next, and it's good to go over stuff. A lot of the time you go to those, like maybe seminars, you can watch videos online and you take some in and you soak it in, but you have to go back and rewatch it. And that's what I want here, to where you can go back and just ask me questions for 30 minutes to an hour, to where when you leave me, you know exactly what you've left with, essentially.
Love that. Great stuff, man.
So yeah, look at the wife having fun with. Look at Emilio down there running around. If you guys see him, but yeah, it's a good time. Good time here in New Orleans. And we do different cities just to make it, of course, cities where it's easy for traders to get in, fly in easy, and yeah, teach them. And like Kevin, I'm telling you, Kevin, Steve, you guys, we got to do one of these together. I'm telling you, they're good.
I'd love to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to take
Sounds
over
like a
Wall
blast.
Street one of these days. Take over Wall Street, do a convention over there. It'll be a great time. Well, we miss you, Mr. Josh. Thanks for calling in. Love hearing from you, and looking forward to having you back next week. So, words of wisdom. Hey, earnings. This is supposed to be on earnings. How you trading them post earnings, Josh? Give us some words of advice before you head on out of here.
For me, it's like price splits. Like give it 2, 3, 4 days and wait for your levels to line up. I know, like Steve, when we're going over, of course, I'm sure when Kevin, you've joined them on those live streams in the afternoon for earnings this past month, which has been amazing. You wait for your levels. You have lines in essentially in these key areas that you want them to get to. It may take a month. It may take a week. It may hit them right out of the gate. But that's why I was saying what's awesome. I had one of my traders here made me an AK-47 shirt. On the back it said, "Put your lines in and trade them," in quotes that I've said for years. And that's it, and I'd had that with Amazon back in 2022 after kind of a similar situation. I saw 90s, blah, 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 100, 85, 80 to an average. I'm still in, Amazon from back in the day because of that. And so that's how I trade them. And I would tell other traders too, especially early on, don't try to just jump right in. Wait for, some consolidation. Don't just say, we're going up. Because you just get Meta on the day we watched their earnings, they skyrocketed $100 or whatever was up, and they've done nothing but tumbled back down since. If you would have just had patience and wait for the play to come back down, you can then average in and get you along, So that's where I just say, have patience, wait for your play to come to you. It may take a week, may take a month, but that's it.
That's been a great theme today. Honestly, from Nos was saying it, Mitch was saying it, Steve's been saying it. Just patience to let the trade come to you. And we return to that very often, that whole theme.
Yep.
So, Josh, thank you. Appreciate you. Miss you. Safe travels back when you head back home. And
yes. Well, tomorrow it's the half last day. It's more of a shortened day. It's half. It's still 3-4 hours of learning, but we hit the track. We go extreme experience at the New Orleans Motorsports Park. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Porsches. We get to drive some of the most top-notchy Kalachis, 160 plus miles an hour. We hit on the straightaway. I'll be thinking about you guys after I get out of the car, not while I'm driving. I promise.
Josh, is this part of your new career? Are you leaving us to become a race car driver after all?
No, I wish. Yeah, right. I wish. We'll see how good my laps are. I doubt it, but no, yeah. It's just like when I get these guys together, it's just I want to have one thing of fun, to add on to the experience. Yeah, they're gonna come get good food, of course, the camaraderie, learn, but then. Let's have a little fun at the end. And so, maybe if F1 wants to give me a shout, I've said it. Hey, F1, please. I've never driven before. I could be the rookie stock trader that comes over and takes over F1.
Everybody loves a good underdog story. I'm in, and you've got all the dogs in your
TTP,
story.
Sponsor me I'd wear it for free, even when they're paying me millions to wear those TTP right here.
Josh, You're
What's up?
welcome to come. You're welcome to come over here for the Monaco Grand Prix. You know.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think you brought that up on the other day. I would love
Yeah.
that, my man. Yeah, I
Come
would love
over.
that.
Come
that-
over. You can stay with me, and we can just drive. It's like 1 hour to Monaco.
Just got to pay for a plane ticket and I'm good to go?
Exactly. Come over.
Okay.
But you cannot bring all the dogs.
Just a few.
Josh, you get one carry-on, whatever you can fit in your on the
You know what's funny?
airplane.
If I literally, it'd be like, bring a carry-on of clothing and toothbrush or toothpaste, whatever, or I could bring one dog. I'd bring one dog because then I could get all the stuff I need when I get to Monaco.
Love that.
Yeah, you gotta have your emotional support animal there. I feel that.
Yes, literally.
So it's
All
been
right, team. Y'all,
yeah,
y'all have a good one. Thank you for letting me join on in here, and I'll see you guys when I get back.
yeah, man.
Take care,
Love
Josh.
you,
Safe
AK.
travel.
Take care. Safe travel.
Love you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a little slow for some of us, but not for Smoke Tuna, who has called in today. He, Mr. Steve, took a trade. AEHL was calling it from the 90s, 90-cent range. That thing went up to what? I haven't even taken a look. It's what, $1.45,
Wow.
$1.50. Where do you?
Dollar
You've been taking
47.
profit, Mr. Tuna.
I mean, I left. I took the profit on the first hold.
It's at
Like, when it opened,
$1.55 right now.
Yeah, I that's okay. You know, you leave some on the table for the others. That's fine.
All right, most
You know?
important question,
I
Tuna.
love it.
What? So
Yeah.
break it down for us. How did you AEHL break her down? How do you identify this?
AEHL. I mean, I was just. I mean, let me go back to the chart, right? So you can see the flag. It was making the flag.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing much to see. I mean, if you see the chart, you can see it came up. I mean, it has gone so far. I mean, look at that. Like, if it holds a fib level, you know, doesn't break it. Every pullback is being bought up. You know, like when you see a big red like pullback and the same amount is being bought back,
Right.
that shows some strength, right? So
Absolutely.
I mean, you have to see the chart, right? Like you have to. I mean, and the other thing is that if you want a good entry, always look for the pain point where it's flushing, right? Flushing and hold. That I mean, I'm always talking about the buy level to be the pain point. Like
Yeah.
when you are on the short side, where do you want to short? When you see the you know, when you see those
Yeah.
candle, the wick, you know,
Yeah.
on the top, that's where I mean, that's the pain point for the bulls. That's where you want to short. Like same thing when you're buying, you have to buy at the pain point where it's wicking at the on the sell off, a big pull back, and it's all about the entry, man. It's all about the entry. The sizing issue, the issue of sizing is all about entry. If you don't have a good entry, you will size up. You will size the whole house if you have a bad entry. You know, that's how you
It'll
lose
force
everything.
you into making these
Exactly.
calls like, well, I'm
So-
oversized, but this is my entry. This is another entry. This is another entry. And then it just takes
Yeah.
one candle to get your whole shares shaken out,
Tuna
right?
has repeated
Exactly.
that for you have emphasized that point, Tuna, for as long as I've known you. Just the first entry is very important, and I think there's something to it. Yeah.
We are not doing any magic. I'm learning from Crow. This is always Crow. If you ask Crow, you look at the chart. When Crow has an entry, there's no volume. There's no one who wants to buy it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Beautiful.
that's where you have to be, because there's no way that someone is going to flush on you, because there's no volume to flush on you.
Well, he
Right.
traded. What did he trade? He traded ALBT, I believe, Crow this morning. He was in it in the 90s, and got that. We got the $1.20 push on it. So I mean, yeah, Crow's there. He's there before early bird gets the worm. That was around 8 a.m. likely. You caught that one, but yeah, you got to.
Every day Crow is calling and dropping so many goals, and I still see traders losing money. That's so sad, man. The biggest thing about traders is they are their own enemies, because they don't want to learn from anyone.
It's what you're talking about, the ego, right? It's like it's a job
Exactly.
requirement, but it's also our biggest enemy, our biggest hurdle.
Exactly. Like if you don't want to learn, if you don't want to listen to anyone, you don't want to learn your mistakes, you will never grow, right? You have to, and you stop repeating that. That's the most important.
Yeah.
Don't buy the top. Like everyone is saying, don't buy the top. Don't buy the top. It's
like
easy.
AEHL right here.
It's like, do you want to get a six pack? You know how to get a six pack, but do you want to do it? You know, there's no secret.
Everybody
Trading
wants
is
to buy the dip until you get the dip, right? You know, same thing. Everybody wants to put in the work until they have to put in the work.
Yeah, I like to
And
say
that's
it's try to learn to be comfortable taking uncomfortable positions, because like you just said, Steve, when it's pulling back and it looks scary, our emotions are saying, ooh, like there's no buyers here, this doesn't look good. But oftentimes that's the good entry when it feels scary. Think of during COVID, those were some of the best pretty much those were the best opportunities, you know, when everyone's panicking.
The pain point. The pain point. That's the pain point. You can see it. It's very visible on the chart. It will be there forever. You know, those are the pain points. So you look for that. You get a good entry. You know, you can just ride it up. That's it. Like you don't have to be worried about getting flushed.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like small caps, when you're trading small caps, the biggest scare is always being flushed on you. But if you are at the bottom when no one wanted it, you know, like look at AEHL right now, like at 90 cent for scary, but that was the place. And right now, look at the chart. You know, if you were there, you don't have to worry. You can ride it to 60 or maybe even $2.
What was your stop?
Who knows?
The stop was clear,
yeah.
like 86.5 cents, you know, crack. Was that essentially your stop on it? I'm curious because the RR's great. Like it had that line right there under 90 and you took it at 90. I mean, that's just the risk reward.
I always use a mental stop. You cannot trade small caps with you know, like 5 cent, 10 cent stop
hey, that
loss.
was last week's call show.
That
was last week's call show. We could get into mental and hard stops, but yeah, I mean, I respect it. Traders trade differently. The mental stops, if you're disciplined with them in small caps, that's the problem, is lack of discipline for traders.
You know, Tuna, I'm looking here at the AHL, and I think it's such a beautiful example of, like you're saying, where are those pain points? Because I'm a big volume profile trader, and watching that profile build out at the level you mentioned, that for me, it's really well defined at 0.96 on the top side and 0.916 roughly on the bottom there. Such a defined little zone. And if like you're saying, what are the pain points? Every time they flush under that, it was a beautiful entry to accumulate here in this sideways flag that was building out. And I mean, just looking for those pivots and not saying, okay, this is clearly a level, therefore if it goes under, I'm going to stop out. Saying, okay, this is clearly a zone of interest. If it moves away from this zone, I want to see how quickly it moves back, like that beach ball underwater kind of price action there. So this is a great example of just volume profiles and watching where the volume is traded, watching where they're going to sweep that volume, and then just getting your foothold in there under that safe band. So then when you reclaim it, you've got your cushion just built in right there. Really nice chart.
Yeah, I mean, there are other things you have to know, right? Like first thing, look at the float. That's important. Those things you cannot, like, don't take the entry and start looking at the stuff, right? You have to do the research before, because you get a good entry. How many entries could you have taken in AEHL before it made the move? Like, you don't need to rush. Just take your time, do your research, look at the volume, try to see like I mean, if you have access to level 2, use level 2. Try to like analyze the level 2 to see, is there more buyers, more sellers? You know, like those things are very important when you trade small caps. Like it's not an easy game if you don't know what you're doing, and you can really lose everything. I mean, I have lost so much, you know, like I'm telling with experience from many years. So it's a hard game, but so you have to do it the right way, and always look for the entry. Get a good entry. You can ride any of these small caps, you know. That's how it is. Like that's the thing. Even short sellers, like when you short, you're always too early. You know, you're shorting at the first run, the second run. you have to understand that these things can spike forever. NCI, CBIO, CDIO, and these ones, I mean,
Hey,
we have
CDIO,
seen.
keep that one out of you. CDIO, let's leave that one out of
Me
you
and
now.
Crow, we have seen CDIO, NCI,
Yeah.
for ages. They were like
Yeah.
no one wanted it, always flush, but they always have one day in a year or in a 2 years. When that day comes, you cannot
Oh,
stop them.
hey,
CDIO is doing that.
not right now. It's not. NCI, you mentioned that too. That's going on the March Madness lineup right there. NCI, Mr. Steve, the rug pullers. We're compiling a list of some small cap junkers that, as long as she holds up, but to short into. But yeah,
Okay.
Tuna, you're full of wisdom. Thank you for sharing your experience over the years. We all have learning the drawdowns, and that's why I think we're so passionate. Like we want you guys to learn via trade the pool, so your risk is, of course, lowered, and then learn from us. Be the wise
Yeah,
people out there,
I
like Kat
think
said, and learn from
I
other people.
think really traders don't want to listen. Like when you talk about trade the pool, everyone is like, "Who is promoting trade the pool?" Right? I guess it's really something you should leverage. Trade the pool is great, really. Who is going to give you this much leverage for like $100? 200
Yeah.
bucks to. I mean, no one. So use it. Like this is. It's not paper trading, right? It's paper trading, but you have rules, you have ways to win. Like anyway, trading is a game. It's like
Yeah.
anyway, it's a game, right? Even in the real, if you even have a real broker, it's a game. You need to learn how to win the game by using trade the pool or somewhere that you don't risk all your capital, right? Risk
Yeah.
like a small amount of capital, like at least get funded on trade the pool, 1 2 accounts, and you use your own broker. Doesn't matter, you will make money at that point, right? But before that, leverage what's there. Like these products, they will not always be this cheap. It will get
Mhm.
expensive when there are more people. Right now,
It's a good time.
it's not that like so many people around, so use it. Like, and I will tell you, with the AI, with all these things changing, a lot of people are going to come to the market.
Yes, because
A
it's going
lot
to
of
take
people.
away so many jobs, but one of those
Exactly.
is not going to be trading. Because I'll tell you right now, Smoke Tuna, I know that you can identify an algorithmic pattern on a chart, and you probably feel like you can find an edge there and out trade that bot. I know that I'm not afraid of bots. I'm afraid of real humans executing, So this is an area that has a lot of job security, and a lot of people don't realize that. They think this can all be automated. And like you're saying, why mental stops are so important? Well, because those are a lot harder to automate than a hard stop, right? Those hard stops just get targeted. Humans hunt these bots, and so there's great job security there. And I just wanted to touch on really quick. I know we're running out of time here, but you're talking about how it's not a paper account, and I think it's the perfect balance. Because for me, like it's with any kind of game, it's like with poker. Come on, let me play for a few bucks. Let me play the 1-2 tables, right? Like I want to play for a little something, so I'm invested, so I care. Otherwise, I'm just playing every hand. Just like on a paper account, if there's nothing at stake, you're going to be more inclined to do bad things, to do bad habits. So it's this right balance where I'm not playing for $1,000 a hand. Then I'd be scared. Then I wouldn't be thinking clearly. So what's the way that I can frame this and like gamify it, like you're talking about? I used to play a ton of it's called Defense of the Ancients, Dota 2. I used to play a ton of this game where I'd have to think about so many different complex ecosystems, how they work together. I just kind of stopped playing when I started trading, because this is the ultimate game, and we can make real money if we're able to get our discipline down. So I think that appeals to a lot of people in this economy where you're not rewarded linearly for your effort. Some people work so damn hard and they're just grinding out minimum wage. So this is the best avenue to work smarter instead of harder and decouple that. So that's why I'm here. I think it's truly the best way that we can help people better their lives.
The thing is, I'll tell you, like if you look at the area, right? Like trading is hard. Everyone see from outside looking in, right? Everyone
Yeah.
see It's like trading is hard. You have to be an engineer to trade. But I mean, I have seen Kevin. You had a podcast with Brenda, right? Who is a truck driver. She had an injury and she starts trading and she's making money trading.
That's
Like,
amazing.
yeah, you don't have to have a huge brain. Doctors and engineers, they are the most failing bunch in
Mhm.
trading, because
Yes.
when you know too much, you always think like you will be fine, right? You always have that instinct, oh, I'll be fine, right? Like I can lose, and you keep losing and you keep losing and you keep losing.
Tuna,
That
that's so on point. It's so funny you say that. I know 3 doctors who trade. Great people. They're diligent. They work so hard to be so smart, but they're so sure of themselves, and that's such a dangerous trait to have. And I'll give you one more little anecdote here. One of the best traders I know, both his parents are physicians, and all he talks about is, man, they're so stubborn. They just can't admit that they're wrong. And you know what? It worked great when they were just buying the dip on, whatever. they were in some high flyer and they just kept buying the dip. I think it was like SMCI, and they could not accept being wrong on the way down.
they should only do the investing, never
Yes.
day trade. They should
Yes.
never. Yeah.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Our hubris, our when it's the Mark Twain quote. It's not what you don't know that'll hurt you. It's what you know that just ain't so.
And there's one more thing. You have to always be willing to unlearn, because there's so many things to unlearn when you become a day
Mhm.
trader.
I love
You
that.
have like you hear like everyone say, oh, the market always goes up. You want to hold bags forever for the market to go up, you will lose everything. That's it.
Lose
Yeah,
everything.
absolutely.
In the small cap world, there is nothing that like Buffett says or anyone says that's relevant to the small cap, right? Forget all of that. You have to forget all of that, because all of that doesn't apply in the small cap, because we are trading the junk of the junks, and everyone is here just to take pennies off them. That's it. While they're still alive. So
Right.
I mean, I'm saying me and Crow, we are just the cleaning crew. We just come to clean.
Yeah. You're the garbage disposal of the
Yes,
market.
exactly.
But that's essential for a healthy
Ecosystem,
economy.
exactly.
Yeah, ecosystem.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah,
what
yeah,
did this company do again? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's completely just detaching from the outcome. I think summarizes it. Detaching from the outcomes, essentially, in small caps, certainly, large caps, even, and I think that's why the very smart people can find trouble, is because it takes discipline. It doesn't take smarts. It takes a lot of discipline, risk management, consistency, a lot of the things. Detaching from the outcome, and especially. But guys, that's going to wrap up the call-in show. Thank you so much, Tuna, Coach, Josh, and certainly Tuna, for calling in today. It was a great call-in show. Covered a lot of wisdom, a lot of insight. Hope you guys enjoyed it over on the YouTube and X land and wherever else you may be watching from around the world. We got Steve going into Power Hour later in the day, and of course earnings today on this Thursday as well. But gentlemen, you guys wrap it up, then we're out of here.
Tuna, any final words here before I take that?
No, just be safe. That's it, guys. Be safe.
That's a great
Don't hit the top. Don't hit the top. Don't hit the bottom if you're shorting. Just be safe. Find your edge. Trade your edge. That's it. If you're not comfortable, if you don't have time, if you're busy, don't trade. That's it.
That's it.
I love it. I'm just gonna echo that for my sign off here. Be safe. Great advice. Don't force things. For me, my system isn't firing. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to make some buys. And like you said, we're about that 80% straight move. We don't care about the bottom 20. That's choppy. That's messy. We don't care about the top. That means that we're staying too long. We catch the easy moves, and we're gonna just wake up and do it again tomorrow. So thanks so much, Tuna. Thanks as always, Kevin. Thank you for having me on. This is always fun to pop in here, get to talk to some of y'all in person. So that's all I got, Kev. Wrap it up, baby.
Hey, Steve, you're the best, man. I always appreciate your wisdom. We'll be hearing from you in a little bit too, in the Power Hour and the earnings. So traders, appreciate y'all. Love you guys. If you need any help, always here always here. Email me, averydaytrading@gmail.com. If you did call in and you want the 5K credits, email Colin Show at tradethepool.com. I'll get you taken care of. But we'll have the scanners live here until power hour, so you guys stick around and hang out and chat it out if you guys want to continue the conversation. But until then, traders, we will see you guys next time.
we've had quite a day, quite a dump in the morning. The market didn't like what seemed like good Nvidia numbers in my book, but hey, you know what? We are seeing some recovery, a nice bounce off of the lows, a nice reclaim of some key moving averages that we're going to talk about, and the potential for a W bottom being put in right now into power hour. So we're going to be looking for strength here. We're going to be looking for this pivot that we're forming intraday. Let's go full screen. This pivot that we're forming intraday to hold. We're seeing the buyers try here. We're seeing this 5-minute 9 moving average curling on up, catching us as support. We like the price action. Going into the 1-minute chart, let's see what we're seeing algorithmically. Where are the buyers located? So far, looks like they are holding this really nice candle here, We're just riding the moving averages up. As long as we are over this 21, the short-term trend is holding. That being said, short-term structure, a little bit perilous here just in terms of this rising wedge that did need to get price released, just flushed on down to the 50-minute, this white line here. As long as this holds, we're feeling good though. On the short term, means there's algorithmic buying still located off the 50. Now the algorithms will try to reclaim these 9 and 21s to keep on guiding us up. That's what bulls want to see. Totally valid if we need to take another trip downtown though, because this was quite a sell and we haven't fully digested it yet, I do not believe. So we'll see how this plays out. Going back to a 15-minute, we got to look left a little bit here and get some context as well. Waiting for my chart to think here. There we go. So a few things of note. First off, we got to redraw our fibs. We broke the consolidation range that we were trading in yesterday. Came on down and we dipped into this golden pocket. We re-dipped into the area of interest down here as well. Retesting the breakout very, very tightly to the penny almost. So guys, this is what we're looking for. When price comes down, like it did here on the 23rd, comes up to a midpoint, comes down again and pushes, that forms what we call a W bottom there. See, down, up, down, and this box is the neckline. So whenever we breach the neckline and start a rally, when this rally fades, we can look for support to step in off of that previous base. So basically, this was the structure that sent us up here. And now we need to come back down and see if this buyer is still going to hold. So far, so good. We are going to go back to a 1-minute chart. Looks like SPY is trying to get that push, reclaim those moving averages that we mentioned. Yes, very nice, very nice. So what you want to see when a stock is running too hot and runs into these rising wedges on a 1-minute, but you think it's still as bullish on a higher time frame like we do, essentially what you want to see is a little bit of a stop run, and you'll see that these fibs work even on these smaller ranges. So we can pull this small range here, and just like we were talking about catching in the golden pocket on that 15-minute chart, we can see in this newly established range in which this rising wedge had to play out a little bit, they often will only dip into the equilibrium, this 50%, or this golden pocket like we had just talked about. So I'm going to zoom out once more to show you that, guys, because it's the exact same thing, but notice, see the wicks in between those two golden levels there. Now on the 15-minute chart, see the wicks in between the two golden levels? This is a textbook golden pocket retracement into a proper base, and that is why I did not catch the short, guys. I did not catch the short. I'm in longer term investing mode. I sold just about all my options yesterday to de-risk. And my plan was, hey, if we dump and we hold, I'd like to be a dip buyer. So I missed this sell, and it would have been a really nice sell. I know some people in my server caught it really nicely. Shout out Bellingham and those 690 puts. Really clean trading whenever you have a nice day and you're saying, all right, I'm going to risk 1/3 of my nice day on protection for this binary event. And all of a sudden that 1/3 of your profits turns into, you basically double or triple the nice day you just had while the market's down. Then you can take that money that you monetize on the puts, throw it right back into some nice dip buys. So what I dip bought today was a few of my favorite setups. I really like EWZ still. I'm loving Brazil. Loving Brazil as a place to have some money. I think that it's a good place to sit in while the indices decide whether we are going to justify these valuations. Hey, Joe, what's going on, baby? And we got some people in the chat as well. Consistent spike. If you're still around, good to see you in here. We can check out TCOM in just a second. Talk, I know you're probably floating around somewhere. Hope you're having a good day. I'm shockingly not down that much. This morning, I woke up to my second biggest holding, down 30%, guys. QURE, the head of the FDA, had some things to say. Seems like he mixed up my stock with one that had much worse clinical results, RGNX. So we will see if that move sticks. Right now, no reprieve. So despite that, down a couple $100, but it could be a lot worse because we're getting a nice retracement on a lot of my plays. EWZ formed this nice higher low double bottom. We got in right here, and this was the confirmation, added a little bit more on the settlement of this stick too. And we're just floating on up, essentially the same W base. FCX, an amazing recovery on FCX today. So it looks impressive on the one, but check out the daily candle. Oh, we can't see this day's candle. I forgot till it finishes. Well, on the 4 hour, we should be able to see, yeah, big ol' hammer candle retracing off of where, guys? The previous W base top. Just mechanical. This could be the only setup you take. Say, all right, W base, I'll play this momentum. I'll take profit when we start trading sideways after the momentum, usually on the previous swing high. So you can see right there, that was where I sold yesterday, right up on into there, sold my options from when we bought down here. Beautiful trade there, 300% on a monthly contract. So didn't even have to risk weeklies. And if you took leveraged products, this was a 20, 30%, or no, I think a 20% trade on the 2X FCX. So you don't need leverage. You can just trade it in your prop accounts too and still make a lot of money. Yeah, 22% move there in 2-3 days. Great for the swing accounts. And so then that was my target. Now I'm waiting to get involved once it proves that it still has buyers. This is what I was looking for. I got it. And this one's working well too for the dip buy. So not too bad of a day despite being a pretty bad day for me at least. This is one of my big holdings here, QURE, just getting absolutely pummeled and really not finding any bounce. The other names in this sector, subsector, are recovering a little bit better. CLPT, I do have some CLPT as well, but about 3-1 QURE. So I'm not having a blast, but it's going to be okay, I think. Let's see. Hey, Todd, good to see you. Nice bounce 2 days ago on FICO. You were talking about this, and it's up 220%, $220 a share. Wow. All right. So this is a nice failed auction lower, right? We had these clear wicks forming a level here. We tried to hold very nicely twice, showing that there were buyers here, but they were not strong enough to cook on up and out of this descending triangle base. So essentially, this is a bearish pattern. It's a bearish pattern when you have this ascending triangle, but descending triangle. So just a flat bottom getting pounded, and then it pops. But the thing is, very often, failed breakdowns form the best uptrends. So first off, just look at the precision here. So we take the base structure, this swing high to the swing low. Our projection for if this breaks where it would go is going to be, well, it'll test this 127 fib. If it finds traction through there, it will surge to the 1.62 fib. And that is what we got, just about to the penny there, to the penny. Just about. So that's the very clear sign that, hey, if you hit the target and snap back really fast, that's a good sign that this might be a failed breakdown. This candle was a great bit of confluence, not quite confirmation yet. I would call this confirmation on this candle because it is essentially settling back through this zone that we mentioned. Next stop is going to be to test the upper side of this zone. And it's getting pretty close. So that's the area that we watch. 143.33. A sweep of that should lead, I would say, right on up to the next pivot, the next area where we sold off from. So maybe right about there. Little 1,500 or 1,500. It's a good spot. Not too shabby. Another trade I want to talk about, silver. I added a little early, but the ad is now green again. And I think that we are cooking, baby. So silver is not done yet. Don't let anybody tell you it's done. my humble opinion, at least. So guys, we got into this trade on this day, pretty much right at open on this breakout. I actually think I took a starter a little early here on the consolidation. Either way, I was up 30% on my AGQ, which is the 2x leverage. I was down to about 15% here, and I said, hey, we hit the gap. We hit the gap. Time to add. I did add early a little bit too into the 80 handle. So that's where we're trading at now. So that one's just going green. This one was the good dip buy into the gap. And essentially the playbook has always been wait after we get the confirmation of a bullish trend, or, you know, continuation of this bigger bullish trend is how I see it. We dropped, but we held the key level. Now we're pushing up off of that, forming a higher low. So my playbook is wait for the pullbacks into these moving averages that it gets extended from. So it gets extended from it. And this sell isn't bearish. It's just returning back to gravity, back to the area where we can find these buyers like me who are trying to pump this up. So I could expect maybe a day or two more of consolidation, but I think that this is going to be a flag that eventually breaks on upwards. Silver, loving that. We talked about copper. What's up, Tyler? I'm doing okay today. Yeah, I sold my options yesterday. I held all of my shares. Most of my shares got the crap beat out of them. But I did do some dip buying on options today. I bought some FCX calls at about a little bit under 67, I believe, 66.70, somewhere around there. EWZ I got more involved in as well. This was posting a nice hammer candle as well. I was just taking this one off of this previous pivot, right about there. I think I drew it like that. And so when we responded to the 38.65 and bounced a little bit, I didn't bottom ticket. I was a little bit flustered this morning. But yeah, this was the area and it looks good to me. So we have this kind of flat top base and we have this kind of cup action here. And it's extended from the bigger cup here. So, but essentially a cup and a handle here. And we're retracing the neckline. And I think that what we're seeing is essentially another one of those rising wedges, which fake breaks down and just kind of resets things. So this was a ascending tightening pattern that we did break. You could say we're retesting it to the backside and it could cascade. But what I'm seeing is probably just a little retrace into the 50% of this little consolidation range. And you can see it didn't even quite get to the 50% before finding those buyers. So I think the play is still on for Brazil. The other way I'm playing that is PBR here too. So PBR, another very resilient one today, just trading sideways after breaking its base. So very similar to Brazil. This is a Brazilian stock, but this is Brazilian energy. So I'm getting the dual tailwinds there of a strong energy sector and a strong Latin American sector. So tariff play and war play. Speaking of war, how is oil doing? Yeah, Tyler, no touching. Papa Talk is going to lay down the law. So oil having quite a day here. Look at this high volume pop. It came down, retested the 21 day. Hard support there because there was no real bottom wick, no real violation of that level. Just straight on caught, now catching and trying to digest through that 9. So let's see. The last time we did this kind of thing was just about right here. We came down pretty hard, undercut even a little more than this, and then we had the gap up off that moving average catch. So we'll see if we can keep on doing that stair step in action off previous bases. You can see that this is roughly one here too. Let's see. We'll go off this top wick, which kind of represents the top of the range there, and dipping back into it, finding the support, going up. Now we're dipping back again. Let's see if we can find the support and move on up. Energy, not a bad place to be in my book. I think it's still got juice, although we could see some pullback. The question is on XLE, is this a little bit of a distribution top? We are starting to see a little bit of that curved top action. You see that? Whoops, that is not a prediction. But could come down here maybe. But XLE very resilient. Money is hiding in energy. Don't touch the stove. That's right. Don't touch the stove. So yeah, we talked silver. Let's look at gold real quick as well. I'm mostly looking at longer term charts here today, guys, because you know what? I think that it's just time to focus on what's really working and let things that need to settle. I'm not interested in just chopping back and forth in most of my positions. I can weather chop if it's worth it. But you know what? I like to be in what's moving and what's still working. I see precious metals still working very well. You see gold tightening up here again. And this is going to be a very powerful move if it breaks out of here. It'll probably squeeze, probably to new highs. And we're seeing a similar setup here, and one that I wish I'd played so much harder, where we have this kind of pennant that's rising pretty aggressively, and it can just squeeze, consolidate, and then just ride these moving averages up. So we've started the drift up process. We're surfing the moving averages. Still very strong. I still love this precious metals complex. We talked about FCX, another very strong one, AA, Alcoa Aluminum. Look at that beautiful, beautiful, beautiful opportunity to get back involved there, guys. Absolutely beautiful chance to get back in off of this 9-day moving average, off of this imbalance right here. And you know what? I wish that I bought this one too. I missed this one. I wasn't locked in this morning. Happened really fast too. So really nice action there. I'm liking what I'm seeing, and I think that these keep on going higher and higher. On the weekly, well, first I'll show you just this nice progressive scooping action, just forming a really nice cupped handle here. And it's a handle because on the monthly here, look at this. Well, actually, the weekly will show it better, but you see that cup. And on the weekly, just such a nice flag. Really, really nice flag. So yeah, I'm still a big bull on these guys. I think they got a lot of room. Soxil down 11% today. That is no joke. Is it a top in semiconductors? Is it a blow off? Here's the weekly chart that we're playing with. It's now 3 attempts to break through this. And this looks like a look above and fail so far. But we got to see where we're supported. On the weekly, first off, weekly containment. Going to be this pivot right here. You see it on your screen, very, very defined. Just the top of these candles, bottom of these wicks, somewhere right around there, also in line with that 9-week moving average. So this guy's got to hold the round number of 400. Any undercuts need to be bought up very fast for this rally to continue. Now that we framed it on the weekly, what are we looking at on the daily? 1, 2, 3 attempts to go through. It can reset on this one as long as it holds a higher low, this range that we just marked as well. And as long as that holds, I think that it can reset and try for a 4th attempt. I got to say, though, this is getting me a little bit spooked because this could be one big rising pattern. And man, does that look bearish if you draw it like that, right? The peak below. So we really want to see it recover this 9-day moving average on SMH. Otherwise, I could be entertaining the possibility of building into a success position, the negative leveraged Soxil or Sox. If it's a top for semis, can I get a buy opportunity on ASML, please? It's like, brother, I've been trying to get in for 8 years. Let's take a look at ASML. Whoa, yeah. How about we hold hands and buy at 1,100. That's my plan. Something like that. All right, guys, 20 minutes in. Let's keep an eye on those shorter time frame charts. Make sure that things are progressing nicely. I just keep glancing at my P&L and I'm down less each time. So I assume that SPY is acting nice. SPY on the 5-minute chart. Let's clean it up just a little bit. SPY actually, it's not screaming or anything. It's holding. Holding. Let's check a 1 minute. Holding on this 1 minute. So we had this nice little downward flag type action, a nice break here showing me that there's still buyers, but now it's the time to test. So what you want to see if you're a buyer, you want to see the moving averages get rejected, but this pivot hold, this higher low hold, then you want to see it sweep up high, clear the space. It can come down a little bit and then push up higher. So this could be an entry on a higher low if you find buyers, or you could wait till you get the incentive to go higher by sweeping this previous high and then wait for it to pull back into those moving averages. So what we want to see, like I said, into that pivot we have marked, just want to see the buyer step in here. I'm going to remove this for now so we can see a little bit better. Name of the game is high or low. Otherwise, we can wash out back to the 50% pivot at 688-ish, 687.75. 687.50 to 688. Let's call it that. You could also say, hey, this is a bear flag up here. That could be end up being what happens if this low does get lost. And then like I said, the target would be right back down here to 687.70 roughly. Bull's going to try to make a stand here, try to reclaim something here. Let's see if we can look around the market and get any hints about whether they can or not. So I'm going to start with looking at VXX. I want to see what VIX is doing, what volatility is up to. Picking up just a little bit. Let's go to a 5, get a little bit bigger of a picture. But in general, to me, it looks like VIX a little bit more constructive than SPY. Big breakout in VIX. Now consolidating right at the previous neckline here. It's worth keeping an eye on. SPY, like I said, the bulls want to hold it here because it's the higher low. That's the logical place for them to try. I just don't know if I see it yet. Top wicks off the moving averages, no real juice. Higher time frame context, still definitely bearish. So we'll see. Higher time frame context bearish in a sense of like intraday price came down a lot and we haven't formed like a bottom that it's good for the intraday, I think. I'm not 100% convinced that it holds through the week if the selling pressure just keeps, if they keep selling us off of moving averages. So I'm still cautiously optimistic that the dip gets bought. I was doing dip buying, but I just want to see if the buyers step back in off of this surge above the equilibrium here, showing that basically we are done trading at a discount. And this morning was kind of a fluke. Definitely looking like a fluke on FCX. So that's why my port's continuing to climb, even though SPY is kind of trading sideways. Metals, definitely happy. We also talked about IonQ. We talked about earnings in for them yesterday, potentially being a boon for the sector. I saw Rigetti today was up like 7% when I looked. Let's look on an hourly chart for that. Yeah, nice move on Rigetti there. Holding very nicely. So areas of strength, RDW as well, the space sector, that's not looking too bad. How is ASTS holding up? ASTS looks green on the day, I believe. Not too shabby. That probably means Rocket Lab reclaimed 70 as well. Yeah, 71, pushed to 72.50. So Rocket Lab's starting to get interesting here. The daily's starting to shape up. Potentially carving out a little inverted head and shoulders, rounded bottom here. It's a little weird, the structure, but worth watching because these guys led on the way up before the pullback. Now they may be ready to lead up again. I will say that I could see this breaking down too, the way that it's just still getting hammered by this moving average, the 9. Something to consider there. Oh, nobody jinx it, but the biggest dog in my port might be getting up off the mat here. QURE. Finally showing just a little bit of life. Really not much to write home about, but man, I'll take what I can get after this beat down this morning. I still believe in this stock. I'm in shares. It can take its sweet darn time, but it doesn't feel good. What else is cooking here? We're about halfway through power hour now, guys. Okay, so I wanted to compare strength from AA to FCX. What I'm liking is that essentially I think FCX is just a little bit stronger today, showing a real nice impulse move through the W top, whereas AA is still consolidating there. I would expect AA to follow. But I've noticed they kind of slosh back and forth, the baskets here of these different metals that are attempting to break out. So, for example, FCX 2 days ago had like a 4 or 5% day. And then, meanwhile, AA had like a 1-2% day. Then the next day, AA had like a 7% move. I think it closed around 5, and FCX had a more modest 3% move. So they kind of trade back and forth. I like that it seems like FCX is picking up the baton again and trying to lead, because it has tested the high of its range already. And if it's going to lead, it's going to keep testing that high of the range until it breaks out in a couple days, hopefully. And, you know, that's the goal here. That's the goal here. So I am in a couple 70 Cs and a couple 75 Cs for FCX next week and for the monthly. And the safer play definitely going out to April, at the very least, because, hey, you know what? There's always the possibility that this double tops. I'm not seeing it, especially with the strength today in the face of other market weakness. We see continued money coming out of tech. And, well, where does it go? It's got to go somewhere. And seems like it's going into FCX so far here. Very, very strong daily candle. Yeah, that's the high of the day there. It's now green on the day. Beautiful. So I can't be too sad about that. Going to keep hanging on to my calls. Let's see how far they go. Another interesting one, ONDS, showing some life again. So it's basing all day long here. And it's basing over some key levels. So this is a daily chart. I'm going to go full screen. And I think this looks like a few things. First off, I think it looks like a giant channel. Yeah, giant channel. To me, it looks like we are consolidating off the bottom of a giant channel, and we are also testing a downtrend line, just like we did here. So some consolidation into here as these moving averages flatten and curl out. You can see in this part where it was consolidating into this downtrend line, you can see the blue moving average kind of dip, come up, then a smaller dip and start to curl. Now it's doing the same thing, dip in, come up. Zoom in here, but I believe it's doing a little smaller dip as well. Yeah, it did a little small dip and now is starting to try to curl on up. Definitely flattening here. So I want to see how today's candle closes, but I think that this one is potentially setting up to maybe flush once more, but hold this low. Maybe pop here, back test, and then go. But either way, I think that this name has some life, and I'd love to see it reach up into this low volume node right there at 12 bucks. At the very least. So that would be like kind of confirming the W to sweep over and up into that. I also see this imbalance here. That's a nice target. Like that. So yeah, some good targets above. If this thing really does stick this corner, then we're talking about a very, very strong move into this summer and next year. The other possibility is that this could be a head and shoulders. This could come over like a head, right shoulder, and this thing could get beat down pretty severely. So I'm playing this one just with calls to define risk. If it comes back down to like 7, I really want to buy a lot of shares though and just hang on to them. So Nvidia, are we seeing a potential bottom? It's trying its hardest, but it did sweep the low, so I can't be too bullish on Nvidia yet. This is one dip I haven't bought. Not yet. Just a violation of this level. We can see if it's a little look in reverse, but so far not seeing what I'm looking for. Not seeing what I'm looking for on SPY either. To me, this looks like we are about to flush out a little bit. Down, up, down, and just can't find traction. To me, it looks like it wants to come on down. Maybe just a buck or so. Hopefully just a buck or so. We'll keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, in uranium, what's uranium up to? Still having a bullish week, it looks like. Bullish day. Yeah, good day for uranium. So this is where you can really build positions with very low risk. See these wicks, these lookbacks into these moving averages? I think that this, looking back, will end up being a very, very nice day to have bought dips on the leading stuff here. So uranium, I'm still very, very focused on this name in particular, UUUU. I have a starter. I haven't touched it. I'm probably up 2-3% on it right now. Nothing crazy, because I'm just buying off of these moving averages. So I would have got a chance to add and break even today. I missed it. I was on stream with my boy Kev, having a good time talking charts, talking strats more than charts, really. So wasn't staring at my short-term stuff. I think that we'll probably get another chance or two to buy a dip. Not sure exactly when it is, but I love this bid stick on SPY. So we're trying to carve out this base. See how I marked this level out? I think today is the day of false breaks. So that's, I think, what we should be looking for on Nvidia here too. We got a little false break here. The whole day has been a false break on a lot of stocks. I'm wondering if Nvidia can carve out a bottom here. Let's find out. VXX, we want to see this sweep this low and hold below that. So that'll kind of help build our bullish narrative. But definitely, like I mentioned, that was a very obvious buy stick, bid stick as I call them. So that's a failed auction where it tries to push down, and then you see the velocity in that 1 minute stick. You'll see the velocity. Almost always when you see that, you buy it. You buy it and you put a stop right under the low, because this candle represents, I'm going to zoom in because it's important. Whenever you see that velocity on this first 1 minute candle, the 1 minute candle closes, you wait for that close and you buy the close dead on there. That's what I do at least. And then I put my stop right under this one, hard stop right under it. It should not come back. If this velocity that you saw does come back and loses this, well, it's probably going to power down. So what you do is you basically, you define your risk within one minute candle. Sure, it's a big 1 minute candle, but still it is a 20-cent risk on SPY here, for example. Totally manageable, because the upside is always going to be higher than that. You're going to be looking to reach up into VWAP. So I got to go to my other chart to make sure that I get the proper VWAP reading here for you. Wow, we are already above VWAP. So a lot of shares traded down here, and we're already constructive, pushing above VWAP. So it's the hourly trigger that we're testing. That's the pull. So 689.82. You can see to the penny, we came up, kissed it, had to come down a little bit, but we're holding our moving average ribbons. We're holding, most importantly, the 5 minute trigger. Since we're holding the lower time frame trigger, we assume that we're going to test this high time frame trigger and overcome this buyer or the seller. At least that's what we're looking to do. Another thing of note, yeah, we overshot our bearish targets. Let me double check. Yeah, overshot our bearish targets, and now we're retesting a reclaim of those bearish targets. So overall, what I like about today's price action is the mid node here on the volume profile is higher than the low nodes. So that's really nice, because it's essentially telling me that price is finding acceptance in the middle of the range. I'd like it more if it was at the high of the range, but hey, we only got half an hour left. So in all things considered, this is very constructive. We should not have to go any lower. I hope. And if, assuming we don't go lower, then on the daily, we are definitely entertaining the possibility that that was the chance to get involved before the big rally, guys, because everybody's so darn bearish, especially today on my timeline. It's just doom and gloom. Like, if Nvidia can't save the market, what can? Well, to me, I was watching this compression on these orange bands here. Yesterday, I said, this is a clear breakout. If we backtest and hold, I think we rip. Otherwise, it's super mean how they're doing an island top gap up breakout and then just going to slam us down. So down here, it felt like, hey, maybe they're just going to slam us on down, but this is a nice recovery, especially because we recovered so many key levels. So if we do get a little bit of a sell into the end of the day here, then at 688 is such an important level. Between 687.50 and 688 is the daily trigger, the daily 21 EMA, the daily 9 EMA, and the daily 5 EMA is just 50 cents higher than that. So that cluster there. Oh, and it's the 50-day. So literally, it's like the only level in the market that matters, that zone. So we just watch that zone. As long as we keep finding support, if we dip under it and get bought up really quickly, then we're good to go, I do believe. If we lose that, then we start considering the possibility of a retest of the 670 with the possibility of 650. But until then, I'm not ready to get too bearish yet because SPY is doing the right things. So you see, this was our projected path. We wanted to see the higher low here. And so they just are in a stop run higher volatility mode here, where the models that the algorithms tend to go to are going to be more reaching for stops. This failed breakdown, this false failed auction here, and then surging back up. So now we're playing the game of, are we reaching just into internal liquidity of this range? Or was that a little fake breakdown and we're going to push above this range? So to decide this, we pull up our fib again from the top of the range to the new bottom of the range, and we see what happens at each price point. So I love that we surge through the equilibrium. That's a sign of strength. I love that the back test has so far been wicked up strongly, showing that there's still buyers. They want to run it higher. In my book, if we lose this 50, then maybe we have to reassess. And again, remember, this is all very granular on a 1 minute. So the setups I'm describing can change very fast. And that's why scalping, you have to be ready to, entertain both possibilities. So I think this is still going to go up, but I am seeing that, now it's still trying to find more buyers down here under the equilibrium, still wicking up. So I still do think it's valid, but always got to consider that. Nvidia, if you want to take a punt, I don't hate Nvidia here. I'm actually going to mention it to my server that I think that if you're going to take a buy on Nvidia today, now's the time. So I'm saying good time to nibble Nvidia. You can run a tight stop under low day if you don't want to get dragged, or you can just nibble the first tranche of a long-term position. All right. ASTS, nice curl up there. FCX, powering on through the previous high of day. So now it's got some work to do, eating into the overnight sell-off because it was decent amount higher, 1 or 2% higher before, but not too shabby. Not too shabby, trying to reclaim structure and keep on pushing higher. Hey, the Crow, how you doing? Play it like a flute. Eagles Rule asking, any thoughts on China names recently? Been watching Baba and Baidu? Yes, I'm very curious about what they do. I don't know what the news was. I saw today that they were down a few percent. Was it Baba earnings? I think it was maybe Baba earnings. So Baba's in a very interesting spot on the daily. Let's talk about it. I'm going to use my other chart because I already have the lines drawn. So we are playing at this very interesting weekly target or weekly trigger here. So we broke out on the weekly, looked really good, and now we had to come back down and retest, and then we just flushed out into the 200-day moving average down here. It didn't quite tag it. Let's see if it did pre-market. 200 days at 145. Yeah, so it tagged at pre-market, and it's been literally the bottom so far. I think there's a good chance that this might mark a bottom for Baba. And the thing is that you can run a pretty tight stop. You can say, all right, I'll buy it here, and if it closes the daily candle under the 200, I will stop out. So that's a 2% stop. Guys, this is a very, very good risk-reward trade, assuming we are basically getting a failed breakdown into potentially bullish catalysts with the tariff relief and, around the corner at some point, China and the US are going to have 4 trade talks this year. We're already about a quarter of the way in and we haven't had one. So I'm assuming it's going to be in the next couple months. I haven't checked in the past week or so if there's any update on that. So I will be looking into that, but this is putting it back on my radar as a trade idea. In general, playing these breakouts of these long-term downtrend flags in a longer term uptrend, very profitable. Let me redraw my chart. There we go. Got to make sure it's on log. Always use log charts, guys, especially on anything that moves big. There we go. Perfect. So now I'm going to draw this just so it's a little clearer. All right, guys, do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? I see 1, 2. I'm going to draw this just a little bit better so it aligns perfectly with the bottom there. That also makes it align perfectly with the bottom there and here. So, guys, this is the spot to buy BABA. And if it doesn't close next week strong, you can get rid of it. There's one more area that I think it could undercut to and then recover. So that's another option to wait for this and use a close through this zone as your stop. That's 135 though, so that's a little bit further down. Maybe a little bit too far for a stop. This is an imbalance on the weekly where we broke off from. Maybe it would need to reach down here, but I like this channel. Let me just tweak that just a little bit. There we go. I really like the accuracy of this channel. So it could maybe do one of these over it, come down just a little bit. But I really do think that this is a very good time to start building a position in BABA in particular. Baidu, another interesting one. A little bit less appealing. We did not get this move, huh? We got this move and this move, not this one. So this one's taking its sweet time, but I do think it's carving out a handle over the stage 1 base breakout. So between this blue level and this blue level, that's the stage 1 base. When we break through it and we retest it and get a strong response and a new high, that makes me think that this is consolidation to go higher. So what would confirm that is if we catch and close a weekly candle over this 127.50 for me. That's my weekly trigger, and that represents that buyers did step in there. You could also use the weekly 21, and that is 131. So that 127.50 to 131-ish kind of zone, that's where I'd be looking. All right, so that's what I'm thinking on China. We can also look at the mainstream ETFs real quick, but real quick, I want to go back and see what's happening on our indices. So SPY hanging out, trading sideways after getting that push up that we talked about. So the push up held well, came back down into the 1 minute moving average again. These moving average ribbons found the buyers. Had to come back again though. Testing the bottom of this 1 minute W now, and we're going to see if we can find traction there. Nvidia though, still not acting right. I thought it might be time. But it's always risky trying to buy a lower high like that. I'm sorry, a lower low like that. And then, say, okay, well, that was the sweep out. It wasn't too big of a sweep out. So I think probably it needs another flush, and then it could still recover in a false breakdown, failed auction. But I don't think it was quite ready yet. I think SPY is just that much stronger than Nvidia. So we're going to keep an eye there. Yeah, I am getting interested in BABA though. It looks like long-term accumulation here. Mentioning that as well in my server. So yeah, BABA definitely up there in terms of setups here with this this massive channel. I played this one and this one. I'd love to play it once more. I missed this one here. Okay. SPY, there we go. Nice curl up like that. We like to see that. Now we want to see a swing high to invalidate the possibility of a 1 minute head and shoulders with this right shoulder head and left shoulder head and right shoulder here. So the close of this candle will be important. You can see bears trying their best to slam it on down and engulf it. We are seeing bulls very much still here though off the moving averages. So the close is very important for these kind of candles. We have 20 seconds left. No need to predict. Who knows what's going to happen? Our bias is up, but we could be wrong. And all that matters is that we recognize what's happening and changing in front of us. So also that equilibrium, that red line there of note. It's no coincidence that right in the middle of this range, we are having a key decision-making candle. So not a great close there. Now bears have the door open to try to engulf. See, they're going for the engulf right now. Looks like they are going to get it. So the engulf and this 50-minute, kind of the last line of defense. Otherwise, we sweep under this low and the potential for a reprice lower through this low as well as a possibility. And the bulls would need to be looking for a bit of a wider W now. If you're a bull and you want to hold this range, you'd be looking at this. This is the midpoint, this coming down here and holding this previous low into this little gap. So there's the fair value gap on the 1 minute. So far respecting that pattern. And yeah, talk mentioning, by the way, lots of action in the earnings space. So Celsius Energy, CoreWeave, Dell, we have DNN, Denison. I think that's Denison. They're a small cap uranium mining company. HRL, HTZ, LNG, Maine, Mara, Rocket Lab is going to be interesting. Rocket as well, apparently. Okay, yeah, I'm playing catch up here, but we'll talk about them as they come up for sure. I like the Zscaler. I want to watch and see how they do. I've been noticing a lot of strength in the cybersecurity today, and I'm wondering if maybe it's time to get involved there. So CrowdStrike, not a bad idea. Baba, beautiful liftoff here. And look at the candle Crowd is putting in. I was sad because I thought that we needed one more big red day after the second puke. And I was waiting for one more capitulation day and then I'd get involved. But hey, this day I guess was high enough volume. And now the bulls are back in town. Thing is, I can't buy it here though. Now I got to be looking for a potential like inverted head and shoulders where it comes up into a moving average. Oops. Comes up into a moving average. Comes down, makes a higher low, and then goes. See this left shoulder? I'll zoom in. So you have the left shoulder, the head, and then I'd like to see a pop and then a right shoulder. So it's not the worst place to get involved. I am expecting the more valid buy spot to be at the same price or even a little higher, but I'd rather buy it a little higher because I don't want to buy into this resistance. I want to buy it when we flip it and then retest it. So CrowdStrike looking good. Sentinel had a lot of relative strength today, but it still is very beaten down. You can see it's trading up here. This daily candle is wrong. Yeah, 4 hour showing it a little better, going for that failed breakdown type look. A few others of interest, of course, Zscaler, going to be setting the tone. That looks very, very nice. Looks like it's ramping for that same kind of failed breakdown look. I don't hate any of these guys. Really don't hate any of these. Definitely on the focus list. So guys, mock candle in 1 minute, even less. So be ready. Be ready for those positions to close out. Be ready to see some shaking and bacon on the indices. We're going to see if the market is anticipating a little bit of upside tomorrow, if they're wanting to place their bets for the upside, or if we are going to see more sell-in pressure. So 24 seconds here. ASTS, really nice relative strength into the close. Check out on my beat down, baby. QURE. Nothing good there. Nothing good happening there. Yeah, on a 5 minute, tried to catch, still finding big sellers. What can you do? What can you do? Let's see. Man, yeah, lots of earnings today. We're gonna be going over all of those shortly. Talk wants back in on ORCX. He's saying it might be time for some Oracle action. The weakest of the hyperscalers. Maybe time for some mean reversion. Baba, by the way, beautiful push here. I really, really like Baba, guys, for a longer term swing. Definitely keep this on your radar. I think that these stocks are too cheap. I think they're too cheap. I think they're being punished for the wrong reasons. I think SPY just hit its head on this 50 fib and is looking like it wants to go on lower. So we'll keep an eye on that on the close of the candlestick. Definitely looking like sell pressure on the mock there. We'll be watching in 5 minutes to see which ones pair off. Nvidia looks like maybe a little bit of a mock buy, not much. We're going to watch this. Baba definitely getting bought on that. Oracle is a higher low. I don't hate it. I don't hate Oracle. Don't hate Oracle. It's acting right here on the hourly as well. I think that's good. I think that's good. What else? What else is good? CoreWeave will be interesting, setting the tone for more of the data center plays. Those hyper growth guys will be interesting for Oracle as well, I believe. What else is worth watching into the close here? I'm going to jet in 3 minutes here, but I will be back right at the turn of the hour there for the earnings. So FCX finally finding a bit of sellers there. Nice action though. Trading back into the neckline. What else is going on? Yeah, DNN, we talked about that. Let's see how that one's shaping up into earnings. Running strong. This one's strong into earnings here. So a little 4-hour action will show us that, yeah, we're just treading water the past couple days. Tried to break out, tried to just retested, still holding above the $4 pivot that we kind of broke out from. Still holding above that. I have high hopes for this one here. I have a whopping, I think, $60 riding on it in a monthly 450 strike call. So possibly, I think we could get up to 5. Not on the earnings, but on the follow up. SPY though, still looking kind of weak there. Another one I want to check on is Micron. How's the memory doing? Memory's looking weak. Looking weak compared to a lot of things on my screen on the snapback. So worth noting that this might be a bit of an inflection point for the sector there. So we'll keep an eye there. Okay, SPY. It's barely holding the line here. That swing low. It's where it needs to hold. So let's see if we can get back in action and start reclaiming that mock candlestick where we broke down from the indices, or whether this wick up is just an opportunity to buy. Look for the signs of strength, signs of relative strength in space here. That's worth noting. RDW seems like the market is okay with their miss and they want to push them higher. ASTS seems like they are trying to find that base as well. Meanwhile, the weakness in tech continues. What about some other sectors? Healthcare, just about flat on the day. Nothing too crazy there. XLE tried to break out, it looks like, and is now potentially failing that flag. How's my Latin America doing? EWZ looking real strong to me. This is looking like Baba a little bit. A little less explosive than Baba, but Baba's coming off the bottom of the ranges and can offer a great place to put some money if you think the mega caps might be in for some trouble. So I think that we might see some of that shifting happening. All right, I am about to hop on out of here for a few minutes, guys. You know where to find me. The earnings stream. It's going to be the last earnings stream of the month. If you like it, well, let us know on the social media or anywhere else. And I love doing them, so I'd love it if there's the demand there. But we, it was a trial run for this month for the big earnings. I think it went amazingly. I think it was a lot of fun. So thank you all for being a part of that. Really do appreciate that. Meanwhile, SPY, it held just about to the penny. I was worried that we were going to break down, but remember, the close of the candle is what matters, and this one did save stick there. Now we're trying to renegotiate that initial mock sell reaction. Back at the pivots, back at these moving averages. Let's see if we can pop that and have a strong close here. Nvidia still not participating in the strong close. Now we'll see if it can get any traction here, but just a good day to maybe take some nibbles on things that you think you're seeing relative strength in, but also a good day to just remember, cash is a position. Cash is king. All right, guys, this is me. I got to head off and prep for a few minutes here, get the stream ready to go, and you'll see me in a flash. We will be talking some earnings there and having a good time, so don't miss it, guys. Thanks for joining, and we will be right back.